That said, let me share my screen, and I'll start by introducing myself. Then I'll pass on the ball to you guys to tell me a little bit about yourself. Now, when it comes to you, here's what I need to know from you. Then I'll come back to this in a minute. But I need you to know a little bit about you, like your name, the kind of things you do. I know, Nick, you were telling us about some of the things you do a minute ago. Dig a little bit deeper into that. That will help me understand where you are, not just in your certification journey, but also in your career, so that when I am teaching, I kind of have an idea of what should I kind of not dig too deep into, and what should I probably take my time and explain it clearly to make sure that you got the concept, you understand it, and then relate that to some of the experiences that you have shared with me. So I need to know where you are career-wise, and then what is motivating you to take this class. That's going to be really important for me. Understand some of you are like, you know what, I'm just here to pass this certification. I understand that, right? I understand that. But hopefully you can give me a little bit more than just that, so that I can keep that in mind as I teach you all this content. Then obviously, what are you hoping to get out of this class? But before we talk about you, let's talk about me first. Obviously, you're going to be with me for the next 2 weeks. So you need to know who I am. You need to know why you should trust me with your education in the first place. So my name is Francois Arthanas. I have been teaching for the past 9 years. That's how long I've been teaching. And even when I have full-time positions, I still teach. It's like teaching. I can't run away from teaching. I'm still teaching part-time. Looks like it's one of those things that's like my passions. And hopefully you will see that throughout this training. At some point, you will have to sort of stop me because I'm so passionate about this stuff. I just keep going on and on and on and on. Anyway, education-wise, I went to school. I went from Virginia College to WGU. Now I am a student at DSU. That's Dakota State University. I'm doing a PhD in cyber defense. So a lot of people in cybersecurity, they're really, once they get to that master level, they're like, you know what, we're good, right? Because there's nobody going around looking for people with a PhD in cybersecurity. But I set that as a challenge to see not only if I can do it for myself, but also I have kids that I want to inspire. And that's one of the only reason why I'm doing a PhD. But also, I love to teach, as I just mentioned. So a PhD will come in handy as I go on and keep on with my profession with the teaching. So I am doing that currently. But like I said, I do have a master's degree in cybersecurity, and then my bachelor's degree is in network management. One of the thing you're going to realize, or you're going to learn very quickly, is that you can't really be a really good cybersecurity professional unless you understand networking, unless you understand how computers talk to each other, right? So I'm going to dive deeper into that later on here. But my undergrad degree was in that, and I thank God for it. Because as I advance my career, those skills, Linux and the system administrator type of skills, keep always haunting me. And I'm glad I got all that with the undergrad. Now, work experience. I work for ISACA right now. I work for ISACA. I don't know if any of you have heard about ISACA. It's like a certification vendor company, just like CompTIA. But they have these management type of certifications. That's like what we're known for. We're known for GRC. That's governance and risk and compliance. That's what we're known for. So we have certifications like CySA, SIEM, CDIPSI, CRISC, and the like, which I have those as well. But I'm part of the team that develop labs. Apparently, they learned that the cybersecurity world, you have to get your hands dirty. You got to know stuff. You can't just be a book smart personnel. And they're shifting from, book smart certifications into practical certifications, which is part of the team that I'm in. As we're going in there, we're developing those labs for the certifications that we offer. Prior to that, I was working for Trenton Health Team, THT. There, I was the information security officer. So I was managing HIPAA, if you've heard about HIPAA. making sure that the healthcare is complying with HIPAA and some of the other compliance body that we were complying with. I used to teach for Cybercraft full time. Before going to THT, I was teaching for Cybercraft full time. I was the kind of lead instructor, so I was kind of creating content as well as teaching the content, right? The Security Plus, the CySA Plus, and the like. So that was fun. And then I used to work for WGU. That's Western Government University. I was mentoring cybersecurity graduate students, people who were getting their master's degree. That was a little bit fun, but a lot of work, a lot of phone calls. At some point I had like 105 students because cybersecurity was like growing very, very fast. So at some point I had 105 students, and I was required to call all of them every week, right? And, mentor them, encourage them, learn about their life challenges and all that good stuff. So it was fun as well. And with Virginia College, there I was their system administrator. So if you've heard about things like Active Directory, group policy, right? That was my world. I was managing that kind of things. A little bit of Linux. There wasn't a lot of managing like sysadmin for Linux, but I did a little bit of that when I was working there as well. Got a bunch of certifications, and some of them are not even listed here. And the one that you care about probably is the CySA Plus, right? The CYSA Plus, which is what I'm training you on. And funny story about this certification, when it came out, it was actually called CSA when it came out. And then I took the beta version, then I passed it, then, I got the certification. And then they changed the name, and now we're on version. I can't believe we're on version 3. It's like it moves so fast because every 3 years you have to renew these things. Anyway, that's a little bit about me. Hopefully that gives you an idea that for me, cybersecurity is not just for the paycheck. It's more than that, right? It's a passion, right? I like sharing knowledge. I like the idea of keeping companies secure. The thought of going to sleep at night knowing that companies could have been hacked, but the things that I've done for the company have prevented that from happening. It's really fulfilling for me. But anyway, that's the other thing that keeps me sane, so that I know what I'm doing actually matter, right? It's not just clocking in and clocking out. So that's it. I'm going to pause here. Apparently, obviously, this class is not about me. This class is about you. And I want to know about you. Like I mentioned a minute ago, I need to know who you are. I need to know your profession. Why are you in this class? And anything that I can use that can help me train you better, right? So that you can pass the certification, but also get more than just that piece of paper. Because I really want you to get more than just that certification. But I said that to say this. A lot of what's in Security Plus, it's also in CySA Plus. I don't know, Nick, if you've noticed that. So things like, who is the enemy, right? The APTs, the hacktivists, and all these other things, they all will come back here.
Yeah.
Here is the thing. This certification, you don't have to be, it's not rocket science, right? You don't have to be a genius to pass this certification, right? But you have to put in the work. You have to go over those practicing questions. You have to go over those labs. You have to kind of ask questions and kind of like pay attention, if you will. Again, the goal is to get you past the certification. Now, you understand about CompTIA. I'm not going to repeat that. One of the things that I need you to know is that CompTIA, it's a vendor neutral certification body, which means the things you get to learn in their certification does not focus on anybody's technology, right? They touch up everybody's tech, which I think is a pretty good thing. It's a pretty good thing. And for you being in the CySA class, that means you probably want to be in the blue team. Blue team. You guys have heard about blue team, red, white team, and purple teaming and all that good stuff. Fantastic. So blue team, these are the defender, as you already know, and the CySA Plus specifically focuses on making you the analyst, right? Making you the analyst, working in what we normally call a SOC. Now, in agency, you guys probably have different names. You probably guys have fancy names. But in the private sector, we call this a SOC, a Security Operations Center. And in there, you work as the first line of defense. Bad stuff is happening. You're that person who need to tell us, yeah, this is bad. Let's investigate this. Now, sometimes it's your job to do the investigation. Sometimes it's not. Maybe you push that to somebody else with a little bit more experience. So some SOC departments, they have different tiers. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. When you just have your CySA plus, you probably are going to be in that tier 1, where like you're basically doing help desk for security. That's what I usually call it. Help desk for security. Bad stuff is happening. You are the one that's going in and doing the triage, kind of making sure that there's no false positive coming in, right? You make sure that if we're investigating this, if we're putting resources to investigate this thing, it better be an incident. Right? It cannot be a mistake. So it's going to be you, the person who deals with that. But here is the issue, though. On day to day, if you were to look at the, a day in the life of a SOC or a security analyst, they get bombarded with thousands of alerts, right? Thousands of events. So one of the biggest issues that have been happening over the years, it's what we normally call alert fatigue. Again, I'm digging a little bit deeper than I want, because the rest of this class is me going in and talking about all that stuff. So there's what they normally call alert fatigue. That's when you're getting all these alerts, and now your brain is kind of in some kind of a state where it's hard for you to tell the difference between, a bad event or a good event, or the event you should have prioritized and the event you should investigate or you should escalate. So one of my goals in this class is to help you not get into this alert fatigue, where maybe you should just focus on just few devices that matter to your organization, and then just minimize the amount of alerts that's coming in the first place, right? Just kind of keep tracking the things that matter to the company, right? And then I will be coming back to that as well. So CySA Plus is really good, fantastic. Don't stop here. Go for something like CASP Plus. That's the next one after CySA Plus. Now, what I usually do, guys, this is how CompTIA want us. I don't think that's how they want us to do it, but that's what I do. When you take the upper level certification, it renews everything that's under. So 3 years from now, if you just want to renew the CySA Plus, well, just take this guy, and it's going to renew everything under it. So Nick, that you have Security Plus, once you take the CySA Plus, it's going to renew your Security Plus automatically. Pretty good. And if you want to learn a little bit more about renewing this, I will be talking about that in a little bit more in depth. And I apologize for that picture. This is not a Security Plus class; it's a CySA Plus class. All right, I will help you register to take the exam. Nick, you're probably familiar with this. You go to a person view if you want to take the test, or take it from home if that's what you want. I don't recommend it, but you can take it from home. And one of the reasons why I really don't recommend it taking from home is because some of these proctors are
asshole. There you go.
Okay, all right then. That wasn't the word I was looking for, but really, they will drive you crazy. Like, you have to stay like this for about 1 hour and 30 minutes. And if you actually, this exam is a little bit more than just 90 minutes. It's 165 minutes. But you can't even look that way. You can't even get close. If you do that, they might avoid the exam. They might literally stop you from taking the exam. They have done that to me in the middle of an exam. And this is the most frustrating thing ever. So do me a favor, just go to a testing center. You go to a testing center, and it's our job. I will make sure I will help you register for this. Or we will definitely help you. Cybercraft will help you to register for that exam, because your voucher and everything else comes with your training. All right, let's talk about a little bit about this exam. You are learning the latest and the greatest, and I'm glad you are. The 002, which is the old version, literally didn't have any focus. They went in and grabbed a lot of things from Security Plus, dumped them into this thing. And it was really hard for me to tell, okay, what are they trying to accomplish with this? Now, with the 003 version, they went back and listened to the feedback that some people like myself and everybody else have been giving them. And these certifications are literally focusing on the analyst. It's going in, it's focusing on making you the analyst, which makes sense, right? We're not trying to make you a security administrator here. We're not trying to make you like a security engineer. No, we're trying to make you a security analyst. And they went back and they kind of bring in a lot of great content that will help you kind of focus in that side of things. So you will see a lot of data on things like CIEM, right? If you don't know what that is, I will teach you that. Things like IDS, intrusion detection system, intrusion prevention systems, right? Things, tools that the analyst will use. You will have about 85 questions on that exam, and you will get probably about up to 7 PBQs. That's performance-based questions. Nick, I don't know if you can share this with us, but how many PBQs have you gotten when you took the exam?
Usually 4, and I've got about 69 questions. So the 2 tests, I got 4 BBQs and 69 questions on both exams.
On both exams, wow.
Yes, yeah.
I see. Yeah, so this is the maximum. It doesn't mean they're going to give you all 85. It's just the max. And Nick, do you feel like the 160 minutes was enough time?
I didn't even get close to using it, so I think I maybe spent an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
So plenty of time.
Right. With this, they give you plenty of time. Security Plus, you have 90 questions, roughly about 90 questions in 90 minutes. You start stressing out. You're like, okay, well, a minute per question. Ugh. With this, it's a little bit different. You have enough time. Majority of the questions will be multiple choice, but again, you will get some performance-based questions, and you have all the resources to help you kind of prepare for this, right? And I really want to kind of spend a little bit more time talking about this, the performance-based side of things. With the performance-based, it's multiple steps. So they're going in there asking you to drag and drop things or selecting things from different locations. And you have to get these right. If you answer these wrong, then it gets really hard for you to pass, because they weight more, like you get more points out of these than a regular for, multiple choice questions. They think you should have 4 years experience. This is just recommended. It's not required. And again, we're preparing you to become a SOC analyst, somebody who works in the SOC. You guys have heard about a SOC before, because you're going to keep hearing this over and over again.
Yes, yeah.
Love it.
That's who we work with. So.
Love it. Now, what are some tips for you to take this exam? Well, you probably know some of these already. Make sure you read the question, each question in its entirety. And the reason is because you might read a few sentences and be like, you know what, I got it. I think I understand what this question is asking me. And that's a wrong attitude when it comes to CompTIA questions, because they might give you some garbage at the top, like just asking things that have nothing to do with the question itself. And then at the end, like at the very end, then they're like, oh, which one of the following is this? If you don't read the question in its entirety, you might miss it because you didn't fully understand the whole question. So one of the biggest tips I usually give students, read the question, make sure you understand the question. It's okay to read the question twice. It's okay to read the question twice. And one of the reasons is really because some of these answers, some of the questions are going to have, which one of the following is the best? Which one of the following is the most? And when they do this, it's they have a bunch of answers, and most of them are like related, like they're close to each other, and they're looking for the best answer. Right? It's not like if you pick the other one, it's not the right answer. It's that, is that the best answer? And for you to be able to pick the best answer is by understanding the question. And I will teach you this. And that's why I tell students, when it comes to CySA Plus, you can't memorize questions. That's not going to help you. Right? These questions they require you to understand how to analyze them. Right? You have to use your analytics, mindset, if you will, so that if they ask you a question, and then at the end they say, okay, tell us which one of the following is the best. Well, you need to understand, you need to start using what we normally call the process of elimination, right? Eliminating the answers that you 100% know that, hey, I don't think this is the best. I don't think this is close tied to the question. Once you get those out of the way, if you only have about 2 choices to pick from, it's a lot easier than picking from 4. So again, my recommendation is for these subjective questions, and you got to kind of be careful. And the way you go by doing this is by reading the whole thing. If you are the expert in any one of the domains, which I'm going to be talking about this in a minute, you have to be a little bit careful with that, right? Because you might go in and start saying things, hey, that's not how I do it in a real world. In the real world, that's not how I will go by starting the investigation. I'm just going to give you a warning right now. This is not the real world. This is the CompTIA world. You have to do what they want you to do to pass the exam, right? So yes, you could be an expert in one area or another, but stay with me here and kind of be in the CompTIA real world. Don't fight the exam. That's all I'm trying to tell you. Don't fight the exam. Don't fight these questions, because CompTIA always wins. Right? You can fight them all you want. They always win. All right. And don't forget the primary goal. Your goal here is to pass the exam. It's not really to fight the exam. It's not to, tell CompTIA how they screw things up, how their questions doesn't make any sense. Everybody knows some of their questions don't make any sense, but you got to pass the exam. And that's what I'm hoping to get you to do. I'm going to pause here. Any questions so far? No?
No.
All right. Let me finalize this. So I will be talking about a little bit about the class and how everything is going to run. But right now, let's talk a little bit about this exam a little bit more. So once you have this certification, you got to keep it in a good standing. These are some of the certifications you don't want to take it twice, especially the CySA Plus. It's a little bit of dry certification. I would really hate to keep taking this over and over again. So like I said, it's 3 years. After 3 years, you have to renew this. And the way you go by renewing this, there's a lot of different ways. If you want to do a single activity, well, CompTIA will love your money. They have this thing known as a continuing education. You can go to their site and then get this Cert Master continuing education training. It's probably about 7 to 10 hours of training. You buy that thing, I think it's a little bit of $100. You buy it, you take the training, you take the assessment. Once you pass it, voila, your CySA will be in good standing. This is one of the most common way, one of the easiest way of keeping your certification in good standing. You just need to do that one time in 3 years. Okay. Or you can take the upper level certification like I mentioned earlier. Another way, all you have to do is just need to get yourself 50 CUs. This is a continuing education units. And the way you go by doing this is you can do all kinds of stuff. You can attend an event. You can go take a webinar, seminars, SANS. If you've heard about the SANS Institute, they have a bunch of webcasts that you can attend, and they usually give you like a certificate of attending. You can submit that to CompTIA and then get your continuing education units that way. Right? If you enjoy attending conferences, which I highly recommend, please do attend conferences. I was on one just last week. The best way to, shake hand, connect with the people in this industry at some point is about who you know. Right? You got to network. As well. I don't know if it's the same way in the agencies, but in the private sector, yeah, you got to know some folks. I've listed a few of them here. RSA, it's a pretty good one. Black Hat, DEF CON, and these are really, really huge. I will recommend that you go to something like ShmooCon, which is not that big. But also those B-sides. They call those B-sides. B-sides in your state, your city. For example, I live in Atlanta, so B-sides in Atlanta just happened last week, and I was there. Sincerely, please go ahead.
So have you ever been to a DEF CON convention?
Yes.
I just want to know how it was, just because I've been dying to want to go for the past 2 or 3 years, and I heard it's incredible.
Yeah. Well, DEF CON, it happens in LA, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they basically shut down the entire strip because it's like 50,000 of these people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's really great. You got
I'm so sorry. You said LA. Is it not in Vegas?
It's in Vegas. Sorry. It's in Vegas.
Yeah, I caught that. I was like, wait, you said LA. I agreed because I'm from LA, but then I was like, wait, no, it's in Vegas.
It is in Vegas. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. But you got to turn off your cell phone. If you're not turning off your cell phone, turn off the Wi-Fi as well as the data, because these people, they're walking around and we're hacking everything that's around them. They have little, backpacks, and those backpacks have Raspberry Pi. I don't know if you've heard about these Raspberry Pi and these pineapples. So they have those things scanning anything that moves, anything that have vulnerabilities, and trying to attack those things. Fantastic experience, but very expensive.
Oh, I know. I was looking at the tickets for this year, and I was just like, yeah, maybe not this year either.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And then once you get there, the hotels are not that bad, but the food, the transportation will kill you. Mm-hmm. Like, we went to buy a little meat, just about this small, and they're charging us like $100. Just, yeah. Yeah. So I would say, this is my opinion, I like the smaller ones, like the B-sides, because you can make meaningful connection.
Yeah.
When you go to the big ones like the DEF CON and Black Hats, just make sure you have like a group of people that you're familiar with. Mm-hmm. So you can have like buddies to hang around with and be able to experience the whole thing together.
Yeah.
You go by yourself, it's a little bit hard.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I've been wanting to know what it's really like from another person. And every time I ask, they're like, no, I've been wanting to go. And I've never actually heard someone going and then telling me, yeah, it's a great thing to go to.
You'll love it. You feel like you're home. Yeah, all these people, you are talking the same language. They understand when you're saying things, Mm-hmm. One of the issues we have in tech is we will say 5 things and regular folks will only understand 1. So over there, they will understand what you're saying. All right, you walking around talking about this is a TCP IP, this is this. They will understand all that stuff. So it's good. All right, let's talk about the class, and then I will kind of, like I said, I will give you a break. Lesson 0, this is the lesson that we're talking about right now. This is the lesson, just an introduction, me talking about what this whole class is all about, which is what we just finished doing, or which is what we're doing. So that's part of the week 1. And today we will take care of this right here: understanding vulnerabilities, response, handling, and management. This is the only thing. This is the only lesson we're gonna cover tonight. Right, it's lesson 0 and then lesson 1. I'm gonna take a little bit easier for you on the first day. So, but there is a lot of information here to talk about. We'll talk about the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses, right? The vulnerabilities, the weaknesses, and then how would you respond to these things? How would you handle them in the first place? Then we'll go back and talk about, well, when it comes to responding to anything, you have to understand your company And this is one of the biggest mistake a lot of people make is when they're getting into cybersecurity is, oh, I am passionate about security. I want to make sure I keep everything secure. I want to tie down everything and making sure that, you know, the only people who are supposed to be accessing these are the ones that are accessing these. I want to go back to the CIA, the confidentiality, integrity, availability. All that stuff is great, right? Don't get me wrong. All that stuff is great. But here is the thing, though. Companies does not exist to be secure. There's no company that wakes up every morning and be like, I hope I'm the most secure company there is. No. Companies are in business of making money, right? So you need to understand when it comes to securing these companies, you're going to need to understand how they make money. And every time I tell students that, they're like, oh my goodness, what are you talking about, right? It's like, I just want to be able to secure this stuff. But here is the thing, though. If a company have like 10 servers, and out of these 10 servers, 2 of them are very critical. So critical that if these 2 are not operational, the business doesn't run, right? My job in this class is to help you to understand these 2 servers that are so critical to that company, so that as you're going in and securing the environment, you can start your security with these 2 servers that are so critical to that organization. Again, that goes back to how the company makes money, because you got to understand what's important to this company. What are the devices that are so critical to this company? So you can start your security in that side of things. All right, so that's going to be really, really the focus of lesson 1. Kind of getting you your head involved into why do we need you in the SOC in the first place, right? And then without losing the focus of, yes, companies want to be secure, but let's focus your security on the things that actually matter to the company. You can't secure everything. That's the hard truth, right? So you're going to have to prioritize your security. That's going to be 1. Second, this is going to be tomorrow. Lesson 2 and lesson 3 is going to be tomorrow. So 2 and 3 will be tomorrow. So 2 is going to be about who is the enemy? What are the threat actors? So a lot of what's in lesson 2, you're probably already familiar with. We'll talk about the APT, the Advanced Persistent Threat. We'll talk about the nation states, right? The activist, and all these enemies, insider threats. And then after that, we'll dive into the intelligence. Where can you find the intelligence about these bad guys? So we'll go back to things like MITRE ATT&CK. Have you guys heard about MITRE? The MITRE attacks, right? The framework. Yeah, we'll go back to the MITRE attack. We'll go back to the intrusion of the analyst. We will touch up a little bit on the Lockheed Martin, the cyber kill chain, right? All these things you can use to understand who is the enemy, right? From reconnaissance, if you've heard about recon, go from recon, searching, knowing, okay, who are we up against? And then the second part of lesson 2 is about threat hunting. Hunting for the bad guys. Here's the thing about cybersecurity. For years, cybersecurity have been reactive, right? They attack us, we react to what they just did. But now we're shifting that now. Now we're trying to be proactive, right? Where, okay, let's assume they're already here in an environment. Now let's go hunt for them. Actually, that's the right mindset. You have to treat your network as a hostile. You got to look at your network as if they're already in the organization already. They're already there. Then go start hunting for those bad guys. And Nick, do you have a question for me? I saw you trying to unmute yourself.
No. I was just saying that we have threat hunting teams. That's all they do is look for that stuff.
I see.
They write hypothesis usually every week.
Yeah, definitely. So if this is like a government agency, it's like, okay, well, this enemy, this threat, this APT in China is hacking government agencies, and these are their IOCs, something I will teach you in chapter 2. IOCs are indicator of compromise. Right? Their IP addresses, their domain names, their hashes, right? Or these are their TTPs. TTPs are the tactics, techniques, and procedures, right? The tools they use, the techniques they use. So once we know these things, then we can go hunt for those bad guys. And like what Nick just mentioned about the scenario, that's exactly what we do. Hey, this is the bad guys, go hunt for these guys in the environment. So this is pretty good. It's becoming on really hard. And if you enjoy these kind of things, this can become your job. That's the thing about cybersecurity and the blue team. One of the things I didn't mention about blue teams, 85% of all the jobs are in blue team, the defenders, right? So the red team it's great. And everybody want to become that cool kid, hacking things and penetration testing and ethical hacking. But that's just 15% of all the jobs. And the reason is because it's really like unfair game. Because red teamers are always winning. And why not? Why should they not win? Because their job is a lot easier. Look, when it comes to vulnerabilities, red teamer only need to find one vulnerability and then they're in. Just one weakness. Just one open door, one flaw into the system, one window that's open, they're in. It's a lot easier for them. When it comes to us, the blue teamers, we have to find all the vulnerabilities and then shut them down. So you can see it's a very unfair game. And threat hunting are part of that blue team. Yes, sincerely, go ahead.
I have a question. So then when the red team does come in hand, so we do have our own red team, right, in my company. Mm-hmm. But we, as the blue team, we're supposed to detect it based off our database. But what about when they're doing their exercises and then they're able to still get into our system without having to actually trigger our system?
So getting into the system without triggering the system?
Yeah, if that makes sense. Would that be considered a defender's accountability or the actual system engineers?
Right. So you already probably know this. See, the thing about red and blue is it's not a competition. Mm-hmm. It's more like red are supposed to make blue better.
Yes.
At least that's the idea, right? We're mm-hmm. doing this exercise. It's not about who's winning, who's losing. It's about if I find this open door and then I get in, or if you don't detect me, Mr. Blue Team, if you don't detect all my attacks, I'm supposed to tell you about it so you can go ahead and defend. Right? So to kind of answer your question sincerely, whenever they do the exercise and then we don't detect them, yeah, that means they're winning. That means we didn't detect. That means there's some issues with our security.
Okay, is that something that the blue team would also be accountable for, or is that something that we have to? I mean, of course, the red team would go ahead and let our subject matter experts know, and then is that something that the blue team can go ahead? Because that's where I'm struggling at, is understanding who mm-hmm. can ensure the system actually can find those triggers or those alerts where someone is accessing the database or the network itself.
Absolutely. So it's definitely the job of the blue teamers.
Okay. Yeah, that's where, yeah.
Yeah, blue teamers are the ones that are responsible for making sure that could not have happened in the first place. Why did it happen? So what the red teamer are going to do, they're going to develop this PDF report.
Yeah.
And then give it to the blue team and be like, hey, look, we got you, and these are the techniques we use. This is how we got in, right? And then the blue team are gonna take that and go defend and go make sure that technique doesn't work again. Right?
Yeah. That was when one of my things is I did run into an incident, mm-hmm. Where we do monitor everything, but to what point is that because we didn't get a certain action brought to us? Because you know how every action is kind of monitored, and then if someone does something that they're not really supposed to do, it's supposed to be like, hey, this is happening right now, because mm-hmm. that's how our system works. Mm-hmm. At that point, if there's a limited access, where can we find our able access to go ahead and defend?
Yeah. They're supposed to work together, really.
Yeah.
And I guess the agencies, it could be a little bit different, but in a private sector, what we will usually do, we will hire a company that doesn't know anything about us. It's not two people who are working for us, one attacking another. No, we're going to hire an outsider, doesn't know anything about the company. And then it's more for them testing our environment, really, testing our defenses and making sure we can catch them.
Okay.
They have to let us know. Right?
Okay.
What we usually say is this, is that a red teaming that doesn't detect anything is useless. They have to detect stuff. They have to be able to find some stuff. Right? There's no such a thing as a 100% secure network. That does not exist.
So what's the update? So because I remember from your last self-paced class, it's 15 months now that a hacker can stay onto your system. Has it decreased from then?
It has. And
okay.
All that thought, I have some documents here that I will be sharing with you, some statistics I'll be sharing with you guys to kind of not take it from me, but take it from the entire industry. Yeah. So I will be coming back to that.
Okay.
All right. Let me finalize this. Then we have lesson 3, explaining importance of system and network architecture. Again, it all starts with the network. Right? There's this idea from a lot of these SANS instructors that says a defensible network architecture, or basically defending a network that's already compromised. I mean, that's the idea of a presumed compromise, right? Think as if the network is already under attack. That's the only way to be able to secure that network. And the other thing is this: there's a company recently that got hacked, and I'll be sharing that with you. It's known as CySA. Part of that supply chain attack. CySA got attacked last year. They came out, the CEO got, come out and start saying things like, there is only 2 companies, there's only 2 companies in this world. 1, that have been attacked and they know it. Then 2, the company that have been attacked and they don't know it, which I thought was really funny, because basically what he's saying was that everybody's a target. Everybody's a target. It's just some people know that they have been attacked, and some people, they just don't know yet that they have been attacked, but they have already been attacked. So we'll go back to lesson 3 and talk about the network and how that all the security needs to start with the network. The idea of designing a network and then apply security on top of it later, that needs to go outside of the door. Right now, we need to bake in security in everything we do. Okay, guess what? To be honest with you guys, security does not make a company money. All right, we are the enabler, right? We allow the business to do what the business does best without any interruption. Yes, that's what we do, right? But when at the end of the day, when they start asking, hey, what is the ROSI? What is the return on security investment? Right? We're paying $3 million for your security department. What are we getting out of this? So it's one of those other things that I will teach you. And I brought that up to tell you that most of the time, they're really not thinking about security in the beginning when they're designing these networks. And we need to change that. Right? Your job, if you're working for the agency right now, which you guys are, is to go ahead there, look at the architecture, look at the diagram, and see how the whole thing is designed, and try to integrate security into it if they didn't do that already. Right? For the agency, it's probably impossible because it's probably too big, right? Too huge. They probably won't even share the diagram with you. But before I actually move on, let me share this. Let me mention this because I really want the students to know this, and I should have mentioned this earlier. When I'm teaching, guys, I want you to bring your experience with you. Right? Whenever I'm talking about a topic that you have some life experience with, just tell me, hey, just shut up for a minute. Let me share this. Right? Please do that. I want to learn from you as much as you want to learn from me. And one of the things that I've noticed over the years is that information will stick with us if there's some kind of a story, some life experience that we can relate to it. So if Nikki will chime in, hey, I remember when we were working, this is what we did, and this is what happened, this was the outcome, you will remember that better than me trying to get you to memorize a bunch of stuff. So please do share your experiences throughout the entire class. All right, so 4, we're going in and understanding the process of improvements and then the security operation. And this is where we're going to dive into the SOC, the kind of things that they do, all that good stuff. Then 5 will be all about vulnerability scanning. We'll talk about things like Nessus, OpenVAS, some of the tools that you will use when you're scanning for vulnerabilities. Again, this is like the first thing we do. No matter if you're a blue teamer, red teamer, between, don't matter. You need to understand the weaknesses. You need to understand the vulnerabilities. So you use things like Nmap to scan for open ports, open services. Then once you find those services that are open, trying to find out the vulnerability. Nessus support what they normally call Nessus scripting engine, NSE. Right, Nessus scripting engine, which you can use to be able to scan for vulnerabilities as well. But again, to save you trouble, we use, I keep saying Nessus, but I wanted to say Nmap there, right? Nmap. But what we usually use in the industry is called Nessus, and I will teach you that in more depth. 6, performing vulnerability analysis. Again, more about vulnerabilities. You've got to scan about these and then analyze them. Then lastly, communicate the vulnerability information. You don't know how many people that will scan these things, but they can't really communicate, to the leadership, to managers, right? These are the amount of vulnerabilities that we found, so on and so forth. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper into that and look at things like CVSS, the common vulnerabilities scoring engine, scoring system, where it goes from 0 to 10. Right? What is how likely? What is the severity of the vulnerability? It's from low, middle, high, critical. All that stuff is going to be in lesson 10, not lesson 7. Then it will shift the gear a little bit into incident response. This is all going to be towards Friday. Friday, we're probably going to do just lesson 8. Right, because the other days we will do 2 lessons. About Friday, I want to get you out of here a little bit early, so we'll only do 1 lesson on Friday. Yep. The rest of those days we'll be doing 2 lessons. So that's week 1. Then you will take a break, the weekends, and you will come back, and then we'll dive into lesson 9. It is going to be on Monday. That week we won't have a bunch of things to do, so it's going to be, we will do a lot of coursework and I'll be sharing a lot of techniques and tips and tricks, but we'll dive a little bit deeper into the incident response, right? I usually tell people, look, guys, it's not the question of if something bad is going to happen. It's the question of when it happens, are you ready? Can you respond to it, right? And that really goes deep into planning. You got to prepare. You got to have a plan of action. You got to have playbooks and run books. If there's a ransom that just happened, what can you do about that? Do you have like a step-by-step instructions of what people need to do? So all that is part of that incident response. Teach you all that stuff, and then how would you communicate all that good stuff? 10, it's going to be all about the tools that you can use to identify malicious activities. Right, more, analyzing logs and stuff like that. And then 11 is going to be potentially malicious activity, analyzing those. So gonna go in and be looking at things like indicator of compromise, IOCs, looking at the logs, by reading them, things like syslog or Windows log, sysmon, right, and things along those lines. Understanding application vulnerabilities, this is where we're going to go back and talk about the application-specific vulnerabilities, things like OWASP, or use OWASP, the top 10 vulnerabilities, things like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, all that's part of the application vulnerabilities. So we'll do that kind of things. Some of the tools we touched up on here, including things like Burp Suite. I don't know if you've heard about that kind of stuff. Burp. Zap, it's another one, right? And I will not spend too much time here because, again, you can focus on application pen testing or application personnel who only deals with applications. They need those kind of people in cybersecurity. What I'm trying to make you is a security analyst, not someone who just only focus on application weaknesses. We will finalize by looking at scripting. So things like Python. Won't do a whole lot of that, but Python scripting, Bash scripting, stands for born once again. Bash scripting for Linux. This Nick is probably going to be sharing a lot of things regarding Bash scripting here for us.
I love that. That's good stuff. I like it.
You love it? Okay, fantastic. Then it would dive a little bit into PowerShell. Right? If you love Bash, then you will love PowerShell for Windows. Right? All that is going to be in 13. 14, which is the last lesson, it's going to be all about a little bit of application security, but as well as attack mitigation best practices. Right? Now that you've learned all these things, how would you go in and mitigate them? Right? Part of go back a little bit and talk about the same things that we've shared in responding to incidents. It's going to be there as well. And let's get back to the training. So the way the class goes is like this. You will have a pop quiz at the beginning. I have a pop quiz at the beginning. If you watch those live lessons, I don't know if that's how it's structured, because we recorded that one, like last year. It's been some time. And we've updated a lot of this. So there will be a pop quiz at the beginning. This is just for me to assess your understanding of the things we're going to talk about. It's not really to try to trick you or anything like that. You don't have to get it right. Right? It's me trying to see if you understand where we're going with this. And it gives me an idea of how deep I need to go into these concepts. And towards the end, at the end of every lesson, I have questions, quiz questions. The way these questions are worded is the same way CompTIA worded their questions. So I want you to ask any questions you have, once we're going over these quizzes. And my hope with these quiz questions is not only to assess your understanding, but also for you to start getting familiar with how CompTIA ask, the way they ask their questions. Because that's how these questions, that's really how these questions are. Okay. So that being said, I have a pop quiz. You can read, or we can all read quietly, if that's okay.
Which of the following types of controls defines placing an ACL on a file folder? I say technical control.
Yeah, Nick, you know what? I was about to pass the exam, so I'm familiar with a lot of this already. So go ahead.
Can I reference what an ACL is? Because I haven't looked at the acronyms.
Sure. ACL is the access control list. Access control list.
I would say B.
Say B. Oh,
Confidentiality control.
Gotcha. And the answer is technical. All right, Nick, you want to tell us why?
Because it's placing anytime it says like a control on a piece of hardware or something like that, a file, anything on a firewall, anything on like that is a technical control, essentially.
Love it. Yeah, definitely. And certainly, please don't feel bad.
I don't, only because I took security training and I do have my notes here with me in the same notebook. And it did reference a policy for the DoD Insider Threat Program, Executive Order 135877 or 87. And it does cover that would be under a classified if it were to be a classified information, like any classified information would be referenced as we cannot control it unless we were authorized to do so. So technical order was probably really kind of vague to say, and confidentially stuck to me because I'm like, we have to also monitor what that information is entailing,
Right.
as far as what you're controlling.
Right, right. And I would be disappointed if you pick anything other than confidentiality, especially if you work for the agencies. Right? 'Cause let me go back a little bit, then I'll come back to your point, Nick. See, when we're talking about security, well, we're talking about the CIA, which has nothing to do with the CIA, right? Not the CIA that you guys understand, right? This is the confidentiality, the integrity, the availability. See, when you are talking about these three things, which are the cornerstone of security, like everything we do in security, we're trying to accomplish these three things. If you are an agency, you care about confidentiality. You want to keep secret. You want to make sure only the people who are authorized to access certain things are the ones that are accessing those things. See, you care about that more than anything else. It's better if the data gets destroyed. It's better that, it's better there's no availability than losing the data to the wrong hands. Right? Then, getting the data to fall into the wrong hands. So for them, they care more about encryption. They care more about the confidentiality side of things. Right? Let's shift that a little bit. Let's talk about Amazon, the company we both know and love, Amazon.com. Which one do you think they care about the most, availability or confidentiality or integrity?
Availability.
Absolutely. See, the Amazon.com website, that thing have to be available 24/7. I was reading this report that said in every 10 minutes, they're making like $10 million. Like it's some crazy money like that. So for them going down for 60 minutes, it's unacceptable. That's a lot of money. So for them, they prioritize availability. So they will do everything they can to keep that Amazon.com website up. Let's shift that a little bit and talk about banks. What do you think banks care about the most?
Confidentiality.
They do care about confidentiality.
Oh, maybe the I right there.
But what do they care about the most?
I want to say managing their money.
Managing the money, right? I like that. But part of managing the money, sincerely, it's making sure that nobody changed the money. See, integrity, it's making sure things are original. Imagine going to the bank one day and then, all your $10,000 disappeared. You will go crazy, right? The bank doesn't want that. So for them, they care more about the integrity of the data. So they will prioritize. They will invest more in making sure things are original. They have not been tampered with, have not been changed. So again, I'm bringing this up to your point when you pick confidentiality, you were not wrong, right? And I'm glad you did that because as somebody who works in the agency, you got to prioritize encryption, prioritize confidentiality. I'm bringing this up to kind of talk about the bigger picture of, as you're going in and securing these companies, you have to understand what they care about the most. Yes, security, but understand what do they care about the most. Company that prioritize confidentiality does not mean they don't care about availability or integrity. It simply means they will put more emphasis on the confidentiality. Back to the point of Nick. Definitely, technical control is a control that is implemented by technology, some kind of a technology. Nick was telling us through hardware. Absolutely. You put a firewall in place, you configure the firewall, you add the rules. We call these firewall rules. You configure firewall rules. That's a technical control. It's a control that is enforced by a technology. There's no human enforcing it. It's a technology enforcing it. In this case, it was an access control list, ACL, that is being applied to a folder. Definitely technical control. There's no such a thing as a confidentiality control. So that was out of the picture. Right? Managerial control, definitely. I will be talking about this one. Right? This is a control. These are the policies. Right? Bunch of piece of paper. This is a policy that tells you you should be implementing a firewall. Right? Your password should be changed every 90 days. It's managerial. A piece of paper that give you the guidance, if you will, right, of what you should be doing. So usually when we hire someone, we want them to sign a piece of paper that says you will be changing your password every 90 days. You agree? I agree. They sign that piece of paper. That's a managerial control. Guess what? After 90 days, do you think they will change that password after 90 days?
If you make them.
That's it. If you make them, because if you just want them to, if you just have them sign that piece of paper and then nobody's reminding them, there's no technology that's going in and expiring their accounts. Like, hey, 90 days is up, time for you to change your password. They're not going to change the password. So I'm telling you that to tell you a lot of these works, we use a lot of them at the same time. It's not like you just kind of use one over the other. We use all of them at the same time. Operational control is the day-to-day stuff, right? Manager comes up, hey, Nick, have you changed your password? Hey, Nick, it's time for you to change your password. That's operational control. All right. I will be talking about all that in more depth in this lesson. So here's what we're going to talk about here, guys. The objective. 1, we will review the policies and the governance. I'm glad they've included the governance in this lesson, because as you work in a security analyst, you need guidance. You need to have a big picture. You need to have like a mission. What is your mission to the organization? What are you trying to accomplish for the organization? And that comes from governance, as well as policies. Policies are a piece of paper that give us guidance on what we should be doing. Like I just mentioned with those managerial control, these are policies. So we'll talk about that right this minute. Then we'll dive into the risk management. Right? Risk. What is a risk in the first place? Well, a risk is a probability for loss. It's a probability, something that haven't happened yet, but there's a likelihood of this thing happening. Probability of losing something. So we'll talk about that and define what it is and dive into ways of managing it. How would you manage a probability? It's actually hard. How do you manage a likelihood? Right? It haven't happened yet, but there's a likelihood of this thing happening. How would you calculate that? How would you manage that? So we'll talk about that. Then we'll dive into the different types of controls. Again, back to the managerial, technical side of things. And then we'll dive into the control types, literally like different control types. Because see, technical, managerial, and operational, these are categories. These are like the little bigger buckets, if you will. Within those buckets, we have types of controls. So things like deterrent controls, detective controls, right? Compensating controls. So we'll be talking about all those in this lesson. Then from there, we'll dive into the attack surface. How do the bad guys get in? Right? What do they use to get in? What kind of door that could be open for them to get in? So the attack surface. And then how would you manage that? Then we'll dive into the patch management. Believe it or not, majority of the issues that we have can be fixed if we just keep our system up to date. It's actually one of those things I want you to understand. Just keep these systems up to date. That's all you got to do, right? Companies don't do that. Or we've had attacks, different attacks have happened. In 2017, there was this attack that took place known as WannaCry. And it's, I want to say Big Brother, known as NotPetya and Petya. These cost companies 14 billion globally, 14 billion to restore from all the damages that these two attacks, are made. But come to find out, Microsoft had already released a patch 6 months prior. Like the fix for this vulnerability was out 6 months ago. why we haven't applied that vulnerability. I mean, that patch. Why haven't we applied that fix yet? So we'll talk about that and how would you manage that. And hopefully I will convince you that keeping your system up to date is the right thing to do. And it is. From there, we'll dive into the importance of maintenance windows. If you're going to be updating things, you probably need to let some people know, customers know, other department know that you will be updating things. Okay. All right, let's dive right in. So explore policies and governance topics. So what is the role of governance? Well, the roles of governance is really, like I mentioned, to provide leadership. This is part of what we would normally call a GRC. Who's here have heard about GRC?
Not too much.
I feel like I've heard of it. It just hasn't been expressed a lot in my company.
Yeah. Well, GRC is governance. The G stands for governance. The R stands for risk. And the C stands for compliance. It's actually a pretty good career track to specialize in cybersecurity. So it's like a subset of cybersecurity where your job is to walk around asking companies if they are complying with some kind of compliance body, something like NIST. You guys have heard about NIST, right? In the government, NIST, right? So NIST, PCI DSS, that kind of stuff. If they're not complying with those, GRC people, basically they take care of auditing. They go in and be telling these people, are you complying with this? And if you're not, why not? And if you are, prove it that you are. Sincerely, go ahead.
So when it comes to that, and I think because I remember from reading through the South Pace, is that some sort of like even like someone doing an AUP, which is an acceptance user policy, if I'm not mistaken. And so them doing that, it's having them to go ahead and say, hey, yeah, I'm doing all the required things that I need to do to enable my access to continue it.
Right. So GRC people will audit all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to tie that back into governance. But GRC would definitely do auditing on anything, the technical, the administrative. Oh, I have this AUP policy. Show me. How is it written? Is it effective enough? Right. So they're going to go ahead and audit and assess all the things that you have. These people, they make pretty good money. The only issue with the GRC, it's not technical. Right? You're going in, you kind of in the documents all day. If you don't enjoy reading and enjoy writing, probably GRC is not going to be a pretty good career track for you. But these people, these same people, they set up the leadership. And it's governance. They understand how the business make money. They understand the risk of the business. And then they understand how to communicate that security stuff to the CEO and these, leader. Remember, these people don't know security. And many times, technical people have a hard time communicating what they do to the leadership. So that's where governance comes in. That's where GRC people comes in, where they're taking all these technical stuff. They're trying to translate that to the leadership, help the leaders govern the department, govern the creation of the policies, right? The development of the policies. All of that, it's part of the governance, right? Strategies that we are going to use as we're going in and securing the environment. So governance is all about providing the leadership, providing the guidance that's needed, either in a SOC or for the entire company as it applies to security. If we're going in and try to develop a policy, for example, well, we're going to need people to govern that, right? And technical people are not the one that's going to be making those decisions. No, leadership people are going to be making those decisions. Right. These have become so huge, governance have become so huge that the organization NIST, which you're familiar with, came out with its newer standard. They came out with the newer version, and that includes a GRC, that includes governance. So NIST Cybersecurity Framework version 2.0, which is not even out yet. It's not out yet. Let me see if I find that PDF for you. And this is it. Fantastic. If you want to read over this, be my guest. I'm going to drop that in the chat. But this is the draft, meaning it's not even out yet, but it's fantastic. And the only thing I want to show you here is what they added to the framework. There we go. Here. They added the governance. Everything else being there. All this protect, identify, all that stuff, all this being there. But recently they added the governance. There we go. That right there. Which is pretty good, because here is the thing, and this is a few more things. Actually, let me stop here for a minute and talk about this in a little bit more depth, because it will help you understand where we're going with this. In the past, organizations have been looking at cybersecurity as a tech issue, an IT issue. Oh, this is the technical guys. Let them deal with it. But over the years, with the emergence of things like governance bodies that they need to comply with, compliance, there we go, compliance body that companies need to comply with, the cybersecurity have been shifting from being a technical problem into being a business problem. Now, business leaders are required to understand what's going on within the security of their environment. So security has become one of the core things that they have to do, which is why they included here. So governance, again, they're going into providing that leadership. That's what governance is all about. Give us the leadership so you can give us the funding, the money that we need to operate, the money that we need to keep the companies secure. So they've added the GRC, they've added basically the governance side of things, which is basically means making cybersecurity a company problem, a business problem, other than being a technical problem. Because in the past, it was really hard to get funding for security. Because like I said earlier, companies don't make money by becoming secure.
Didn't that happen to Target?
Absolutely. In 2014, 2013-ish.
Because they I forgot what happened, but I think they had everything under one umbrella. And then all the executives got robbed because they didn't segment it. But they should have segmented it. And everything that they had was under, and when they got hacked, it was
Yeah. So they had what we call a flat network. It's actually a pretty good example that you brought up. A flat network which wasn't segmented, like you said, and the attacker attacked the HVAC. The heating and air conditioning vendor. And come to find out, in every Target store around the world, the HVAC vendors, the HVAC system was communicating with the registers. So what the attacker did, they attacked the HVAC, and then they were stealing credit card information from the register. Not in one Target store, in all the stores. It was what we call a flat network where everything is communicating with everything. That's bad, very bad. Anyway, to the point of Nick, they get attacked. And what made it worse with the Target, what made it worse was most of the executives, the executives, they learn about it from CNN. I remember the guy who was teaching us this stuff, and then he was telling us when they went to work, the CEO only had one question. Was like, what do I need to do to keep my name out of CNN? Right? After seeing the Target attack, they're like, okay, what do I need to do? What do you need from me? And this is actually a pretty good point, because I remember at Trenton Health Team, THT, when we got breached, that's when they started investing in security. Right? For you guys, it's a little bit different because in agencies, they take security serious. In the private sector, they really don't care about security until they get breached. And then they start caring. Because I remember when it happened, we start asking for more money. Like we need that shiny tool, and then that shiny tool, and the other shiny tool, and then they were investing in all that as well.
I think my biggest question is, as pertaining to the exam is, and what lesson one is the ones I have a problem with, is they talk about governments, but when they talk about governments, it falls, to me, it feels like CompTIA puts it in two categories, but it's almost the same. For instance, operational controls and then the managerial controls, right? So does governments, does that fall within both? Or is there like a specific part of one of those controls that would take place at?
Right. So majority of them are going to be used interchangeably, also at the same time. Now, Nick, hang on, because once I get there, I'll kind of differentiate the three, and then also talk about the types, because you might be confusing the types and the actual categories.
Okay.
The difference between all of them. But again, governance, guys, these are just providing leadership, providing guidance that's needed in this case, for the SOC department. But one other thing you need to understand is this: when it comes to cybersecurity, here is the thing, the core, literally the core that you need to know. Then we're going to move on. Is this: when it comes to securing your environment, first of all, the first thing you need to do is identify what you have. This is the beauty of this NIST cybersecurity framework. This is why this is very popular. The first thing that is used by pretty much everybody. You are not going to secure the things you don't know that they exist in the first place. So the first thing you need to identify what you have. The second thing is to protect it. This is where you find a lot of cybersecurity people. Like, hey, I want to secure, implement that firewall, implement the access control list. That's good, right? We should be able to protect these things. But over the years, the company that have been breached are the companies that thought they were protected. They thought they were protected. So one of the biggest idea is this: prevention is ideal, protection is ideal, but bad things will happen. So detection is a must. This is actually a very popular talk, sort of like quote from a lot of these SANS instructors. They usually tell you that, hey, prevention is ideal, detection is a must. Yes, we want to prevent. That's the mindset of cybersecurity people. But bad things will get in. Once those bad things gets in, then what? That's where, my friend, that's where you come in. As a SOC analyst, your job is going to be primarily here: detection. Bad things will get in. You need to detect them as soon as you can. Now, I'll be sharing some statistics from places like Verizon, DBIR, and M-Trend from Mandiant. These are research. They're done once a year from thousands of companies. And so that you can see, it's not for me, so you can understand how many days the attackers are in your environment until you can detect them. Do you even detect them in the first place? For example, if your company just got breached with the ransom, you guys know what a ransomware is, right? Yeah. Can you really say you detected them, or they let you know? It's more like they let you know because they hack you, they encrypt your hard drive. Now you know you are under attack because of the message on the screen that says, hey, pay us some money or we're going to delete everything. Right? So you can't really say you detected them because they basically let you know that you are under attack. And this ransom, it's one of the biggest drive in detection. We're thinking, okay, well, detection days are going down. And come to find out, it's not they're going down because we're doing way better. It's because we're getting attacked with a lot of ransomware attacks. I mean, like 24% of all the attacks are ransom. It's fascinating once you get to learn about that. Anyway, so that's the third thing. Fourth, it's respond. Once we detect the bad stuff, we got to respond to it. So this is where you shut down the computer, you unplug it from the power, you reconfigure the firewall. You got to do something. You got to do something to stop the bleed, to stop the attack. And then if they manage to make any damages, you got to recover from it. Recovery is the last phase, if you will, of this NIST framework. You got to recover from the attack. This has been like this for years. Identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Been like this for years. Recently, like I said, they've added governance to provide leadership for all these. Because the managers, leaders, have to be aligned with our goals that we're trying to accomplish for our cybersecurity program. All right, I'm going to pause here. Any questions for me? Still good? I haven't confused you. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
No, it's good. Okay, yeah, it's good.
Fantastic. So
I had a question, but I don't like to intervene or disrupt. So if I do raise my hand, I have a question, and if you continue going, I'm gonna forget and I'm not gonna remember it. So I'm just putting that out there. So if I do raise my hand, it's because I don't want to interrupt, and I have a question. It can be gone within a minute. I'll probably remember if it ever comes across. So I just want to put that out
in
there.
mind. Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so why should we care about governance? Well, one, we care about governance because they're going to help us develop these policies, and the policies help us prioritize, establish priorities, right? Understand what's important to the organization and how we should respond if anything bad manages to happen. Policies help us enforce rules. Like I said, we will have things like management controls, where management controls goes in and set up the rules or help us reinforce the rules. Because when we go in and tell you, read this policy, the policy says, change your password every 90 days. Well, some people will remember after 90 days to change their password. So in that sense, it really helps us reinforce the rules. Policy will also help us with the auditing. Most of the time when they come in and audit us, meaning trying to check our security, they might need those, they might want to see those pieces of papers, right? Because give them an idea of how are we governing our security program within the company. Okay. And then because this class is not just about GRC or governance, we will shift the gear and talk about security operations. So security operation, like we mentioned, it's a SOC analyst. Right. Whenever people say a SOC, Security Operations Center, it could be a department or it could be a job. It could become like a SOC analyst. Right. That's like a job title. Or it could be like a SOC department, which is a department that has a bunch of other things which we're going to talk about. But if you work in the SOC or Security Operations Center, you will have well-defined processes, right? Things you need to follow. Remember, you are the first line of defense. Better things are happening at the company, you're the one who need to identify those things. So you got to have like a defined processes, things that you need to follow. And then you also have some SLAs. This is the service level agreement between the SOC, the Security Operations Center, and the business, which it's their customer in this sense. So that's also known as a service level objective. So what kind of a service is the SOC providing to their customer, in this case, the business? And what kind of agreement that's between the SOC and the business? And then what is the metrics? Like what's the service level agreement? If something bad happened, how soon can we expect the SOC to respond to it? Right? What's the metrics there? Right? Would it take them days or hours to be able to detect this bad thing? So metrics are really important because remember, days of hackers being in the environment for months, not being detected, that's too long, especially now. Right? Few more things. So explain risk management principles. So risk, like I mentioned, is a probability for loss. It's a probability. It's a likelihood. Something bad is about to happen. There's a likely this thing will happen. There's a formula. If you were to Google what a risk is, there's a formula that always comes up. And the formula goes something like risk equals threat times vulnerability. You guys have seen this before? In Security Plus?
Yep, I've seen it.
Okay. Sincerely, have you seen it? Yeah. So, like I mentioned, risk is the probability of loss. A threat. What is a threat? Let me ask you this.
APT.
Yeah.
Vulnerability. Insider.
Insider threat. Yeah, I'll give you insider.
And espionage.
Espionage. Absolutely. I like that. It's really like you speaking as somebody who works in the government. We don't need money. We just need to spy on you. I like that. Yeah. So a threat is something that can mess you up. Right? Just like what you guys said, APT, advanced persistent threat, insider threats. Yes, is something that can mess you up. This could be the APT. It could be the code that they run. It could be a virus. It could be a malicious software. It's really anything that can mess you up. That's what we call a threat. What about vulnerability, Nick? Looks like you were confusing the two.
Yeah. Vulnerability would be like bad patch management. Bad firewall policies. Maybe not having an IDS. And stuff like that, maybe.
Bad firewall, no patch. Go ahead, Stanley. I think you wanted to say something.
Servers down to get into the network, the secured network that's enclosed externally.
Love it. Servers are down, you name it. In one word, you guys are all right. In one word, it's a weakness. Right? A vulnerability, it's a weakness that the threat can use to get to you. So whenever we're going in and say, oh, there's a risk of this, there's a risk of this. Well, both of these two things have to exist. A threat and a vulnerability have to exist for something to be classified as a risk. Right? I want you to understand this because this is really important for this exam. If we have a bad firewall, but there's no one out there who can hack that firewall, do we really have a risk? Turns like, yeah, we still have a risk. Yeah. And you will be right. But here's what I want you to understand. In the real world, you're right. But for this exam, you're not. For this exam is this. For something to be classified as a risk, both of these have to exist. You can have as many enemies as you want. If you don't have any weaknesses they can use against you, you don't have any risk.
So are they not seeing that if someone knew that we had a bad firewall, per se, could they not be posed as a threat later on?
It can be.
So, because that is still a possible threat later on, as if a firewall is down and someone were to be like, oh yeah, the firewall is down or this is down, and it somehow gets leaked and declassified, then is there not a threat in the possible future, which also poses as a risk?
It is.
So is there no threat still if the firewall is down? That's what I'm trying to pose as. Even though there's no threat at the moment, could there not be a risk still that later in time that there will be a possible threat that we do have to fix that firewall now.
Right, right. And I want to understand, for example, if you say you have a bad firewall, that's a vulnerability. That's not a threat, that's a weakness. If the firewall goes down, your weak firewall went down. Nobody attacked it, it just went down. So your weakness, it's kind of becoming weaker. Now, here's the thing that I want to make sure that's very clear. There's no such a thing as a risk-free environment. Because remember, when it comes to threats, right, or when it comes to vulnerabilities, we even have what we normally call 0 days. You guys heard about 0 days? What is a 0 day?
A zero day is there's no known vulnerability or signatures that comes with the attack. It's new to everybody, essentially.
Yeah, that's the book definition, right? And I hate the book definition, but you're on the right track, Nick. Definitely love that, and that's how I want you to remember for the exam. But here is the thing: a 0 day is a vulnerability that doesn't have a patch. Like we don't have a fix for it, right? Even if the vendor knows about it, even if we know about the 0 day, if we don't have a fix for it, it's still a 0 day. And usually it's not really like it's unknown. And that's what the book says, it's unknown. Well, it's known to the attackers. The bad guys knew about that thing. Anyway, so this was to answer your question sincerely, that there's no such a thing as having a risk-free environment, because we even have a vulnerability that we don't even know they exist yet. That we're not aware of. All right? Or we even are aware of them, but we don't have any fix for them yet. Right? Here to tell you that these things are always there. But here is what you can control. You can control the vulnerabilities. The vulnerabilities are in your control as a security professional. You can decide to make sure that bad firewall does not go down. You can buy another firewall, have a redundancy. You can upgrade that firewall to the latest. You can patch that firewall.
I think the only trouble that I have with it is that because working within my company itself, and we do work with military personnel, that we're more so we recommend it, but we cannot do anything without their consent to have engineers fix that. So it's a process, and that's where it's really contradicting to me that we're supposed to help defend, but we can't really do a lot of the hands-on work, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I actually understand your struggle. I've been there a couple of times myself. Definitely understand. Yeah, but in that case, all it's left to just you making recommendation, really. Right? That's all that's left. You want to make sure it's not your problem. Right? If they come back, hey, why this is not this? Hey, we escalate this. Right? Ask the other guy. Anyway, but the threat, when it comes to a threat, this is outside of our control. We can't control the APTs. Right? We can't control what China is going to do next or Russia is going to do next. That's outside of our control. So I'm teaching you this to tell you, once you go back out there, start working, focus on the vulnerabilities. Don't stress out about, APT this, APT this, APT this, because they're going to do whatever they're going to do. Focus on your weaknesses. Remember, if you don't have any weaknesses they can use against you, you're safe. Right? You are safe until they find a 0 day, which is really hard for them to do, even though they're advanced and persistent. All right. So
that's on it. We actually had a vulnerability. I'm not gonna say it was one, but it was through a tool that we had, and they found it, and they exposed it.
Who
So
did?
it happens all the time.
The APT or the red teamer? You're like,
APT did, actually.
ouch.
Luckily, it was containerized, so they didn't really get anything. But crap, I'll remember what it was in a second. Just give me a minute. But
Okay. All right. Take your time. Take your time. But we want to be able to respond to the risk, this probability for loss. We want to be able to respond to it. And one of the things we can do, we can avoid it. And avoiding the risk.
I got it. It was through PuTTY. It was through PuTTY.
PuTTY, like the PuTTY, the tool?
Yeah, it was through PuTTY. They came through PuTTY on the unclassified.
What? I love me PuTTY.
There is a vulnerability in it, so there's where the vulnerability comes in.
Interesting. Funny story. I went to interview for one of these network engineer position, and they asked me, have you used PuTTY before? And I was very surprised because this tool, it's been like this for like 20 plus years. People don't care about the tool. They don't want to update it. They don't want to do anything. But yeah, right. It's paused there. Okay. So what can you do with this? Well, you can avoid the risk. Avoidance is it's a little bit misleading, like I was saying, because it's not like you are avoiding the risk in the sense of this word. No. You stop doing a risky activity. That's really avoidance is. You stop doing that risky activity. So that's one of the response that we can do. Another one is to accept the risk. When you accept the risk, you have to make a sense in terms of a business. You have to make a business sense. So in managing the risk, we will do what we normally call a quantitative risk assessment and a qualitative risk assessment. With the quantitative risk assessment, we're going to use numbers. I calculate, okay, how much will this cost us? So if the price comes down to $10,000, for example, let's say it's $10,000 to replace this bad server. Well, imagine if there's like an insurance company that tells us, hey, we can do that for about $5,000. One, we're going to be able to just transfer that risk to that insurance company, right? Because it's less money, right? For the same service, for the same security, it's less money that we're getting. So it's a business decision. When it comes to accepting the risk, it also have to make a business sense. Right? If it's costing us to replace this firewall, if it's costing us more, we might just accept that risk. Like, okay, well, look, we can live with this risk, but accepting the risk is still responding to the risk because we're going to monitor the risk, going to keep an eye on the risk, keep an eye on that bad firewall as well. Okay? We're not just going to be like, hey, we accept the risk. Yeah, no, we're going to keep an eye on it. And transfer the risk, like I mentioned, this is when you transfer the risk to a third party, like another company to deal with it. And it could be like an insurance company. It could be like taking things into the cloud. You know, you guys have heard about the cloud, correct? All right. So going in, instead of having your own email, like Microsoft Exchange deployed in your environment, you go in, you put that into Outlook or Gmail, where that's transferring the risk to Microsoft and Google. And that's risk transference. Then you have a mitigation. This is where you go ahead, you go in, you do something about the risk. You mitigate the risk. Right? Sincerely, this is where you update that bad firewall. Right? Try to mitigate the risk. Guys, stop me, ask any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going. And then when you're mitigating the risk, you're trying to bring that risk into the acceptable level. There's, like I mentioned earlier, there's no such a thing as a risk-free environment. It's really what can we accept as a company? What can we accept? There's always somebody out there who's trying to attack you, but we want to make sure we can bring that to a manageable level. You can only Manage risk, not eliminate it. Absolutely. You cannot have a risk-free environment. I can't say that enough. Right? There's always a risk. There's always a 0 day. There's always somebody with the motivation to try to attack you. And certainly, please go ahead.
So when you say that, and now that I think about it, like with my company, when you say you accept the risk when firewalls are down, that's because the company has already something planned out of like whether it's insurance, whether they're having another company monitor it. That's all based on how the company is accepting it, even though it was okay. I just wanted to clarify and confirm.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
Yeah. It will have to make a business sense. If it's costing them way too much, they're gonna have to just accept it, right? Accept it, or kind of a price, like you just said, give it to somebody else to deal with it. All right, risk exception must include follow-up updates. All right, you want to go in, and if you're managing the risk the right way, you want to keep following up and keep an eye on everything. You got to understand how things are functioning, how you're responding to it, documenting how things are changing throughout the organization. All right, threat modeling. Well, as you're going in and trying to manage the risk, you need to understand, you need to model the threat, right? And modeling the threat is understanding how the kind of techniques they use, how they will attack you, and what would they use to attack you, or what do they do to attack you. The way we go by doing that is through what we normally call the TTPs. TTPs are the tactics, the techniques, and procedures. And the way we find out about these techniques and procedures is through what we normally call a MITRE attack, something I'll come back to. MITRE, you guys works for these agencies, so you probably understand MITRE. MITRE is funded by the US government, and thank God for MITRE. It used to be really hard to try to understand what these big guys are doing. Right? What kind of tool do they use? What kind of technique that they use? But MITRE came out and said, you know what? We're going to make your life a lot easier. We're going to keep track of all these things for you. And they did. And they came up with 15 different categories. 15 different categories. Let me actually go there right quickly for you. This is MITRE, really good resource, especially for the for the blue teamers. You got to understand MITRE. You got to play around with it. You don't have to know everything that comes with MITRE, but you have to kind of be familiar with few things. So these are the categories. Right? These are the categories. And each categories have a bunch of techniques that's under it. Even these techniques, they have some sub-techniques under them. Right? So the goal is not for you to memorize all this. The goal is to understand what's going on. So the MITRE goes in and starts from reconnaissance. Recon is about searching. Going in your scanning environments. You're going in, you're gathering information from Google, from LinkedIn, from social media. It's part of what we normally call OSINT, open source intelligence, which I'm going to be teaching you in this class. Right. Then it goes in and, number 2, resource development, initial access. This is where they send you like a phishing email. Execution, they try to execute some things. They want to persist in your environment. They want to escalate their privileges, right? Becoming root, becoming the administrator, right? They want to evade detection, making sure your firewalls, your intrusion detection systems does not detect them, right? They want to grab your credentials. Eventually, they want to be root. If they're not root, they won't be able to do anything. Discover other things, move laterally in your environment, meaning going from one computer to another machine. And like I said, these are different techniques that they use as they're doing that. And here's the beauty of MITRE. Here's the beauty. Let's say that the initial access. We can click on the drive-by compromise, for example. It's going to tell us all about this. And if we scroll down, it's going to start telling us some samples, right? Who will use these procedures? What kind of enemy? What's the enemy's name? For example, APT29. is known to be using this. If you keep going, they have a bunch of them, bunch of enemies. You keep going down a little bit more, they give you the mitigations. What can you do about it? If you read over this is some things you can do. Protects your exploits, restrict web access, updating your software. How would you detect it? Which is where you will come in. Log applications, data. Go in, keep an eye on the network. Watch the process on your environment. This is MITRE. Yes.
So the detection part, I think this is where I get confused. Would that go into your SOAR or your SIEM?
That goes into your SIEM.
SIEM, okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And your SOAR will be to help you respond to it quickly. That's automation. If you don't want to do scripting, you can just create a playbook through the SOAR so you can respond to it quickly.
Okay. All right.
I'll be talking about that stuff once we get there. Anyway, so this is MITRE, really good resource. So one of the things that you can use in a real world, I like to give out this, it's MITRE detect. What's that web page? That's the wiki. Attack Navigator. There you go. So this is what I was looking for. I'm going to share this pretty good resource for you to kind of go in and try to play around and be able to start using MITRE. So imagine you work for the government. Going in, you're clicking on the enterprise, which is one of those things, and you want to analyze the kind of techniques that the enemy that's after you, the threat actor that's after you, what kind of technique would they use? So you might come right here into this right here. This is known as Attack Navigator. Again, it's developed by MITRE. And then you play around with this a little bit. So you find out who's the enemy. If I can find out who this is. You can also do the color coding. I have to give a little bit color to this. I'm trying to find out where you get the enemy from. I think it's to search. Let's say APT. APT41. All right, say threat groups. There we go. Let's say we pick APT41. Select these guys. And by selecting those guys, let me give him a different color. Say that's the color. I'm gonna use that right there. Sure. Really. All right. Well, I haven't played around with this in a long time, but you probably have seen how a few things were highlighted. So say that your enemy was APT41, right? You click on APT41. These are some of the techniques that they use when they're attacking. So if you've done your intelligence, find out, okay, who's after you, and then you figure out it's 41, then you can come here, kind of a glance at it, and then have an idea of what kind of techniques that they're going to use against you. This is really good. Why? If you can stop the enemy's technique or the tool they use to attack you, you set them back months, because that means they have to develop a new tool or they have to develop a new technique. And that's not easy. That's not easy. And that's what we want. Remember, we want to be able to bring, bring it the risk to a manageable level. This is one way of achieving exactly just that. The other beauty of this particular thing I'm showing to you, imagine if 5 or 10 enemies were after you. Well, you can do the same thing. You can just kind of come right here, add other enemies, right? Other APT groups, for example, and then give them different color. Then it's going to show you the kind of techniques that they both use. And what I give you, if 3 enemies are using a particular technique, for example, let's say 3 enemies, they're after you, three adversaries that are after you, they're using one of these techniques to attack you. Would that give you an idea that that's one of the techniques you got to get rid of? So it goes back into that priority. You got to prioritize things. And then what if you know they're all using this one technique to attack you? Well, you got to get rid of that first before you worry about anything else. So fantastic resource. I'm going to drop that in the chat. You can recommend it or start using it once you go back to work. All right, so those were TTPs. Now, threat actors, you're familiar with this. We'll talk about this tomorrow in a little bit more depth. And threat considerations. Different threat groups target different organizations. This is where the intelligence comes in. You got to learn who is the enemy specifically after your company. If you're in healthcare, yeah, who is the enemy that usually that's known as targeting healthcare? Right? And then once you know who they are, prioritize. And the way you prioritize this is to the MITRE ATT&CK, the thing that I just finished showing you a minute ago. Then you're going to go in and build defenses against these threat groups, against the priority. And the way you prioritize things, here's another tip here. The way you prioritize things is by knowing what's important to your organization. It's not just about the technique they use to attack you. They can be as a defense as they want. Well, if your crown jewel, if the server, that very critical server, doesn't have that vulnerability, then you're still okay. It doesn't mean you can't go protect it, but you're still okay. Prioritization really depends on what's important to your organization as well. More about threat modeling. So threat modeling, you're going in, you're documenting this, right? You're doing some kind of a diagramming and documenting this. And then you're deconstructing the systems, right? You're going in, you're looking at your systems, you're trying to identify, okay, if they were to attack us, where can they attack us from? This is a part of that attack surface or attack vector. Okay, what door there are open on this system that they can use against us? This is where you have to do your Nmap scan. Trying to find out what services are running, what processes are running, what are open on your environment, in your system, as you said, and the like. Okay, once you know that, then you want to identify the methods, identify methods of the attack, kind of TTPs, what kind of techniques, what kind of tools can they use to attack you? And then obviously mitigations, right? You can't just identify things. You have to know how you're going to kind of mitigate that from happening. Right? So when you're going in and developing these models, right, these models of defending against these threat actors, you need to understand systems. Right? You need to know your hardware. You need to know your software. That's like the first, as you can see, all this is knowledge. Knowledge. You gotta know your hardware, you gotta know your software. You won't be able to protect the things you don't know they exist. In fact, this is not from me, guys. If you were thinking, oh yeah, he have said that multiple times. Yes, but it's not really just for me. There's two resources that I want you to be aware of. One is from the SANS Institute. So CIS Top 18. This is used to be called Top 20. But it's top 18 now. I'm going to put this in the chat. Top 18. And this top 18, these are the controls, the things you can put in place to keep your company secure. And the top 18 goes in and says, hey, control number one. Right? If you're going to be protecting your environment, here's the very first thing you need to do. Inventory of your assets, like your hardware. Second, inventory of your software. These controls are very, very critical. I'll recommend you kind of come here, play around with this a little bit, familiarize yourself with these controls. But number one, number two says, know your hardware, know your software. You won't be able to secure the things you don't know they exist in your first place, and you should start with that. And that's not from me. You work in a government agency. There's this guy, his name is Rob Joyce. I'm sure you've heard about him. Rob Joyce, right? I think he's the leader of the NSA now.
Yeah, I think he's NSA. Yeah.
Right. So Rob Joyce, a gentleman here, he gave out a talk a few years ago, 2016, which I highly recommend for you to watch. And one of the things that he talked about, and he was at this time, he was like the leader of the TAO, like our best of the best hackers. You know more than I know about that. And then one of the things that he said about in this talk that I really recommend is that he said, whenever they go in and do penetration testing for government agencies, they learn the environment better than the people who are securing that environment. Like at some point, they learn that environment better than the people who created that product. They will learn about that product, like break it down where they can understand that product at the core, which basically tells you that even the best of the best hackers, they don't hack what they don't know. They also need to know what they're going to be hacking. I would recommend you give this guy a listen. All right. That's Rob Joyce. I will go back here quickly. So knowledge of your system components, knowledge of the attack methods, what they're going to use to attack you, right? Knowledge of the appropriate mitigations, what are you going to do about it? Knowledge of the regulations. This is actually pretty good. You need to know if you get attacked, what's the regulation body that's coming after you? It's really important. I'm going to teach you about that in a little bit more depth. And obviously, what's going to be the impact? This is why you need to understand, okay, what's important to your business. Because if they attack that critical server, what's going to be the impact to your company? All right, any questions there? All right.
Let's go.
All right, well, we're coming up at the hour. I'm going to give you a break. First, I'm going to give you another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we're going to finalize this, then I'll let you guys go.
Okay. Be right back.
See you all in 10.
See you in 10.
Please be reminding me to record just in case. All right. So you get access to the recordings. Okay. The second part, topic B, exploring control types and methods. This is where, Nick, I'm gonna kind of go back to those managerial controls and technical controls and kind of give you the difference between the categories and the types. You can understand where you can find each one of these. So let's dive right in. All right, first is the categories. The categories, I would like to call these like the big buckets or big pictures, if you will. And then we have three of those. We have the technical controls. This is any control, like I mentioned earlier, any control that's implemented with a technology. You go and you configure a firewall, it's a technical control. You configure an access control list, technical control. You put an intrusion detection system in place or intrusion prevention systems in place, it's all technical. Group policy, GPO, Active Directory, all that's technical. Basically, it's anything that is enforced with the technology. Okay. Remember, when we're talking about security controls, we're talking about putting something in place that's going to protect us. That's going to provide some kind of a protection, either to our assets, to our people, to our technology, and then on and on and on. Okay. Remember, when it comes to protecting technology or technical controls, it's not everything. It's part of the solution, but not all the solution. In fact, sometimes having a bunch of a technical control is not a good thing. Imagine if you go in and encrypt everything. Encryption everywhere. Well, what's the issue with that? Well, one, processing. All right. When you encrypt something, it needs to be decrypted, and that takes a lot of computing power. Second, really guys, too much security is not security. When you go in and you tighten up things, in this case encryption, when you tighten up things too much, people try to go around it. Right? One time I went to work for the company Walmart. This was a contract job. And I was supposed to upgrade their registers. I arrive, the manager, branch manager of the Walmart store, went to his office. He's like, yeah. Start with my computer because I got stuff to do. I'm like, you got it. All right, let's start with your machine. And then he left. He literally left me into his office by myself. So one, if I could have been the bad guy, I could have done a lot of damages. But here's what I found. I found his passwords. His passwords written under the keyboard in some sticky notes. All right. And then the reason why I found that is because I wanted to do something that required me to sign in. And then he wasn't there for me to sign in. Then I, pull up the keyboard and I found the sticky note. The password, it worked. All right. To tell you that whenever you make your system tied up too much, and I'm not saying Walmart tied up their system. All I'm saying is whenever you apply too much security, people will find a way around it. And we don't want that. Here's what I want you to understand. Security, it's about balance. It's about balancing between making secure and making functional. Right? Making functional. And you always need to find that balance between the two. No matter what kind of controls you're putting in place, you need to make sure you can balance that. You don't want to go in and be asking people to change their password every 30 days. I've literally heard companies that say that literally they have a policy that says change your password every 30 days. And then they have a technical control. Group policy goes in, force people to change password every 30 days. This is insane. Guess what people are going to start doing? Writing those passwords down. And that evades the whole purpose of security. Right? We don't want that. So technical controls, a control that's implemented with technology. Another one, operational control. Operational control is a control that is carried out by a manager. This is the day-to-day control. Right? It's carried out by operational when the company is running. Right? Operational controls. So this is where the manager comes in and said, hey, have you changed your password? Hey, you didn't write down your password, right? So day-to-day stuff as people are working. So this is what takes place. It's security related, right? This is more going in reinforcing the technical or reinforcing the managerial on a day-to-day basis. On a day-to-day basis. And then you have your managerial controls. Managerial controls are a piece of paper. These are documents. Right? These are documents. These are policies. It goes in and says, hey, change your password every 30 days, every 90 days. We're going to write it down. Then we're going to force people to read it and then assign it. Hey, did you read it and understand you need to change your password every 90 days? Yes, I understand. Sign here. Me, Nick, I'm signing that I read and understand. I just changed my password every 9 days. So that's managerial, right? Piece of paper, documents. Look, all of these have to work together. You can't just use one over the other. They all work together. A lot of us, technical people, we love this right here. Just go in there, configure the firewall, done. Right? And we do that. And then people who set up policies, governance, and procedures, they usually, like managers, I'm going to say like people who deal with the leadership of the organization tend to take care of the managerial. But for the most part, they will get insight from technical people. They get insight from the SOC analyst, the engineer, into how many days. Then even after they've had that piece of paper drafted, they will need the technology people to put that in place as well. Have some technical control to reinforce the managerial control. Okay, so they work together. You can't use one over the other. Questions? Nick, does it make sense now, or you still have some questions for me?
Okay, this is where I get tied up. All right, so the framework, the documents,
Mhm.
is they go to the technical people and they tell them, okay, I can do X, Y, and Z on setting this IDS up and it can handle this much. And then he puts that into a document. And then once it goes into the document, the operational part of it is to make sure that those documents are handed out in the technical controls. Do I have that right?
On the right track. On the right
Okay.
track, but it doesn't start with the technical. Most of the time, it starts with the managerial. So managerial, they're drafting these documents. They're telling us, hey, I always use the changing your password. Hey, 90 days, got to change your password. They drafted that document. And then
So the managerial, so the managerial, would that be something in the form of kind of like what your company is after, for instance?
right, the big picture. Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm on the same page. We got it.
Fantastic.
So
Yes.
would that be also moving up a ladder at the same time?
Like
Or
going
would
from
it,
the bottom to the top or the top to the
yes,
bottom?
the bottom to the top.
It's more like from the top to the bottom.
But how does it get to the managerial?
So the managers are the ones that goes in and it's like, you know what? It makes sense for us to require everybody to change their password every 90 days. Or
But
you know,
who's to deliver that information to them? To suggest, if I were to say.
so these manager, the kind of manager we're talking about, these are not regular CEO, people who don't understand security. No, managerial documents, these are drafted by the CISO, like
Okay.
the leader of the cybersecurity department. That makes sense.
Okay, yeah, no,
They
that makes sense.
They understand security. So they're the one that are setting the goals for the cybersecurity department. They're going in there saying we should have 2FA, two-factor authentication for everybody. They have a piece of paper that says turn on a 2FA and get your phone and register all that stuff.
Okay.
And then they will kick that over to the technical people to enforce that through technology.
Okay. That's probably the part I was missing because they never kind of showed us the whole where it escalates to or how it gets de-escalated down.
Gotcha. Yeah, so they work together. It's like there's no such a thing as a work in a vacuum where we're just a little team doing our own thing. No, security touches every department in the company. It has to work together, which is where I'm a little bit confused, sincerely, when you mentioned about, we do this and this SIEM are supposed to be accessing this. It's like you all are supposed to be working together, right? Not just I'm doing my little part, off you go.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's been a confusing environment because when I hear a lot from what you guys have to say, it's very confusing for me because coming from someone who has been playing the part and working with subject matter experts and then my boss and then another kind of what you said, a CISO, that's where it kind of gets really confusing because they'll be like, oh, don't contact the CISO. But then the CISOs ask me, hey, what's going on? How's everything going? Has anything populated? And then my subject matter experts are like, why'd you talk to them? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, there's no actual method to the madness. They're just doing the madness. And I'm just trying to pick up where can we be more organized versus now you're telling me what you're stressing about and you're supposed to be my subject matter experts, not me telling you, hey, this is what's going on, in the sense of I'm not supposed to talk to the CISO. I'm supposed to talk to you guys, but the CISO is asking me what's going on versus you guys asking me.
Yeah. Definitely, there's a little of that.
You want me to tell you how to get past that? You CC everybody.
Well, and the thing is, with classified information, I'm going to just say it as it is, and I shouldn't. I don't have certain credentials to explain that to them in a classified setting. So it happens whenever they're here in person with me to talk about versus I can't really even say it over the line.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Eventually,
Definitely.
yeah.
Eventually. That's why they hire you. They that's why they hire you. Okay, guys, let's keep moving. Then we have these actually some examples of these so you can kind of take a look at this. So technical controls, like we mentioned, firewalls, IDS, CIEM. This is the security information and event management. So your Splunk, your ELK, your IBM QRadar, right? All these are SIEM. Cisco recently bought Splunk. Yeah, we all like, oh wow, come on, Cisco. Most of the companies that Cisco bought, they tend not to. Yeah, I'm gonna pause it about Splunk is one of the best SIEM there is. But anyway, technical controls by technology, operational controls, change controls, right? Access control, physical security, alarms. Again, we're going in and we're looking at as we're operating things, day-to-day type of stuff. Have that change been implemented? Okay. Are we following this process? Okay. I mean, is the door lock in case of physical control there? Managerial, the policies, right? The auditing, going in and we're looking at the plans. How are these things functioning? Is there anything that needs to be changed? Are we training our employees? If we're not, how soon can we, training them? In fact, there's this like annually security awareness training. It drives me crazy, right? Because look, people are the weakest link. People are with the weakest link in the chain of cybersecurity. And if you just train them once a year, insane. At least 3 times a year, maybe 4. Right. So again, the managerial might go in and be like, you know what, instead of once a year, let's require everybody to be trained 4 times a year. They're going to draft that in the paper. Hey, everybody, from now on, the policy here, 4 times a year, you got to be trained. Managerial control. Okay. And then we have these samples, right? That says samples, but functional types. These functional types can be found in multiple control categories. I want you to understand that. So they can be found in the technical, they can be found in operational, they can also be found in managerial. I want you to understand that. So some of those including preventative. We have some controls that can prevent things from happening. A lot of these are technical, by the way. These are technical. We could have some in the operational. As if a manager shows up, you're trying to do this, they prevent you from doing this or doing that. So preventative controls, preventing an attack before it happened. You're going in and configuring that firewall, trying to prevent that attack from succeeding. That's we're preventing things from happening. Detective, a bunch of it will be in a technical and some of it in operational as well. So detective controls, including things like CIEM, right? IDS, intrusion detection systems. All these are detective control. It could be like a physical control, something like a CCTV camera, right? It could be like a security guard. All these are detective control, right? Corrective. Detective happens when the attack is taking place. So imagine in the case of a CCTV, somebody's trying to trespass. Well, detective control will kick in. CCTV will kick in and then detect them as they try to trespass. Right? In the case of a security or in the case of a computers, a detective control will be, we're under attack. The attack is taking place. The IDS is sending us alert, telling us, hey, you're under attack. That's a detective control. Happens during the attack, when the attack is actually taking place. Corrective controls happens after the attack. We're going in and we're correcting things. So type of controls that we can find here, including things like going in and reconfiguring stuff. So we'll ask the firewall, hey, Mr. Firewall, why, why did this happen in the first place? So we're trying to go in and we're correcting the thing that just happened. And part of the correcting is reconfiguring things, right? And then maybe shutting down the computer, maybe restore the system, right? That's all part of the corrective controls. Response, again, part of the reconfiguring things. We're going in and we're responding to the incident. And the technology that can be found here, including reconfiguring things, including shutting things down. That computer that's under attack, we're shutting it down. We're responding to it. And then obviously you have a compensating control. Compensating control is a substitute. If the primary control is not available, or if we're having a hard time implementing the primary control, what can we put in place? What can compensate to the primary control? In place where the primary control is not available, is not ready, what can we put in place to protect us as we wait for the primary control to be available? So for example, let's say the CCTV camera is not available yet, or it's too expensive. Well, we can have a security guard, right? Security guard can do exactly what a CCTV camera would do. They can keep watching. They have eyes, right? And security guard probably will do more than just a CCTV, because security guard cannot respond. But a CCTV CCTV cannot respond, but a security guard will respond, right? As well. So some of these controls might be found in multiple locations, multiple control types. Any questions for me? All right. We have examples of those. As you can see, firewalls, access control list, detective controls logs. Going in and looking into the logs, that's actually a pretty good example. Corrective controls, backups, and then response controls, course of action, we're going and we're responding. Auditing, we're going back, auditing things, part of the compensating control. Now, control categories and objective. Now, you want to go in and kind of add these where they belong within the categories, the big pictures, right? So you want to identify the asset, identify what you have, and then ask the question of, is it protected using all categories? Are we protecting this using technical control, managerial control, and operational control? Even within these big pictures, what control types do we have in them? Because like I mentioned, some of them operate in multiple categories. Example, the CCTV. CCTV can watch, can be a technical, a physical control that's watching, but it can also deter someone, can be acting as a deterrent. There's like a big sign that says we're recording. It might deter someone, discourage someone from moving forward. Same thing with the security guard. They can deter someone, right? Do controls in each category cover all the objectives? It's another question we need to ask. Right? Most controls have lots of technical controls. Absolutely. Most organizations, as you said. But remember, guys, detection is a must. Prevention is ideal. We want to prevent everything, have all these technical controls in place, but bad things will get in. If those bad things get in, prevention, we got to be able to detect them as soon as we can. We can't just rely on, we can't just be preventing. All right, managing attack surface. Attack surface describes the level of the exposure. Attack surface is, okay, how vulnerable are we? Right, so how can they get in? Identifying attack surface helps identify the weak spot. How vulnerable are we? At what point? What point can they come in? And this is really a pretty good mindset for the attacker. Whenever the attacker are looking at the house, for example, imagine like the bad guy looking at your house. They're going to start thinking like, okay, how can I get in that house? Can I go to the door? Can I go to the window? Can I go to the roof? So that's the kind of mindset that they're having. How can I get in? So we, at some point, I'm sure you have heard about this. At some point, for you to become a pretty good blue teamer, you have to understand red. Like literally, like you have to understand how the attacker do the attacking for you to be able to be a really good defender. Now, in the beginning, you don't really need that. In the beginning, as you're getting started with a SOC analyst. But as you advance your skills and your career, it's one of those things you're going to need to keep an eye on, where you got to understand how red teamer think, how the penetration tester think, so that you can look at the system with the same eye, with the same mindset as the bad guys, try to identify the attack surface, those weak spots that they can use to get into environment. Okay, so we're looking at the attack surface. We're looking at the people, process, and technology, right? The people. People are always the weakest link. Weakest link. They, like 94% of all the attacks start with people. This is not from me. This is from Verizon. The Verizon, the research, start with people. And then 74 of all these, it's all about through phishing. Phishing, smishing, coming from Security Plus, SMS, phishing, right? People receiving text messages, trick them, they click on the link, done deal. Yeah. Processes, important. We got to assess our processes. How are we doing things? And the technology that we're using, the software, the devices that we're using to defend the company. That's very important for you for us to understand how the attacker will get in. Will they get in it through the people, through the process, or the technology that we're using? Managing attack surface. How will you go by managing this? Well, first, you will have to do what we normally call footprinting. Footprinting, it's when you're going in, you're doing a recon, trying to find out a little bit more about, let's say, like devices. Footprinting, it's one of those things you do with Nmap. Like literally, if you go in and just say Nmap -A, -A is the option that goes in and gives you additional more information, like the operating system that's running, the version of those operating system that's running, like the services and the kind of version of the service that's running. So all that's footprinting. Footprinting, you're going in, you're asking things like, hey, what operating system that's running on this system? Okay, so not just the operating system, give me the version of that operating system. All right, it's that fingerprinting. Now, footprinting in the physical settings, it's really going in and asking, okay, what's the diagram of this network? How things are talking to each other from a physical perspective. Remember, hackers are not going to attack what they don't know, right? Then we have that to our advantage because we can know our company better than them. I mean, we're supposed to be securing the environment, so it only makes sense for us to understand that. So do footprinting as a way of trying to understand what you have, what have you exposed in your environment with things like Nmap. And probably tomorrow I'm going to start demonstrating these things for you guys so you can start seeing it in action. Right? Nmap and doing some footprinting so you can get to see it. Right? Then that's one. Second, passive discovery. You're going in, you're discovering things passively. This is not active. You're not actively reconning, performing reconnaissance. You're passively doing reconnaissance. Exactly. The attacker would definitely do that. Going in on social media, Google, passively looking at things. Okay? And then doing some edge discovery. Going in and finding additional things about you. And again, you can do this. We're going in, we're trying to evaluate our attack surface, right? Where can they come, what are the point spot that they can come in our environment? Do we have any services that's giving out too much? Right? Is it Google giving out too much about us? We can also do penetration testing, pen testing. Right? It's also known as ethical hacking. I usually call these people the good the bad people.
Partner.
Huh?
Your sparring partner, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I usually call them the good people who knows how to do bad things. So you definitely are good. You understand what the bad guys will do, but you decide to be the ethical one, right? Then company can also do adversary emulation. This is a part of that red teaming. And they're going in, they're trying to do exercise where they emulate the activities of the bad guys, the adversaries. Okay. Now, how would you go ahead and reduce the attack surface? What would you do? One, inventory. Know your hardware, know your software. We talked about that. You can't secure what you don't know you have. Second, access control. I can't tell you how important this is, right? Access control. And it's a lot easier to say it. In theory, it's a lot easier, but it's really hard practically. This is only giving people access they need to do their job, nothing less, nothing more. But I can tell you how hard this is. In 2021, the company we both know and love, let's see how I'm doing. Gotta pick up the pace. Company we both know and love, Marriott Hotel. I think it was 2020. Yeah, they got breached. They got breached. And come to find out, hackers got access to just 2 employees of Marriott Hotel. Like they stolen the credentials of just 2 employees. And just these 2 employees, let me find out where that story says that. You can read over this once you have some time. Just want to kind of point that out, how access control, it's a lot easy said than done. But anyway, in the story, once you read over this, it's going to tell you 2 employees of Marriott Hotel, their credentials got hacked. And then hackers used those 2 credentials, just those 2 employees' usernames and passwords, to steal 5.2 million guest accounts. Now the question becomes, were these 2 employees serving 5.2 guests? The answer is no. They had too much access than they need. You guys in the government, you probably won't have, don't have this issue. But you probably do, because Snowden did happen, right? Edward Snowden. Snowden did happen. So that also says something. Anyway, access control, giving people only access they need to do their job, nothing less, nothing more. Right? Then patch. I can't emphasize this enough. Keep your system up to date. Update, update, update. This will fix like 99% of your issues, literally. If you can just keep the systems up to date, a lot of problems will go away. But here's the thing. When you work in the SOC, you might want to prepare for this, where they have Windows XP, and then updating is not the solution they need, right? They understand it's vulnerable, but you're not going to show up to them and be like, hey, it's time to push that update button. That's not what they need, especially in healthcare. Imagine if they invested the $3 million into developing this custom application, and that custom application can only work with Windows XP. Yeah, you're not going to go in there telling them to update that thing. All right. So you might want to be creative with your solutions. And that is, okay, well, you're not going to be updating this. Got it. What can I do to secure this thing that's vulnerable? We know it's vulnerable. You don't want to update it. How can we secure it? Actually, I had a mentor who was tasked with that exactly thing. And here's what he did. He got out, he found himself a WAF. WAF, that's the web application firewall. I'll teach you that. And then he took that web server that this hospital didn't want to update. He hid that thing behind the WAF. And then he did the allow list where he only allow that one thing that needed to talk to this server, and then he block everything else.
So is that, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. Now that you said that, so if he blocked everything but that server, is that whitelist or is that a block list? Which one would that be?
Okay, so that's a whitelist where I allow this, everything else is blocked.
So that's whitelist.
That's whitelist, yes.
Okay. All right. I always get those confused. Okay, so whitelist is you only allow 2 things in and everything else is blocked.
Correct.
And then block list is you allow everything but
just the things you block.
these people that work at Walmart. Okay, gotcha.
That's it. Yeah, so that's what he did. And then they hired a team of red teamer to try to attack that server. They couldn't get in. Right? It was vulnerable. It was still vulnerable. But they couldn't get in because the WAF was blocking all those requests as well. Right? Fantastic. So again, got to be creative with your solutions. Network segmentation. This is where Nick mentioned about the target attack. Segmenting your network is one of the best security you can do. Hopefully by the time we finish with this class, I will convince you that segmenting your network is the best thing you can do. All right. Removing unnecessary services. I can't tell you how important this is. Usually, guys, the reason why we get attacked, specifically within Microsoft environment, it's because there is too much open. Right? Many times, the best way to secure anything is by not having it in the first place. That's the best way of securing anything. So again, you want to go in, identify what your company uses, what kind of a protocol that needs to be open, what kind of services that need to be open. You just allow those things, just open those things, then block everything else. And then obviously training, right? Look, cybersecurity is not just the job of you security people. It's the job of everybody at the company, from the big guy all the way to the little guy. Everybody have to be trained on how to keep the company secure. Any questions there before I finalize this? All right, patch management. This should be, straightforward. Patch. Everybody knows what a patch is, right? It's a fix. It's a fix. It's an update, and you got to manage this patch. Many times, before you can apply a patch, you want to test the patch. Where would you go to test the patch? In a virtualized environment, in a VM. Set up a VM that looks like your real machine, that mimic the same stuff you have in a production computer, and then be putting the patches over there, be testing the patch in that virtual machine before you apply those into production. That will be on that exam. Can ask you things like, you're trying to do this, test the patch first. Right? How frequently you do that, it really depends on the company. It really depends. And I've worked for a company where if it's something that's very vulnerable, we have like 48 hours. Really, like they don't care if you are having a wedding. You're going to come back to work and make sure that thing is fixed in 48 hours. Right? Needs a central management, obviously, compliance. One of the issues I have with security is when compliance is the only thing we're following. Right? PCI DSS says we should patch within 2 days. Therefore, we're going to do the patching in 2 days. Well, what if it's critical? We should, patch as soon as we can and not to wait for the compliance to tell us. Central management is difficult, so different tools for different platforms, absolutely. So when it comes to patch, there's all kinds of tools you can use for this kind of stuff. And then we'll dive into a lot of those in later chapters. When you're patching, you can patch all kinds of things. You can patch your BIOS, your operating system, applications, network services, laptops, phones, embedded systems. This is the smart stuff, the IoTs, Internet of Things. What my mentors usually call Internet of Crops, which I find funny. But, if it's called smart, that means it's vulnerable. If it's communicating on the internet, someone can hack into it. And many times these so-called IoTs, they don't have a way of you patching them, at least not now, not yet. Then you got your proprietary systems. One thing that I want to mention when it comes to patching is these so-called supply chain attacks. In 2020, 2021, SolarWinds got breached. You guys have heard about the SolarWinds attack in the government? Oh my God.
Oh, we don't use it anymore.
You don't use it, you said?
Mhm.
Okay. Not anymore, or were you using it before the attack?
They were. They
Yeah.
were.
Oh yeah. I remember the company when they got attacked, we were looking at using them. As soon as they get attacked, manager came out and said, isn't that the company we were looking at using? I'm like, yeah. He said, okay, we're not going to use them. Find somebody else. Which really is not a good thing to get attacked because it damaged the reputation of the company. But anyway, SolarWinds got attacked. Come to find out, it was Russia that's targeting a bunch of government agencies, U.S. government agencies. SolarWinds was the supply chain. Provide the update. Their software is used to update other software. Then the attacker attacked the software that's used to update other software. So all these other companies, when they're receiving the update, they thought it was legitimate because it came from SolarWinds. But it was a virus that they were getting because that was attacked. Anyway, that's as part of the supply chain. You got to manage your supply chain. This is huge now. If you're working with some third-party vendors, yeah, got to keep them. You got to have the supply chain management where you are asking them, hey, should we trust you? Are you trustable? This is going to be on that exam, guys. Can we trust you? Are you taking security serious? And then on and on and on. So we got to have like the supply chain management process in place. All right, configuration management. What about making changes? Well, control over endpoint configuration. Remember, people are working from home now. People are working from different locations. Sometimes the endpoint, the computer itself, is the last line of defense. It's the only thing that's protecting them. They're not behind firewalls anymore. They're not behind all these fancy tools we have anymore. So there's a bunch of product that they've developed over the years, including EDR. EDR is the endpoint detection and response. I'll teach you that in more depth, but it's one of the tools that's designed to protect the endpoint. You can configure it, it can respond to things, it can detect things. It's amazing. It also uses AI, artificial intelligence and machine learning, ML, machine learning. So pretty good tech. Critical role in infrastructure as code, right? Again, you're going in and you're doing configuration management. That's very important, especially if you're doing things like DevOps. DevOps, these are people who take care of the automation, automating tasks. So imagine if you are going in and applying a patch to 10,000 machine. You cannot do that manually. You can go, computer 1, you're up to date. Computer 2, you're up to date. You want someone to develop a script that can push the updates to all of them at the same time. Okay. And CI/CD, this is the continuous integration and continuous delivery. So eventually we're going in and we're integrating security. We're baking security into the process of developing applications, as well as making changes. What are the tools can you use for this? One is Chef. Chef is very popular, very scalable. It's used by Facebook. It's used by Disney. It's amazing. Right? Pretty good tool for you to make changes automatically on the fly on the thousands of servers at the same time. So pretty good. You have also Puppet. Chef is more of like a commercial product. Puppet, it's free. A lot of it, it's free. They have a free version. They also have the enterprise version, but Puppet is free. Again, used by DevSecOps or DevOps. Right? Ansible is another one. People who use Ansible are people who rely on Red Hat the operating system, the Linux version of Red Hat, CentOS. And then a bunch of security folks really love Ansible. It's another one that you will use, and it's a little bit easier compared to the other ones. And Terraform, it's another one. Again, tools you use to do configuration management, going in and making changes to hardware and software. This is Chef. I can literally go to chef.io, and then you will see something like this. Then you can search the things and try to find out a few things. You create what they normally call a cookbook, right? Cookbook. You cook something, you push in the kitchen, you heat it up, and then thousands of servers gets the same copy. Right? When you work in the SOC, you don't mess around with this as much. People who does development, operation, ops, right? They deal with this. And there's what they normally call DevSecOps, meaning they understand development, they understand security, and they understand the operation. They deal with this kind of stuff. If you love that kind of stuff, you can specialize in it. That's fine. And you'll be making more money in the cloud. Right. All right, understanding maintenance windows. If you're going to be making changes, such as those configuration and management changes, you have to let everybody know. Right. So runtime are routine maintenance windows. You're going in, you are, performing these tasks, but you have to let, people know, customers know, other people you work with know. And if things are not working okay, you must know how to roll back when things are not moving forward the way you want it. So administrators perform maintenance tasks. Absolutely. We're going in and we're enable preventative maintenance. We're enabling deployment of non-functional or non-critical patches. And then as we're going in, we must comply with the change management. I will talk about this. You can't just go in and make changes. We have to have like a change advisory board. People, managers who approve the change before we can push the change. We must monitor the infrastructures we're going in and making changes. And if anything doesn't work, again, roll back as well. Savvy attackers might perform action during the maintenance windows. Yeah. Right. Again, that's where companies will have like a notification on their website. Hey, we're gonna be, performing some things. So things might not work as we're going and performing those changes. All right. Any questions for me? All right, let me check your understanding, then I'll let you go, guys. All right, one of you can read and we can keep rotate.
A company security team recently discovered a number of workstations that are at the end of life. The workstation vendor informs the team that the product is no longer supported and patches are no longer available. The company is not prepared to cease its use of these workstations. Which of the following would be the best method to protect these workstations from threats?
Man, A sounds kind of good too.
But is that the best method?
Probably not. It's probably C, if I had to guess, if I had to say something.
Yeah. C it is. All right, next question.
Which of the following types of control defines placing an ACL on a file folder? You know this one.
A.
Yeah. Right. Like, you know what? We got it. Next.
Thanks.
Next question.
Which of the following best identifies the appropriate use of threat intelligence as a function of detection and response? Threat intelligence. I would say B.
Okay.
I want to say C so bad because I keep telling my company to do a plan that actually is effective.
Is that Without the best. Got to keep an eye on these best and most.
I know, too.
That throws you off on a test, for sure. It does.
To build a network segmentation strategy, I'll go with D.
D. Okay. And this is B. Yeah. We haven't dived deeper into the threat intelligence yet, so I'll give you guys a little bit pass. But Nick, you want to tell us why you went with B first?
Because it says using threat intelligence as a function. That's kind of where I would go with. You're looking at the attack scenarios to your organization, so functionality.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I went with that. Is how are they gonna attack us? So you're looking at that as functionally to us. That's why I went with that.
Right. And the threat intelligence, sincerely, the threat intelligence they're talking about is the MITRE attack. You're going in there, you're learning as much as you can about the enemy, and then you're coming back home. You're like, okay, well, based on what we've learned, what can possibly happen to us, or what kind of TTPs, tactics, techniques, can they use against us, or IOCs, indicator of compromises.
And that's where I saw it, is that I saw it kind of more of like as pen testing. So I didn't really want to earn towards that because I saw it as pen testing. And I was like, and as an analyst, how did you want to see best? And network-wise, having a network strategy would feel best if there's like, let's say a system's down. How do we handle that system being down in the sense of maybe it's compromised? How can we continue moving the mission forward? If that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. All right, next question.
Host is spamming the network unintentionally. Which of the following control types should be used to address this situation? Network unintentionally.
I want to say B, technical.
Okay.
Host is spamming the network unintentionally. That's unintentionally.
Actually, can I change it to C, operational? Because I'm going this based off experience, but C. I want to change it to C.
C, okay.
The corrective. If I had to say something to be, if it's spamming them, you gotta correct that. I'd go with that one.
So D. Okay.
Yep.
And D it is.
Yeah, I had to think about that one for a second. I was going with technical, but if it's doing it, you have to stop it, right?
It's so confusing because it's almost like how is it being addressed? And I'm like trying to look at it as experience, and I'm like, well, operational is like this is happening on operations side. Technical would be us addressing it to the technical side to fix the problem.
Right. And the corrective, you could use a technical control to correct it. Remember, CompTIA questions.
Right. I was going to say that's the biggest thing that I can tell you on this test, because I literally just took it a week ago, was you have to get what we know in the government out of your mind. You have to go with the book. And I've struggled with that, but once you come, you'll get there. I'm like that close to passing this thing. So just get what you know out of your mind, and you got to go with what CompTIA says. Trust me on that.
This is the CompTIA world. Remember what I mentioned earlier. Don't fight the exam. You're not going to win.
Nope.
And speaking of the recording, I've already posted the recording from yesterday in Discord. I actually just did that like 30 minutes ago. So please check that out. And always reach out if you have any questions. All right, let's get right into it. So, lesson number 2. Can you guys hear me okay? Is the voice okay?
Yep, you're fine.
Good, good, fantastic. So, lesson number 2, it's all about exploring threat intelligence and threat hunting. Yesterday, we sort of like touched up a little bit on threat hunting, right? We talked about how once we have the indicator of a compromise, the IOCs, we can go out in our environment, start hunting for these bad guys. See if we can find anything that give us a clue. If we can find their IP address, if we can find their domain name, if you can find their hash, anything that will give us a clue that the bad guys are here is what we're looking for. So this lesson, we're going to dig deeper into that, get back a little bit into MITRE, talk about the intelligence and where we can go to get the intelligence about these bad guys. But we'll also talk about who are these enemies in the first place? What is the threat? Who or what can mess us up? So that's the first conversation. And I have a pop quiz before we dive in.
Security analyst receives an alert to expect increased and highly advanced cyber attacks originating from a foreign country that recently had sanctions implemented. Which of the following describes the type of threat actors that should concern the security analyst? So we already know it's not an insider threat, right? So we already know it's not. Well, I know it's not an organized crime because it doesn't talk about financial. Usually with a hacktivist, it's more of like political type stuff. So I would say it's a nation threat. That would be my answer.
I agree with them. I couldn't disagree just because, one, it's foreign. 2, I mean, at the same time, we're getting that alert to expect something happening outside, you know.
Oh, your voice is gone.
Oh my God. I was saying that definitely. And I'm glad you guys sort of, you were able to pick out keywords like, foreign countries and highly advanced and sanctions. So these are some of the things you got to keep an eye on in the CompTIA questions. Keep an eye on those keywords, if you will. Okay. We're going to be talking about each one of these in a little bit more depth in this class. Let's get right into it. So what is the objective? What are we going to be talking about in this chapter? First of all, we will go in and try to understand who is the enemy. What is that thing that can mess us up? Right? It could be a group of people. It could be one person. It could be a gang. It could be a software. It could be like a malicious software, bad code. So look at the threat and then look at the threat actors. Right? Who, the person, the group, the country that can mess us up. Then we will take a look at the APTs, right? Advanced Persistence Threat. Then I will share with you why these are not so advanced. Right? People call them advanced, but they're always using the easiest. The easiest way in is what they've been always using, right? Because if there's a vulnerability that's been out for about 6 months, it's a weakness that's been out for 6 months, and then some group of hackers exploits that vulnerability. You can't really go in and start saying, oh, they're very advanced. And no, the door been open for 6 months, right? The door been open for 6 months. It's not really rocket science. And then I will take a look at the TTPs, right? The tactics, the techniques, and procedures. This is really, really important because like I said earlier, yesterday, and that is, if you go in, you stop an IP address. Let's say you're going in, you're doing a threat hunting. Then you find an IP address that they use, the bad guys. Then you stop that IP address. Well, what happens? Well, they go back and get a new IP address and come back, attack you again. So they do. Even if you find a domain name that they use to attack you, then you stop the domain name. Let's say you block the domain name. Well, they go ahead and register a new domain name and come back and attack you again. That's why indicator of a compromise, IOCs, that's one of the issues that I have with IOCs. They are very short-lived. You can't just block the IP address and thinking you're safe because they can easily change that. What we want is their techniques, is their tactics, the tool they use. If you can stop the tool, that means they have to develop a new tool. And that's not as easy as changing an IP address. So I will be coming back to that in that section. Then understand the importance of identifying active threats. All right, who is actively attacking us? Not every threat is created equal. We will need to know who actually is after our respective company. If we're in healthcare, who is that enemy who's actively attacking healthcare companies? Then we're going to talk about OSINT. This is open source intelligence. Right? Where can we go to learn more about these threats? Right? And how can we share the information that we're learning? Let's say that one of the company get breached. How can we share that intelligence with other company in the same space? For example, like a government agencies, how would you share intelligence about an enemy who's attacking government agencies without alerting the enemy? Right? Without just really posting that stuff on social media or on Twitter, where the enemy will be able to see that information. So that's going to be really interesting. It's one of the biggest challenge, by the way. It's one of the biggest challenge that we're facing right now. Review different types of threat hunting activities. So what can you do to try to find out these bad guys in your environment? And obviously we'll come back to the indicator of compromise, but also we're going to come back to the indicator of activity, something like that, IOA, and anything in between. Last but not least, decoy technologies. So things like honeypot, honeynet, honeyfile, right? Things where you can trick the enemy to try to learn more about them. Right? Deceptive technology. It's going to be fun. Topic 2A, exploring threat actors and concepts. So before we go there, I wanted to kind of take a little bit of overview of some of the things you need to understand since I'm training you to become the analyst. Now, before we talk about the enemy, let's take a look at the core question that everybody who's trying to become the analyst needs to be aware of. Like every security analyst need to be aware of these. And these are not from me. These are from this really good book that you're looking at here, the Crafting the InfoSec Playbook. I will highly recommend you grab a copy of this. This book was written by two gentlemen who works for Cisco. They literally manage the Cisco SOC, and they wrote a book about it. And then they said, okay, well, if you're going to be doing anything, SOC related, here's some of the questions that you need to understand. First, what are we trying to protect? I think we touched up a little bit on that yesterday. You're now going to protect what you don't know. So what kind of what data are you trying to protect? If you are in a government agency, you probably have a different data than somebody who is in a private sector. But things like intellectual property comes in mind, right? Companies have intellectual property that they want to protect. PII, right? Personally identifiable information, anything that identify a person, right? PHI, healthcare data, right, comes in mind. So you need to understand what are you trying to protect? It's one of the questions that they said here that you need to ask. Second, what are the threats? And so who's coming after that data that you're trying to protect? And who's the enemy specifically for you and your organization? This is why we usually say security is different from a company to a company. The enemy of a healthcare company is not the same enemy, relatively speaking. It's not the same enemy of an aviation company. Right? Even when you go on the website is to look at this APT, they can literally tell you, okay, APT 41, they're known for attacking these kind of industries. So you need to know who is the threat, who is the enemy that's coming after you, after your data. And how do we detect them? This is very important. Very, very important. By the way, this is where you come in right here. It's another question you got to ask. How do you detect this bad guy? And one of the best way to detect the enemy is by having a data from the network. Because remember, they're not sitting in your building. They're coming through the network. So you got to grab the data from the network. And then the second one is by having the data from the endpoint, the computer themselves, right? And then the application. I usually tell people that if you have data from these three locations, you can literally find anything, anyone. Because all you have to do now is correlation, right? Asking these devices, hey, what did you saw at this time? Well, I saw somebody passing here using this IP address and they were using this kind of tool to the network. Well, then you ask that particular endpoint they went to, Mr. Endpoint, what did you saw? And then the application, if there's a particular application that they were using, you ask the application as well, meaning you're grabbing logs from these three different locations, you'll be able to find anyone. Nick, did you have a question for me? No, okay. And then you have to do continuous monitoring. I'm going to kind of emphasize this a little bit more. If you're going to be detecting anyone, you got to really keep an eye on the logs. Look, guys, every attack that have ever happened, the devices, the computers, they were telling you what is going on. They were reporting. They were sending logs into your SIEM, maybe, CIEM. But the issue is the analyst. They don't go back, check the logs. That's where the issue is. So you don't want to be that kind of an analyst. You want to make sure you go back and continuously monitor these devices, look for anomaly, look for anything that doesn't look normal. Last question, it's how do we respond? Once you detect them, how do you respond? What tool are you going to use? Is it the process of responding to these guys? Is it well defined? Can we automate some of that stuff? Which this is, I will be teaching you about automation today. You can learn about things like SOAR. I think it was Nick who asked about this tool yesterday. Right? SOAR technology, XSOAR. Right? These are some of the tools that we use when we're automating, when we're responding to threats automatically as well. So 4 core questions, grab a copy of this book. Just want to point those out before we dive in. One more thing is the SOC, the security operations have to be aligned with the organization, with the business. And I think this is really related to what sincerely you were asking about yesterday, right? Like there's no alignment between what we're doing and then what the business is trying to achieve. So usually when the companies are doing this the right way, they're going to have a charter. This is what I was mentioning, yesterday. They'll have a charter. And the charter is going to be approved by the manager and the management. And this is just a document that basically gives the SOC the direction. Here is what we are going to do, right? Here is what you are here to do, and we're giving you the authority to do it. That's what the charter really establishes, right? The services that's going to be delivered, the scope, the structure, right? The structure of the organization, or the structure of how the SOC is going to function. Basically, it's aligning the SOC to the business. Because remember, companies don't exist to be secure, right? They exist to make money. And the SOC, our job is to make sure the company can make that money without any interruption. So the charter will be accompanied by a steering committee, right? A steering committee is basically the meeting of the management talking to the SOC people, trying to understand, hey, how are we doing? How things are going? I mean, is there anything that you need? We need a new tool. Like, basically, it's the metrics. Right? Keep checking to see if the SOC is still aligned with the business needs. Okay. Thing I want to point out is the chart, the SOC organized. The way most of SOC are organized. It's what you're looking at here. You're going to have a SOC lead. This is that person who basically is the crappy firewall, who's going to, if you work as a tier 1, you can tell them all the technical stuff. Right? They're the one that needs to translate that stuff to the business. Those CEO or whoever they report to, they're the ones that take care of that. But in the SOC, not only you have the SOC lead, you also have the incident lead, the person who is basically in charge of every incident that takes place. It depends on how the SOC is designed. You might have like a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, type of like level 1, level 2, level 3. Again, this is all based on the experiences. You might have like a tierless SOC, right? Like a tierless SOC where the same person who finds that incident is the same person who investigated, which is pretty good. But in the SOC, you will have other people from engineering and infrastructure, system administrator, incident responder. All these people are going to be part of the team. Some SOCs, right? Some SOCs will have people who does forensic. Forensic people might be part of a SOC. Not always, but it depends really on how the whole SOC is designed. But for forensic, people might be found there. You might have people from law enforcement. Literally part of your, the lawyer of your organization might be part of the SOC. The HR leaders might be part of, the SOC. Again, it's really for these people to give us guidance. If there's some kind of an incident that need to be reported, that we need to get someone involved, we will need a device from them as well. With that out the way, now let's switch gear a little bit and talk about who is the enemy then. Now that you understand what is the job of a SOC, remember this SOC is designed to serve the organization. Whatever we do, we need to make sure it's aligned to the business and the business's needs. And the charter give us that direction. All of it has to be outlined in the charter so we are aligned with the business. And that's not the stuff you worry about when you're just getting started. Let the tier 3 and the manager of a SOC deal with that kind of stuff. You might give them input, but that's about it. So who is the enemy? All right. Who is the enemy that's out there? First of all, we have a nation state. You guys have already mentioned this. Nation state, it could be a country. It could be a country. It could be a group that's doing the hacking on the behalf of a country. Most of the time, nation states are attached to military. Right? Military. So most of the time when they're hacking, when nation states are hacking, it's not because of money. Now, what do nation states do the hacking for? Let me ask you that. What
hurt like infrastructure type stuff, gain your secrets, intelligence, intellectual property, stuff like that.
There we go. Intellectual property, intelligence, infrastructure. They want to poke around and see what's going on with another country. There was this report I was reading that China have been hacking a lot of a U.S. company for years, not for their money, but for the intellectual property. Get the design of the research and go over there and make those product cheaper.
I remember that there was a brief at one time where they did brief us and say that China was coming into the United States and taking intellectual property from just like SOAR companies to get those type of things to get in like the corner of the market almost to pin people, because a lot of like our solar panels are all China or Chinese. So
exactly.
Yeah. So
yeah. And there's this guy, his name is Mandiant. He's founded a company known as Mandiant, really. Like his name is Mandia, Kevin Mandia. He was talking about this. I will be going to their website in a minute because they are huge in the cybersecurity domain. Google recently actually bought them, which is interesting. But he talked about how since in the 90s, he'd been fighting Chinese hackers since in the 90s. And he always, every year he goes out, he gives out a talk on the state of the cyberspace. He used to work for the NSA, so he knows a little bit too much. But I'll be sharing him with you guys. But nation states, look, they're not after the money. They're after intelligence, intellectual property. They're after things like mess around with elections, like influence the other countries and the like. Right? They do the hacking on the behalf of their country. The country doesn't need the money. They can print their own money. Although we've seen a little bit of shift in 2020. 2020, North Korea was attacking and they literally stole the money. It was the first part that happened. Millions of dollars got stolen, tracing that back to them. But again, folks were not surprised. I was not surprised at all, because again, this is North Korea we're talking about. Anyway, that's a nation state, right? It's called nation state. Sometimes it's called you get a couple of names for it. So a few things you need to understand. Nation states can be advanced. Nation state can be persistent. So they sometimes they're highly skilled. I probably should say sometimes, all the time they're highly skilled. These are the best of the best in that country as well. So many times their techniques are those of the APT. Those are the advanced persistence threat. Right. Organized crime. Organized crime are after money. Literally after money. And I was really surprised this year when I was reading the Verizon report. And let me share this with you because you have to, I recommend you read this at least once a year. So there's this Verizon report that usually come out once a year. Every year, Verizon goes out, they investigate hundreds, talking about hundreds of thousands of companies, to try to learn what's going on within the cyberspace, right? What have been taking place. The beauty of this report, one, is not biased. Second, it's not just for Verizon. A bunch of companies, governments, and schools, education, healthcare, you name it, all companies participate in this. So it's one of the best report we have in cybersecurity right now. It's called DBIR, right? The Verizon DBIR. Highly recommend you read over this. So when I was reading over this year, I was very surprised to know that financial, right? Like literally, most of the attack that's still taking place is still influenced by finance. Like, well, how and why are you surprised about that? Well, I used to think because of, like Russia and Ukraine and, maybe it's a lot of espionage, right? Government hacking other governments and trying to shut down the power grids and stuff like that. But come to find out, no, that's not the case. But also organized crime are still kicking on the door. And if I can give you a few examples here, in the US, just in the US, here's a few things that have happened. There's a group called R-Evil. Literally, that's what they call themselves, R-Evil. This group have been hacking the life out of the US. They are behind the Colonial Pipeline. You guys have heard about the Colonial Pipeline attack? Oh my God. This happened in 2021. This is when Biden said, nope, not happening. Because they attack Colonial, and the Colonial give they have pipeline throughout the north of the US. Like
that was east, wasn't it? That was over east.
Right.
No.
Let me see if I bring
Yeah. It was over on the East Coast. I remember this.
Right. East
Was
Coast.
that a quarter or something like that? Okay, I see it. All right.
Yeah. The price of gas went through the roof, because of the attack. The Colonial had to shut down their computers, because they were under attack with some kind of a ransom, ransomware attack. And this is where cyber tools start infecting physical world. And that's not acceptable. So even President Biden went in and started signing up, executive orders and a bunch of other stuff, which I'm gonna, be teaching you some of that stuff tomorrow. But anyway, you can read a little bit on this if you'd like. But so that's one. The same group was also behind the JBS, the meat company. Same group. They went out, they attack a meat company. My first reaction was like, okay, who hacked a meat company, a meat pricing company? But they did. They shut down their computers, asked for millions of dollars before they give them access to those machines. So that would be the organized crime. Group of people that are motivated by money. Sometimes these organized crime are advanced. They have some advanced tools. For example, the Revo are evil. They even do a ransomware as a service, like a ransom as a service, which means, Nick, you got some intellectual properties, you got some insider knowledge, you can share with them. They do the hacking, then you split the money. Insane type of stuff. So it's hacking on demand. Right. And then you have your hacktivists. Hacktivists are a group of people that do the hacking based on the belief, right? Based on the ideology, right? So we don't like this group. Let's go start attacking them. When the war in Ukraine took place, the hacktivist group known as Anonymous, they declare a war on Russia, right? Again, they do the hacking based on the ideology, based on what they believe. If you publish something that's very controversial, they may attack you because, again, it goes against what they believe, right? The ideology. Insider threat. Right? This is somebody who's inside of the organization who happen to be a threat. Anybody that works for a company, they're a threat to that company, either if they know it or they don't know it. Right? They can strip through a wire and then cause a denial of a service. Right? They didn't mean to do it, but it sort of happened. So insider threat is someone who is within the organization, but they decided maybe to go rogue and sell intellectual property or give out things that will allow the attacker to attack them, to attack the company. Script kiddies, these are the wannabe attackers. Right? They don't have the advanced knowledge. They don't have a bunch of experiences, but they want to attack. They just grab some kind of tool, something like a Metasploit, and they start exploiting, vulnerabilities without really knowing what they're doing. Right? Script kiddies. They usually get themselves in trouble. Most of these are like kids, those 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds. And most of the time they do this just to show off to their friends. So script kiddies. Supply chain attack. These are very, very important. There's a bunch of attacks that recently happened that's related to supply chains. Right? Things like Kaseya attack, things like SolarWinds attack, all that was a supply chain. Eventually, hackers noticed that why attack one company when you can attack the entire supply chain? You can attack thousands of them at the same time. And they've been doing that really, really well recently. So I will be teaching you a lot of this, but if you work with a third party, if you're part of the supply chain, you got to do your due diligence. You got to do vendor management. When you're bringing them on, you got to understand, they need to know what you can tolerate and what you cannot tolerate when it comes to security. Okay. What about the APTs? Well, there's the advanced persistent threat. Advanced persistent threat. APT, first of all, is the advanced, meaning they have some advanced knowledge. Second is persistent, meaning they don't care how long it's going to take them. They're very, very patient. Third, they're definitely a threat. What that means is if an APT is after you, there is little you can do. Eventually, they will get in. They don't care if it's going to take them 10 years. They're very, very patient. Okay. And there's a company known as a FireEye. And FireEye usually, it's called FireEye, but it's called Mandiant. They used to be called FireEye, but they split. Mandiant, who does this report is known as MTrends. Another fantastic report. These are the only two reports that I recommended to you that you can read about, that we read every year. And MTrends from Mandiant goes in and tell us a little bit about, okay, well, who's the bad guys? What's taking place? And it tells us how long do they stay in your environment before you know who they are, before you know that they're there. And they call this dwell time. Right? Global dwell time been going down from 21 days to 16 days. It used to be months, it used to be years, but it have really went down significantly. And you can take a look at this to kind of understand a little bit more about this. But I brought you here to tell you that Mandiant goes in, put an APT with the name, with some kind of number. So they will usually say, they have an APT list. Go here. They will usually say, hey, APT this, it's associated with Iran, right? So for example, APT 39, APT 41, it's associated with this other thing. Right? If we keep going a little bit here, APT 41 is China, right? APT 40 is still China. There's a lot of Chinese APTs groups.
Is that what the MITRE ATT&CK associates with?
Yes.
Okay.
So Mandiant comes up with the original. They're the ones that name these APT, number this. Then MITRE picks up from there. Then there's another company who said, you know what? We don't like what you're doing, Mandiant. Let's come up with our own. And they did. And these are the only two sources that I'll share with you, and gonna move on. It's called CrowdStrike. So what CrowdStrike did, instead of just calling these APT number this, they call this by the animal names. So things like panda. I think panda is China. Yeah, Russia, it's a bear, like a fancy bear.
That's on the exam too, by the way.
Is it?
It is. It
Okay.
is. I have a question about that.
Okay. Yeah, so those names are from CrowdStrike. And when you look over it a little bit more, they go back and associate that with what FireEye have, with what Mandiant have. So I like the CrowdStrike ones because it's a little bit easier to remember. You know, fancy bear. The Vapor Panda, the kitten for Iran, and tiger for India. But it's the same thing. They're just talking about a group of APT, a group of advanced persistence threat that's doing hacking, who is associated with some kind of country. In this case, this country. Obviously, these countries are always denying any involvement. They're always saying, hey, we don't know what you're talking about. Okay. We don't know these people. They don't exist. But when they trace back to look at the techniques, the TTPs that they use, it always traces back to them. So they're not unlocking this. I guess I have to sign in. But if they were to give you a little bit more information, they will give you fancy bear who happen to be Russia, usually target this kind of industry, which is a pretty good intelligence, by the way. This is a pretty good intelligence because if you are in that industry, now you know who your enemy is. Then you can go on and start learning about their technique, the tools they use, and they start hunting for those in your environment. All right, get back here. All right, so threat actors. APTs are different threat actors. APT have tools. Command and control, this is known as a C2. This is when they've attacked you. Now your computers, the victim computers, are communicating with their machine. They're getting rid of stealing things from you. They could use rootkits. Rootkit is a virus. It's a malicious code that need administrative privileges in your environment. They love to use rootkit because it goes under the operating system. They can even craft some custom tools, usually called these 0 days. Right. Tools for vulnerabilities that have never been used before, that have never been seen before. Again, they're advanced, so they have the best of the best working for them. And their target is always usually government or large organizations. They put a lot of effort into their attack. So TTPs, this is an analyst class after all, so you need to understand what's the tactics, the technique, and the procedure that they use. So this is the study of a threat actor behavior. How do they behave? Right? Identify who they are, know how they behave, the kind of tool they use. This will help you to defend against them or to at least find them, right? And the best way to go by doing this is to MITRE ATT&CK. I showed you this last night. I'm not going to go back there, but MITRE ATT&CK is a framework with about 15 different categories, and each one of the categories have a bunch of techniques in them. Can go in there to try to learn what tools these guys use, what technique do they use, and who they target. And this is the metric here. This is the MITRE metric. All right, any questions there? Straightforward?
Yep, pretty straightforward.
Fantastic. Identifying active threats. So OSINT, open source intelligence, guys, it's really, really important skill. Very important thing to be aware of. Because no matter if you're the good guy, in your case, you're the good guy, you're the analyst, or even if you're the bad guy, like a penetration tester or a red teamer, you will still need to know open source. Open source. You still need to know OSINT, which is open source intelligence. So what is it? Open source is publicly available information that is free. It's basically anything you can find on Google, anything you can find on LinkedIn, anything you can find on Twitter. It's known as OSINT. So if you can go to things like GitHub, look at the public repository, and be able to find passwords within those repository, well, that's publicly available information. Actually, there are some attacks that have happened in the past, and that's exactly what the attacker did. Sincerely, please go ahead.
Did you reference GitHub?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, because I heard that earlier today, and I know that we work with a different version of Git.
Yeah.
So, okay. I just want to confirm that.
Definitely, GitHub. So when the attack of a SolarWind took place, SolarWind got attacked in 2020, was one of the biggest attacks. They still recovering from this one. And they said they were targeting government agencies, by the way, because most of the government agencies were using SolarWind to update their other software that they were using. Anyway, come to find out what the attacker did. They went to GitHub. Let me sign in. They went to GitHub and they find SolarWind software. And what the developer did, they embedded a password in the code. Usually they do that as a way of creating a backdoor, like an easy way of getting into the tool themselves. But if they don't go back and delete the password, then hackers can find those passwords. And that's exactly what they did. So what do you use? Do you guys use like GitHub, GitLab? There's a couple of these.
I think I've seen the logo. I've heard of it. I can't tell you I use it because I don't. But a lot of the stuff that, I avoided Reddit for like the longest time, and then eventually I got Reddit, and then Quora, and I started slowly building them. Like I used to be an anti like social media person, and then I started slowly developing that. So
Yeah.
even seeing all of that, it's still kind of new to me because I'm kind of just I try to limit myself, but then now I realize more. I need to start being more knowledgeable in the surrounding environment in the network, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. GitHub is used by developer, those people who are programming, specifically open source products or free product, I should say, free software. Every developer that I can think of is on GitHub. Right? This is a repository of software. A lot of them are free, open source software. Microsoft bought them a few years ago. Yeah, Microsoft owns everything. If you can buy stocks, buy Microsoft stocks. Right. All right. So open source intelligence, again, free available information. It could be DNS information. It could be IP addresses, anything, names, emails, physical addresses. It's anything that we can find online freely. Yeah. We can hit up the social media, the Facebook, the LinkedIns, and then find people that are posting things. If you are the attacker, one of the best open source intelligence is through Indeed, those job posts. Because they go in and they said, hey, we're looking for someone who have experience Windows XP. Well, now I know you use Windows XP. Right? I didn't have to do too much work. Right? I just need to figure out what is the weakness that I can use against you, because now I know what you are running. Again, publicly available information. Your job is to make sure companies doesn't really expose too much information. The other thing, like I said yesterday, we are in control of OSINT. We are in control of what we share online. If we don't like it, we can investigate ourselves and then, take it down. Train our employees not to share too much on social media. All right. A part of the OSINT, people can visit websites and then look at the HTML code. This is the hypertext markup language. Every website uses HTML. If you right-click on the HTML, the website, and then go to show the code, which you can, every website does that. Let me go here. So go back to GitHub. If I click here and then just go to view open source, it starts showing me the code. All right, the code. So depend on what we're doing. Looking at this, we can start looking at how they did the programming, right? Have an idea of how they're kind of a style they're using when it comes to programming. And if we are lucky, we might find things that are really interesting. So we find IP addresses, names, operating systems, and the like in the code itself. Again, publicly available information there. Now, why would you do that manually? Because there's a bunch of tools that will do this on the fly for you very quickly. One being the harvester. Literally, that's the name of this tool, the harvester. With the harvester, you can basically say, I want you to find anybody who works for this agency, find them on LinkedIn. Basically, anybody who have associated saying on LinkedIn that they work with this agency, find them and then see if they have any email. And then, copy that email and send that email to me. In minutes, it's going to search the entire database of LinkedIn, and then anything that's publicly available. If people have exposed their email, phone numbers, all that stuff will be given to the attacker. Remember, OSINT is publicly available information. From code, from sites, from you name it, documents, you name it. Metadata. Metadata is information that describes other information. Right? Metadata is data that describes data. For example, when you take a picture, well, the picture is the data, but there's some other data within the picture itself. So for example, the time you took the picture and the location and where you were standing, all that information it's metadata, and it's useful, really useful when we're doing investigations. So metadata scans on publicly available documents, absolutely, because when we say scanning those documents, we will know who created it, who's the author, right? When did they create it, all that stuff. Right? This could be part of that fingerprinting, where we're going in, we're trying to extract additional information, trying to collect additional data through documents or some other things. Just remember, metadata is data that describes other data. There is a pretty good video that I want you to watch that took place in 2011. And the movie itself is called 0 Days. It's a documentary. 0 Days. And this guy, let me see if I find him.
I actually watched that one. I've watched that one.
You did. What do you think?
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. This is where the US and the Israeli, they got together, tried to shut down the Iran nuclear program. And they used a worm. It wasn't a virus, it was a worm known as a Stuxnet. Right.
Did you see the other recent one? I think they have it on Voodoo, where it was about where they stole that money out of I think it was the Philippines through casinos and stuff like that.
Oh,
Crap. I just watched it like a couple weeks ago. It just happened recently too. And they they were going through the Philippine bank and having people take it out, and then they were having them wash it through the casinos, which was just pretty interesting how they did it. So
look at that. Look at that. Yeah, send me the name. I would love to, whenever I'm free, to do that. But this guy right here, Michael, in the movie, in the documentary itself, he talks about how they really have put a lot of people in jail through metadata, like data that describes other data. That's their crown jewel right there. And definitely make some time to watch 0 Days. You will learn so much, and I think it's free on YouTube. They talk about this virus, but this was the first time in human history where a cyber tool made damages to the physical world. You know, before it was all, these are cyber tools, it's just, hacking, people in the cyberspace, hacking each other, computer hacking computers. When Stuxnet came out, it changed the game. They started saying, so you can use the same tool to attack physical, or to attack power grids, to attack this worm is the same worm that was used to attack Ukraine in 2014 when they shut down their power grid. The same worm that they used to attack the power grid in New York. So I would definitely give it a watch if you haven't already. But again, I was just talking about metadata and wanted to mention one of the things that that gentleman did mention. He was the leader of the NSA, so that says something. The NSA, sorry, the CIA. And then you have the defensible OSINT, right? Intelligent gathering that focuses on identifying threats. We're going in and we're not just identifying any open source data. No, we're going in and we're identifying the specific data that point to the bad guys. Believe it, these bad guys, they're going in and covering their tracks. They're going in, they're deleting things along the way. Right? They're not just going to keep exposing themselves like that. But we can get intelligence from things like CERT, government. In the US now we have CISA. Right? It's a lot of knowledge from CISA. You guys are familiar with CISA, right? Yeah. So we can heat up the deep web using something like Tor. Right? go find if there is any leaked information on the dark web, internal sources, you name it. We're going in, we're trying to learn as much as we can about the bad guys and use that to our advantage. Proprietary and closed source intelligence. Again, OSINT is free intelligence. It's freely available online. But you can also pay for some intelligent. A lot of our professionals, they will tell you, don't do it. Right? It's garbage to pay for intelligent because we have a bunch of platforms where you can just basically get free intelligence. Right? One of them being MISP. Something that I will mention later on. MISP is one of the best places to go and learn as much as you can about the enemy because everybody's talking about that over there. The only issue with this is it's open source. Open source meaning anybody can post in there. And that means even the enemy could be there watching to see if, we have identified them. And then when it comes to closed source, you also have interest and the member-only groups. We usually call these ISAC. This is going to be on that exam, right? ISAC. This is a group of companies that get together and said, hey, look, if one of us get attacked, please share that intelligence with the rest of us. So not all of us can get attacked. So I will be coming back to that in a minute, but that's just another way of sharing intelligence without alerting the bad guy, because this is only shared within the members community. Right, so threat intelligence data depends on the 3 important attributes, including the timeline. It have to be released to us as soon as we can. Right? Relevance, is it relevant to us? And then accuracy, how accurate is that intelligence to us? Because some of the intelligence is tactical, like we got to make decisions right there then. Some of the intelligence is to inform leadership to take a different position, right, in certain things. So we have to be, it has to be accurate. Speaking of ISACs, these are the information sharing and analysis centers. They provide cybersecurity information and services for critical infrastructure teams. In the US, they have these right here. But again, you have groups, companies that go together and come up with their own ISAC. If I can share a few of these here for you. Let's say that you are an, aviation company. You can join the aviation ISAC, for example. This group, it's a member only, got to be invited. And then once you join, once you become a member, that means every aviation company that's part of this member group, if they get attacked, they will share the intelligence with the rest of the team. So they will set up what they normally call a taxi server. And then use what we normally call the sticks. This is like a format of sharing intelligence. And then they'll use a protocol that's known as a SCAP. Right. They use a SCAP to be able to share that intelligence within each other. So they will set up their own server, how they're going to be sharing the intelligence. They use the formatting. Sticks is for formatting. And the SCAP will be that protocol that can automatically update to the server whenever one of these aviation companies get attacked. It's not just for aviation. They have these for, water company, healthcare company, you name it. And the issue they try to fix with this is whenever you share intelligence online, you are alerting the bad guy. Right? And they don't want to do that. All right. Few more things. So intelligence sharing, crucial for cyber defense teams. Absolutely. You got to have the intelligence that will help you make informed decisions. But we must have the goals of why are we sharing this intelligence in the first place. But again, those groups, they have their own kind of goals and missions why they share intelligence and the kind of things they should be sharing. In fact, whenever they're sharing intelligence, they're going to make sure they remove all the PII. or the PII or the PHI from the intelligence they're trying to share, right? And some of the things that they got to keep in mind. Part of the intelligence they're going to share, including things like indicator of compromise, something I'll be coming back to, indicator of compromise. So they might share the IP address of the enemy, the domain names, the hashes of the tool that they're using, right? Those sort of things, indicator of compromise. And they might tell you, hey, if you see this IP address in your environment, you're under attack. Right? Tracking threat actor groups, go to places like Mandiant, keep an eye on the threat groups. And then they might document the findings, discuss the strategies, and then distribute the knowledge. Absolutely. Again, they will set up that server to be able to share those intelligence that way. Let me finalize this. Threat hunting. Threat hunting is that passive response, right? It's active response. We are proactive, right? We're not waiting for them to attack us. We're going after them. We're having some kind of a hypothesis, some kind of a guess. Hey, they might be here. These are the IOCs you need to keep an eye on. Well, then we're going to go ahead and start hunting for them, see if we might find them in our environment. So the idea with the threat hunting, or the mindset at least, is assume breach. We sort of talked about this yesterday when we talked about the best way to secure any environment is presume compromise. Treat your environment as a hostile, as if the bad guys is already in there already, and then go ahead and start hunting, right? Start hunting. So with that, we start with some kind of assumption, some kind of a hypothesis, right? We are already owned. The bad guys are already here. Now let's go ahead and start hunting them until proven otherwise, right? So most organizations, threat hunting it's relatively new into cybersecurity, by the way, guys, because over the years we have always been reactive. It has always been reactive. They attack us, we respond. They attack us, we respond. But now with things like MITRE ATT&CK, we have the luxury of, okay, well, let's hunt for them. Before.
Can you give an example of what that would be? Because I mean, I know the concept of it, but like, what would you do in a situation if you're like, okay, we've been pretty chill for the past 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do to like do something like that? Like,
what would you do for? Give me a
like,
little bit.
so like threat hunt, like, so you've got like, all right, I know that, I don't know, well, APT 41's in the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you think you've got them blocked, but what would you do going forward if you think that your attack surface is small and you wanted to go do more?
Go ahead. Okay, an example of that. It will be after you've done your intelligence, your research, right? Knowing 41, APT 41 is after you, right? You will heat up the servers and heat up the devices in your environment. Okay. Again, with that intelligence, and then start hunting for the bad guy. I guess with your question, can you give me a little bit more so I can give you a pretty good example?
So like, okay, so let's say everything's fine. Would you go, if you're actively doing it, would you like go, like we were talking about earlier, and would you go look at all your service host logs and your sys log, let's just say, and would you go in there and let's say, okay, I'm looking at a certain part of the VAR log and I'd noticed this could be a particular vulnerability. Would you go, is that active threat hunting like that?
That's exactly active threat hunting.
Okay. All right.
In the modern in the modern cybersecurity space, here's how we do it. We start within the CIEM, the SIEM. That's why a SIEM, it's like the king of every industry, and it's very expensive. That's why Splunk Cisco bought Splunk for $27 billion. Right? That tells you something.
Boy.
Yeah. So a SIEM is that centralized location. I'll be talking about this next chapter. Centralized location where everything gets logged. So Nick, when we're going in and try to do the hunting, we're going to start with that device where everybody's reporting to that device. Every other thing is reporting to a SIEM. So we're going to go into a SIEM and start correlating some things. Hey, Mr. SIEM, what does everybody say is about our network? Were they saying they're seeing this, they're seeing this, they're seeing this, they're seeing this? Okay, well, what about the endpoint? The computers themselves, what do they say? How have they been functioning? How is the CPU processing? Is it going up and down? You know, what's the dashboard says? Because within the SIEM, you can create dashboards and all that good stuff. For the past 3 months, has there been anything that's beaconing to some location, like every 5 seconds, every 10 minutes, right? Looking for anomaly. That's the thing about threat hunting. We're not hunting for what we know. No, we are assuming. Right? We're going in. We're not hunting the enemy that we know of.
We're assuming that they're persistent inside of our environment, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because remember, just recently, companies, they will get attacked, and then the enemy will stay there for months without getting detected. Months. And why? Well, it's because the analysts are just clocking in and clocking out. Nobody's going back and kind of reviewing the logs and be like, why was this thing like this last month? Why was these computers communicating with these last? So remember when we were talking about the target breach, how the HVAC was communicating with those registers. If anybody was going in and hunting, they could have seen that anomaly. Even if the other devices didn't detect it, they thought it was a regular ping, but they could have seen it. That taking place and be like, why is the register keep pinging the HVAC?
Something like a beaconing or something going through. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Okay. Yep.
Sincerely, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a question because I did notice you said, I know before it was 15 months, but what is the current rate of a hacker actually being in the system, going undetected and then being found?
Yeah, so right now they said it's 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 months. And the dwell time been going down, literally been going down. And part of the reason why it's because a bunch of 24% of all the attacks, this is not from me, guys, this is from Mandiant. 24% of all the attacks is ransomware. What is the nature of a ransomware? You get attacked, they encrypt everything, and they tell you about it. Like you find out that you are under attack after everything have been encrypted. So that's why it's getting better. But again, it's not really getting any better. Right? Yeah, 12
Don't you think that's contradicting to say it's getting better, but it's not at the same time? Because what could you see besides just the analyst doing their job that could also be hindering an analyst at the same time?
Your job as well as handling it would be really kind of a logging too much. That's one of the biggest issues. Logging too much and not knowing what to look for. Right? It makes your job a nightmare. It's like you're swimming in an ocean and you don't even know what direction to go. Because it's so much. So as the analyst, it's really taking a step back and just prioritize just few things. Few things. And then that really starts with you knowing how your company makes money, what devices are really important to your company. And then kind of come up with dashboards that keep an eye on those particular devices as the analyst. So if you see anything that goes against those hardware, those critical software, you need to know, right? One of the things that we did at Trenton Health Team was this. We were working with nurses, and these people didn't know much about computers. So they didn't know PowerShell, right? Anything like that. So one of the things that we did, we started logging in PowerShell activities. And the reason was when the attacker attack your environment, they use PowerShell in the background to be able to do additional things, to be able to run their scripts, to be able to execute all kinds of stuff. So what we did, we started logging any PowerShell activity, meaning on a regular machine, like a regular nurse's machine, if we see PowerShell running, we need to know. That's not a regular activity. Right, so we were kind of grabbing those logs and keeping an eye on those as well. Another thing we kept logging was micros. I don't know if you guys have heard about micros. No, micros?
No.
Yeah, these are like scripts that runs within Microsoft Office products. Like you see like Microsoft Excel. You can give it a little script that's going to make it like very super cool, like do things automatically without you doing anything else.
Oh, like macros, like, okay.
Macros. Why did I say macros?
You said micros, so that's throwing me out. Macros. I know what macros are, yes.
Okay, great. Macros. Yeah. I don't know why I say micros. I guess I'm thinking the company. Macros. So what we start logging these, we start saying things like, okay, well, first of all, we can only allow these macros on accountant computer, right? And we only had one. It was just one lady who was doing accounting for us. So we only allowed that to happen there. And then we basically used this tool right here. And that's the other lesson you need to know. Before you go out, start buying all the shiny tools, make sure you've utilized all the tools that comes with your operating system. So one of the tools that we used was I think it's local security policy. Go here. Yeah, this is it. A magnifier. There we go. So this is the tool that we turned on. We turned on this tool on every computer. So go to application policy. We turn on the app locker. Yeah, app locker is it's application whitelisting. Remember, Nick, you were talking about that the other day. So if I go to just the property of this, not really hard at all. Just turning this on. For example, executable rules. If I say enforce this rule, that means you can't run any executable. Any file that ends with .exe, it's not going to run. You try to do that, it will stop. It will be stopped. Guess what the attacker wants to do? They want to run stuff when they get in. So we did that. But we also turn on scripts for the macros. And we also turn on this right here, the Windows installer. And then we just audit this. We didn't really enforce it. We were more like, okay, if anybody tries to do this, send us a log. Let us know about it.
That's what I did today with the audit stuff. It's ringing in my head again. That's what I was doing today, was this. It was audit, because you had to go in and audit separate rules and like the way that they could get. Anyways.
Yeah. Where's that thing? There we go. Yeah, so that's what we did. As the analyst, those are the things that you will look at it and then start recommending some of those fix to the company. Like, hey, it might be a good idea if we turn on this. Well, All right, let's keep going. Analyzed routine activities and network traffic. Absolutely. Remember, every traffic have to come to your network. Remember, most organizations lack the resources they need for a hunt team until they get attacked. Once they get attacked, they want to give you all the money you don't want. But that's when you start asking for a bigger budget. I don't know if in agencies, that's how you guys do it, but in the private sector, that's exactly how we do it. We get attacked and then we get the budget. All right, you want to use some kind of a skills, experiences of identifying these potential threats. Again, this will come with experience. You knowing who to look for, it really comes down to you understanding the company, understanding how things talk to each other, understanding what's normal. We usually call this a baseline. So understand for the past 6 months, the past 3 months, this is how these systems been behaving. So if you see anything that's out of the ordinary, then you will know. Okay. And as you're going in and hunting, you might use the indicator of a compromise. Indicator of compromise are the IP addresses, domain names, hashes, right? And a bunch of other things, executable, bunch of other things that give us an idea that the enemy is here. Right? This belongs to the bad guy. This hash is a hash of a tool of a bad guy. Right? And then as we're hunting, we might be looking for indicator of attack. Indicator of attack is, okay, well, yes, there's an IP address of them, but did they attack us already? Did they exfiltrate the data? Right? What do they do? Right? How do they behave? But we need to know that so that we can know for sure they have attacked us. They were not just here, but they also did attack us. So IOA, indicator of attack. This, by the way, this was pioneered by CrowdStrike. See that same company that I just showed you, CrowdStrike? Yeah, they're huge in cybersecurity. And they're known for EDR, endpoint detection and response. I'll teach you this in later chapters. Again, we're going to go ahead and do the hunting based on the TTPs, the tactics, the techniques, and the procedures. We're going in and we're searching for their techniques. Right? So we're definitely taking how they behave, the tools they use. We combine that with their IOCs. And then once we find them, we try to figure out, okay, did they actually attack us and what did they took? Explain indicator of compromise. So again, these are suggest that the security incidents may have occurred. Yes. If we see the bad IP address that belong to a bad guy in our environment, yeah, that gives us some assurance that the bad guys are here. So where can we get these indicator of compromise? Well, again, from logs. You want to go into your SIEM, CIEM, your Splunk, your ELK, and then you want to look at the logs. Right? You want to look at the network logs, software logs, endpoint logs. Right? Everything is going to be logged into a SIEM. This is the security information and event management, your Splunk. It's a centralized location where everything is being logged. Right? Very first place to start when you're doing your hunting. Explain indicator of compromise, continue, provide a summary of the malicious action. You got to be able to explain it to them. Okay, I believe or I think this is what they did. Right? And then you want to identify the potential source of incident. Okay, well, if you believe that's what they did, how did they get in? How did they get in? What did they use to get in? This will help you when you're going in and trying to respond to the incident. Also, if you're drafting like an incident response plan, it will also help you to know what to put into the plan. Okay. Now, we're going to have a chapter where we'll talk about responding to the incident, but part of responding is one, knowing exactly what happened, understanding exactly, okay, this attack did happen or is happening. Then you identify the system or the service that's under attack. Then you isolate that thing. You identify the user, you disable their account, for example, or you lock it, right? Then you go in, you try to describe the issue, and then you try to get everybody else involved that need to be involved to protect the organization. You might also get digital forensics people involved. Digital forensics people are obsessed with the truth, right? These are the ones that's going to go into the hard drive, make a copy of the hard drive and try to examine the hard drive. They're going to go into the memory, RAM, your random access memory. They're going to go into the CPU, the central processing unit, find evidence there, right? Forensic people will be able to do all kinds of stuff. As we're going in and do some kind of a threat hunting, we might want to require their skills to kind of give us additional information, give us that assurance that, yeah, this did happen. So they will usually come into our system when we're doing the incident response, when we're responding to the incidents. But they're the ones that go in and dig a little bit deeper about what happened. The last thing we need to talk about here is deception, which is, I believe, some of you are familiar with this already. Deception is part of that active defense. We're actively defending. We're not waiting for them to attack us, right? We're going in, we're defending beforehand. So decoy, it's a technology that we might set up to try to lie, if you will, lie to the attacker. So we have quite a few of those, one being a honeypot. A honeypot is a computer that looks like a honey to the attacker. It looks like a honey. It has open ports. There are some files that's bogus, like financial files that the attacker will look at and be like, hey, this is looking good, right? But the idea is for us to learn what the attacker are doing once they're inside of that honeypot. Hey, they're going in, it's redirecting malicious traffic away. Again, it's a decoy. We're lying. We're providing a warning for ongoing attacks. Right? We're trying to learn what they're scanning. Because remember, before they attack us, they must have done their homework. They must have done their reconnaissance. So they know what they're looking for. So once they're there, we're trying to learn. Right? Trying to learn what they're scanning, what port that they're scanning, what protocol they're scanning, so we can go back and defend our environment. So a honeypot is one machine. A honeynet is a bunch of honeypots. And then you have a honey file. A honey file, it's a file that we set up as a decoy. Look, whenever the bad guys get into your environment, they want to become root. They want to become the administrator. So most of the time, they're going to scan your environment to try to find any passwords or usernames that they can use against you. They can use to escalate their privileges. So sometime you might want to set up a honey file so that if they scan that thing and then open it, you should get like a notification. This is another one of the best way, the easiest way. It doesn't cost any money. The best way and the easiest way to know that the enemy is here is by setting up this decoy of a honey file. And just put there some bogus passwords, some things that's not real. Any questions for me? Let me check understanding, then I'll give you a first break. First question.
Cybersecurity analyst is establishing a threat hunting and intelligence group at a growing organization. Which of the following is a collaborative resource that would most likely be used for this purpose? The collaborative resource.
Yeah, most likely be used.
Collaboratively. If I had to say, probably a IOC feed.
Okay.
That's collaborative resource, or an ISAC. It'd be one of those two.
Okay. Sincerely, what do you think?
IOC feed is what I'd go with.
I'm probably trying to decipher if I can. Oh, I want to say D. So I was looking through my notes.
Okay, from your notes, you say D, and you will be right.
Mhm.
You'd be right. Definitely. Look, it's threat hunting for groups, right? At the growing organization. If we're going to be collaborating, sharing intelligence with each other, what do we need to do? We need to set up an ISAC.
Yeah.
Within the ISAC, we will be sharing IOCs. That's why I mentioned the word most. Right, Nick, it's not like you're wrong when you say IOC feeds.
That's hate CompTIA because anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Next question.
An internal company is implementing a marketing campaign for a new product that needs security analysts to perform a threat hunting process to identify possible threat actors. Which of the following should be the analyst's primary focus? Possible threat actors.
But when it's an international company, the second thing is actors. When I think of actors, I think of insider, like an espionage, because they're acting for that company. Am I wrong? I'm possibly wrong. I still want to go
I know it's not A. I know it's not, and I know it's not B. Sure.
so it's not going to be A or B. So threat actors is what really throws me off, because if they're acting for that international company, could they not be seen as espionage? I want to go with insider threats. D again.
It is
Huh?
organized. What?
Inside threat.
Why
Hold
would
on.
it be that?
Let me look at this one. I could be wrong. Implementing a marketing campaign for a new product and needs the security analyst to perform threat hunting process to identify possible threat actors.
What? Organized crime.
I may have missed that when I had to step out for a few minutes.
No.
Because I don't have notes on that.
Okay.
No. You guys are right. You guys are right. I will made a mistake here. It's definitely D. When
You just made me question. I just questioned that right now.
Yeah.
I missed my notes for the organized and hacktivist.
Yeah, we talked about them.
DoD, is that DoD relevant? Because you did put in the notes that it was DoD within organization. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, because it's within
threat
the company.
actors, so I was thinking insider threat, but because usually when it's nation state, it usually talks about like APTs usually.
Right. And right here, they said, which of the following should the analyst's primary focus? So again, we're going in and we're concerned about this new product, and we're trying to see, okay, well, who's going to be the enemy, right? Who's going to be the threat actors? Well, in this case, we might want to start with the people with the knowledge of this new product. And, insider threats are the people that understand the company, are the people who knows what we're up to. So we might want to start with them there. Definitely this is D. Sorry, I will fix that answer there. Next.
A security analyst receives an alert to expect an increased highly advanced cyber attacks originating from a foreign country that recently had sanctions implemented. Which of the following describes the type of threat actor that should concern the security analyst? That would be nation state.
I think we had this one.
Nation threat.
Yeah. Good job. Next.
An organization recently discovered some inconsistencies in the motherboards it received from a vendor. The organization security team then provided guidance on how to ensure the authenticity of the motherboards it received from the vendors. Which of the following would be the best recommendation for the security analyst to provide? Let's see. Elevates organization should have NDAs. Wouldn't be B. The organization should maintain a relationship. Wouldn't be C.
I want to say A.
That's where I was leading towards, was a trusted vendor supply chain. I would say A also.
Yeah. Good job, you guys.
Sweet.
Next.
The security team identified specific known tactics and techniques to help mitigate repeated credential access threats, such as an account manipulation and brute forcing. Which of the following frameworks or models did the security team most likely identify the tactics and techniques? Techniques to help mitigate repeated. That would be A.
Yeah, MITRE ATT&CK, because I was looking at that website you gave to us yesterday. MITREATT&CK.org.
MITRE it is. Wow.
MITRE, sorry.
You guys are gonna chew through this exam. Good job.
Right. Which of the following sources would a security analyst rely on to provide relevant and timely threat information concerning the financial service industry? What's the following source rely on to provide relevant and timely information?
So there's real-time and automated firewall root subscriptions, open source intelligence such as social media and blogs, information sharing and analyst membership, common vulnerability and exposure bulletins.
I would say it would be OSINT if I had to put it out.
You said
there.
D. To provide relevant and I want to say, I don't know why, but A, because a topic of real time was an issue today. And automated firewalls. But it's not concerning the financial services industry.
I say OSINT.
What can we rely on to provide
To provide relevant and timely threat information concerning the financial service industries. Open source intelligence, such as social media blogs, social media and blogs. That was my second guess.
That's your second guess, yeah. Yeah.
Because it's open source, because you know how some people might say they're going to the gym or doing these things, these big things on social media. So I would see it as something that would be expressed.
Yeah, so see the issue with open source, because it's publicly available, it can be manipulated.
I hate that it says membership, so I'm thinking proprietary. That's the first thing that goes through my mind when I'm reading it. If you put ISAC there, I'd have said C so quick. But the membership, that's
I do agree that's also what threw me off, because analysis membership was kind of fishy with me. Information sharing, that made sense, but the analysis membership was kind of confusing to agree with.
Yeah.
But open source, like, you don't know who's really posting about their information that could be seen as a vulnerability.
Right. Besides, threats, APTs are known to deceive you. They might trigger an alert here, so they can be going and looking into the allocation while they're down here stealing everything. Right. So they could, for open source intelligence, you be careful. you shouldn't be trusting everything that's free available online. Sometimes those might be set it up just as a decoy, just to get you into the rabbit hole while they're also doing what they're doing. With ISAC, guys, you have to be a member.
Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah. It's like aviation. You got to be a member. You got to be like an aviation company. They can just open it up to everybody.
Gotcha.
There we go. Let's start with lesson 3. Lesson 3 is an interesting one, a bit technical, but it's an interesting one. And it really reminds me of one of the thought leader in cybersecurity who wrote a book that's known as Defensible Network Architecture. That's why he calls it. His name is, let me bring him up because he had this really, really nice book that I want you to pick up. He was thinking about this back in 2004. That's how far he'd been doing this. His name is Richard Balick. There you go. This guy. His blog, I will subscribe to it. It's really good. He's been writing about defending blue teaming and all kinds of stuff for years. And this book right here, it's a fantastic read. Let me make sure that I get you a copy here on Amazon. There we go. There we go. This right here. Probably their first edition. This guy. There we go. Highly recommend this. And here's what Richard said. Richard said some stuff that we've been talking about. He said, if you're going to be securing any network, one, you have to treat the network as hostile. Like the network you got to treat the network as if the bad guys are already in the environment. And then he went on and talked about 7 different things that you can do if you're going in and try to defend a network. Right? Like 7 things that you need to watch out for. So, and that it's one of those things that I want to emphasize to you. Once you're working, it's part of that threat hunting, right? Assume the bad guys are already in the environment and then go start hunting for them. Now, if you're a part of the team that you can maybe give him a feedback on how to design the network and the architecture, all that good stuff, I will say you need to make sure they are including security in the design of the network. One of the biggest issues is exactly just that. Network engineers, they don't know security. And when they're going in and designing these networks, security is an afterthought. They're not thinking about security. So they tend to kind of try to add a security later on. And that really haven't been working well for us. So what we're going to do in this class is talking about the operating systems, the core things about the operating systems. Then we're going to get back to the network, talk about the design, and a few other things as well. Pop quiz before we dive.
Which of the following organizational initiatives would be most impacted by data sovereignty? Sovereignty. How do you say that? I'm so sorry.
Sovereignty.
Sovereignty. I have a hard time. I'm sorry.
Okay, sovereignty.
Sovereignty issues. Yeah. Sovereignty issues. I want to say A.
Okay.
Because the other ones were very closed. I saw them as very closed.
Yeah, yeah. And A it is. Nick, you want to tell us why A?
I mean, you're moving everything over. So all the security that maybe you had set up on your LAN or, everything, you're moving it now basically across the pond, right? So that would cause issues.
Definitely. And this was one of the biggest issues why companies did not adopt the cloud very quickly. Was, okay, well, where's the data located? Right? In what country? In what data center? Because remember, if the data center is in China, can you house American citizens patient's data, for example, medical data in the Chinese, data center, or the Chinese that's located in a data center. Because with this data sovereignty is the data will have to follow the laws of the country the data center happened to be in. That was one of the biggest issues why people were scared of moving into the cloud, because the question was, okay, well, where is the data located? Who owns that data? But now that went out because the government, specifically in the US, we have they brought up regulations, and they said if this is like American citizen, you got to keep the data in the US. We don't care where you put it, whatever data center you put it in, but it has to be the data center that's located in the US. So good job. All right, so what we're going to do here? Well, the objective, by the end, you will need to know about the system, the operating system. And I talk a little bit about the importance of the operating system. So we'll go back to things like registry. There's some of the stuff that you just need to memorize for the sake of the exam, and then forget about them as soon as, you've passed that exam. So we'll talk about that there. But before we get there, we'll dive a little bit into the networking architecture. Again, some of the things that I've shared already, you got to treat the network as hostile, as if it's under attack already. And then we'll dive a little bit into the cloud. Right? This is not a cloud class, but we'll talk about what is a public cloud, a private cloud, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, anything as a service. So that's going to be fun. And then from there, we'll dive into the identity and access management, IAM. This is huge, especially for companies that are in the cloud. Right? You've got to be able to manage how things are flowing in, then be able to give people permissions. So authentication, authorization, accounting, all that's going to be part of that lesson. And then we're going to finish this by talking about data protection tools, some of the things that you can put in place to protect the data. So it's going to be fun. Let's dive right in. First thing, the operating system concept. Well, when you're going in and looking at securing anything, one of the biggest things you will want to secure is the operating system. Let me ask you guys this. What is an operating system?
A workstation.
Like Linux, Windows, Ubuntu.
Right, but what does it do? Got Windows, we got Mac, we got Ubuntu for Linux, we got Kali Linux. What does an operating system do?
Brings everything in. It's like brings all the software, like all the stuff from the hardware and software in, and then it does it in a process in a way that makes your computer work.
Love it. Love it. So it's like the middleware, right? It's between the hardware, the user, and the regular applications, right? Regular software. Right. So without an operating system, the hardware will be useless. It will not be usable. Right? So the operating system provides the interface the user can use to be able to interact with the hardware. So it's like the thing that's between the user, the hardware, as well as the applications. So we have three types of a software. I want to make sure that I mention this right here, then we're going to move on. We have three types of a software. One is the firmware. Who's you ever have heard about a firmware?
Yeah.
Right. Give me an example of a firmware.
The BIOS.
BIOS. And what is that new guy?
You talking about like what? UEFI?
UEFI. Good job. UEFI.
So what's the new one?
The new one is a UEFI.
UEFI.
Yeah, UEFI. Right. This is the new one. It's replacing BIOS. There's a lot of cool stuff with the UEFI. We're gonna touch up a little bit on this. But the job of a firmware is to get the hardware ready, is to talk to the hardware, right? Talk to the hardware on your behalf. So every time you're pushing the power button on your machine, the UFI gets that signal, or the BIO. And then the UFI in the background, before you even see the operating system itself, the UFI is going to go ask the hardware, hey, CPU, are you ready? Hey, Mr. RAM, are you ready? Mr. Hard Drive, are you ready? You know, we're about to boot up this computer. Are you ready? That's the job of a BIO. It's a software. But it talks to the hardware. Very, very tied to the hardware. And then the way you get to the BIOS is by pressing F2, F3, F12, right? F11 on your keyboard as well. Software number 2 is what you guys have already talked about, the operating system, the OS. That's also a software. And we mentioned what it does. Software number 3 is the application, the apps. Apps are designed to do a specific thing, like the Zoom app, the Microsoft Word app, the Google Chrome app, designed to do a specific thing. And the app runs on top of the operating system. Right? Fantastic. So you have to harden these things. You have to harden the operating system and sometimes the application themselves as well. When it comes to the BIOS, not that much. You can go on until your computer dies and you don't even know what the BIOS are there, right? But when it comes to the operating system, you have to harden them. What does hardening means?
You can take a specific part of your applications or hardware and add security, or take unused things out of it, for, you know, like disable telnet.
Right. I like it. See, guys, look, one of the biggest reasons why we have a lot of issues with the Windows operating system is because Microsoft allowed too much. They open too much. Even some of the things that you don't need, they leave that stuff open. So when WannaCry happened in 2017, well, that's because SMB version 1 was still running. And this is even after they have a SMB version 3 out, which had security and all that good stuff. But they kept this one running, keep this one open, so it's like backward compatibility with the printers and all that stuff. SMB, it's a server message block. It's one of the protocol that you will use to have printers talk to computers on the same network. So WannaCry used SMB with an application that they stole from the NSA, Eternal Blue, and then go on and start encrypting hard drives and locking computers and all that stuff. All right, so I'm bringing this up to tell you that when it comes to hardening a system, that means we're shutting things down. Right? We're not opening anything, we're shutting things down, just like what Nick said. Anything that we're not using, anything that's weak, we're going in and we're shutting it down. Right? If we have a password that's weak, we're going in and we're changing the password. So we're modifying the defaults, because remember, the defaults are always weak. And we're going in and we're modifying the defaults, those defaults username, those default passwords, those default ports, right? We're going in and we're trying to see, okay, are we supposed to be allowing 22? Are we supposed to be allowing FTP, right, with 21? And then we're shutting things down and just only keep what we need to use. The best way to do hardening is by having a baseline. A baseline is what's known to be good. It's like what's known to be good for you and your company. So people who have done help desk, they understand this, where you create an image. Talking about like a system image, like an operating system image, where you have removed all the nonsense you don't need and you only have a few things. And then you burn that into a DVD, and then that's used as your baseline, right? You should always start from there. What we do in cybersecurity with the baseline is you will learn how your computer functioned for the past 3 or 6 months or 1 year. And then you will create that as your baseline. And then you will let all the systems know, hey, this is the baseline. If you see anything outside of this, let me know. Send us a log. That's what we do in security. Right? SOC analysts, they do that quite a lot. All right, fix impaired defenses in operating system registries. Look, when it comes to the registry of your operating system, first of all, registry is the heart of your operating system. Everything that runs in your operating system must have some kind of a keys in the registry. Specifically in your Windows operating system, the registry is the heart of that operating system. So imagine the attacker, right, is trying to disable the firewall. Well, every time the firewall runs, there is a key in the registry that need to run. And for the firewall to be enabled, the registry key, we call these hive keys, the registry keys have to be set to 1. Right? Just how like computers talk to each other, it's like 1 or a 0. And 1 meaning everything should be working. 0 meaning no, turn off that thing. Right? So impaired defenses, that's when they're going into the registry, for example, and they're changing, let's say the firewall settings as an example, they're changing that to a 0. They're changing the value to 0. That means, hey, turn off that firewall. Right? Disable Windows Defender. Right? Not good. So as a part of hardening that, it's going in and checking to the registry, making sure those keys are not being changed, because hackers can hide themselves into the registry as well. You go in and you're implementing best practices. This is very, very crucial, very important. Best practices. This is known to be tested, used, approved by companies within the industry. Use them. We have the CIS. I showed you this yesterday. They have the top 18. The top 18 controls that you should put in place. If you go in and do those benchmarks, you do those, you will win. Because companies are not doing them. Remember, control number 1 and number 2 is know your hardware, know your software. I did show you that yesterday. You're all from the government. Do you use the DoD? Okay. How do you use it? I'm curious.
So STIGs, after we run our main compliance, we'll hit them with STIGs. We do IAVMs and then we do STIGs. Usually they'll request us to specifically do STIGs. But the customer has to ask us.
I see. So you do that as a part of hardening the system, or is that like a require, like best practices?
But it's best practices. It's a requirement by most centers throughout. They've got to have some benchmark, a CIS benchmark to go to, and then we do the STIGs and IAVMs according to what they set out. So. Gotcha.
Yeah, definitely. Best practices are the best way to go. And if you have like a specific tool, it's nice to go to the vendor's website. If you want to harden that particular tool, go to their website. They're going to have some guides there for you. But it doesn't hurt to start with a bunch of benchmarks, specifically the ones from CIS. Right? These are very respected. All right, now let's explore operating system concepts. Let's continue to this conversation. So, Windows registry and file system. Well, Windows use the file system that's known as NTLM. Let me see. No, that's the protocol. NTFS. There we go. NTFS. Right, newer technology file system. That's what that stands for. Right, newer technology file system. Now with this, there's a lot of features with this, right? You can create things like access control list. You can share folders to certain people, take away certain things, all that good stuff. But like I was saying a minute ago, the registry is the heart of the operating system. And there are a couple keys that you need to be aware of. Now, I'm going to be really honest with you. Nobody really walks around remembering this stuff. When you want to do anything that involves the registry, you have to Google it. And even when you've Googled it, you have to be very careful to make the changes. It's like performing a heart surgery. You got to be careful. And then here's the keys and what you need to know. So there's the H key classes root, also known as HKCR, right? This key showed you how different file types behave, right? When I say different file types, we're talking about images, executable, all that stuff. How do they behave? All that is recorded here. Right? When they're functioning, it's right there. Then you have your H key current user, right? It's going in, it's storing the settings of this specific user who's currently logged in. Assuming your computer have multiple users that usually log in here and there, all their keys when they currently logged in, it's gonna be right here, right? Like the processes and their settings. However, the system is set up for them. All of it's gonna be stored there. Then you have the machine one, the H key local machine.
Oh, hold on. Can we go back to that last one? You said, so when someone's logged in,
yeah,
that H key will basically set up it keeps all their settings in that environment through that.
Right. If they're logged in, so imagine in your OS operating system, you have 5 users. So if one of them logs in, all their settings of how the desktop is set up and the tools that's installed, like how their entire system, the operating system is set up for them, for that particular user, will be in HKCU.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, not for the rest of them, just for that user who's currently logged in.
So if you had 50 users and they were all in, you'd have 50 of these CUs in the registry.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then as soon as they log in or one of them keep logging in, the settings will kind of be located there. Local machine. Settings for the local computer hardware, software, and user profile. Again, this is the hardware, the software of the user, the local user who happens to be in the system. So imagine you have an admin account created in a particular machine. All the tools, all the hardware, we're talking about the CPU, the RAM, their keys, all is going to be located into this local machine hive key of the registry. This is different than if you have something, let's say, like Active Directory running, where you have users created on the network. This is for the local user who happen to be in that particular machine. So there are settings for the hardware they're using, for the software they're using, and their profile. It's going to be stored there. All right, then you have your H key users. This right here is like the mother of this. So H key current user many times is it's sub of H key users, because H key users is the one that contains the keys for everybody who's in that computer. And then this right here will have the current, the person who's currently logged in. So it's like a subset of H key users.
Good question.
Yep.
So how would that look in the registry? Would you have the main, this HKU, and then it would be like labeled that way, and then have the CU under that.
It's like a hierarchy. So you will have the HKU, and then there will be like a little subset of it.
Okay.
And that will be for the HKCU and then some other stuff.
Almost like you have a header and then a bullet.
Right. There we go. Like a
Okay.
parent, sub-parent. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. All right. And then the current configuration. So again, hardware profile used by the local computer at the system startup. This is actually pretty good. Because if you want to know the things that are currently that's going to be running automatically, it's another way of seeing them if they have any high keys in the registry. You will see them from this location, which is one of those things that hackers tended to like to do, schedule stuff so they can run at a later time. Usually they like to schedule viruses. How do you know? Well, you go right here and see the things that are scheduled to run. But you can always go to System Startup to see the programs that are scheduled to run at a later date as well. Usually when hackers do that, they try to evade the detection. Every time hackers they put like their program into the registry, they try to not get detected. And there's these viruses that are known as a fireless. Like fireless viruses. If I can type this right. Fireless, right? Fireless viruses, they don't have a place to leave. So whenever your computer is running, they'll load it into the RAM, into the random access memory of your system. Remember, your antivirus program, your AEV, does not scan your RAM. It only scans your hard drive. So these programs don't have anything in the hard drives. These are fireless viruses. So what happens is when you shut down the computer, because everything in the RAM gets destroyed, right? When you shut down the computer, it copies itself into the registry, and then just sort of like stay there until you turn on the computer again.
Is that why, because you got to do forensics on it, they have to do the vital stuff first because of those viruses right there?
Exactly.
Got it.
Exactly. That's why when they're doing forensic, they will tell you, do not shut down that computer because they need a file from the RAM. We call those dump files. They need a dump file from the RAM so that they can see what was happening in the RAM at the time of the attack. Good questions. Are you interested in forensic, Nick? They make a lot of money.
To be honest, I have been. That's kind of where I'm heading with all this.
Okay. You do have a security clearance, right?
Oh, yes.
Love it. Yeah, then you will love it because you just work with the FBI, it's pretty satisfying. Yeah.
I almost had a job with them, FBI.
Oh.
In a different direction.
Gotcha. I mean, you cannot go wrong with the FBI, right?
Well, I haven't been on too big of a hot streak lately.
Okay. All right, so these are the high keys in the registry. Again, this exam doesn't really solely focus more on this, but you might see a few questions popping up here and there. And this is the stuff, like I said earlier, you just sort of memorize where things are and where things live. And remember that every hardware, every user, every software has some kind of key in the registry. And the hackers can go in there, put a 0 behind the value of that key as a way of turning it off. And then when they do that, they try to bypass that security. For example, if they go into the firewall, turn it off, that means they're downgrading your security. Now the firewall is useless, right? Defender, it's not doing anything. Let's keep going. All right, then you'll have your edge key local machine, sort of like mentioned about this. It contains information and settings for the local computer hardware, software, and the user. right? One of the most accessed keys in the registry is this particular one because it contains access to everything, the hardware, the software that you're running, and the user as well. And we mentioned about H key users. Again, it contains the keys of the machine and the user. And then if you want to see the current user who's currently logged in, you see them under the current user, which is the subset of the H key users, like I mentioned earlier. All right, so Windows registry files, they have this known as SAM, or Security Accounts Manager. These are the accounts that are used by the current computer, basically the current computer that you're sitting on. Then you have your security, right? It's linked to the security database of the user who's currently logged in. Then you have the software. These are the settings of the software, the system settings for things like your hard drives or your optical drives. Then you have your default, again, settings. This is just a bunch of settings, really. Settings of your local system, profiles, and so on and so forth. So, in another word, guys, when you go into the registry and try to look for anything that has anything to do with security, for example, well, you might go under that security and then narrow down until you get to the tool, for example, or the actual software that you're tracking down. One thing that I'll tell you, and this is what I've done in the past, you don't mess around with the registry key unless you have the right guidance, because you will mess up the operating system. And then you have your initialization file. These are just file format, guys. I really don't think this will be on that exam, but let's talk about them. INI, right? Initialization file. This is the configuration file used by Windows programs, right? Just for initializing settings. People who program Windows care about this right here, right? Not you and me. You and I, what we might care about is XML. And if you want to dig deeper into security, you know, YAML, and then you'll see JSON here and there as well. So what are these? This XML is extensible markup language. This is used for two applications to share stuff, basically. XML, right? Markup language that is used to be able to share documents between two applications. And those documents can be read by a human as well as the computer. That's the beauty of XML. Bunch of application uses these, which is why we have things like XML injection attacks, where attacker can inject things into the XML, try to trick the program that will run this, or the document that's running this. XML is great, but it's not the best. YAML, which is yet another markup language, that's what that stands for. It's really great, really great. And you can use this to write configuration files, literally like configuring stuff. And many times this is used within the SIEM. Many times. If you just want to find files and, you know, write like a rule that will find stuff, you will use YAML. And I know quite a few people that uses this quite a lot. I've used it in the past, and it's really good at finding things, helping you finding things. You can craft, like you can write a rule, like a YAML rule that can literally find anything in your environment. And it's supported by, it's free. It's supported by pretty much everybody. It was created by a guy who was working for VirusTotal. If you've heard about VirusTotal. Right? That's the Google for viruses. Right? You want to see if the virus is acting up, you go to VirusTotal, you search there. Okay. So unlike XML and JSON, it's less verbose and it's often considered more readable. Absolutely. Right. in cybersecurity, instead of using YAML, sometime we might want to use a Sigma. That's another one. Sigma, especially if you're writing SIEM rules that you want to work with Splunk and then some of the other CIEM product as well. So Sigma rules are universal. They're universal. They're not really the best when it comes to finding files. When it comes to finding things and configuring, like a configuration file type of stuff, you use YAML. But when it comes to just finding, like set up a rule where you be able to find things on the network, or it can trigger some stuff on the network, Sigma rules are definitely hands down the best. All right, and JSON. JSON is a lightweight data exchange format, easy for a human to read and easy for the machine to parse or generate. You see JSON files everywhere. Right? They get generated, send them to you. They're really easy for you to read them. They're everywhere. And they're based on JavaScript, so that's good. Now let's shift the gear a little bit and talk about virtualization. Virtualization, which is pretty good technology. We're not going to dig deeper, but what is it? Virtualization is the idea of running an operating system inside another operating system. So that's the idea of a virtualization. We have two types of virtualization. We have type 1 and type 2. Type 1 is used by enterprises. Type 1 is something like VMware ESXi, right? VMware ESXi. If you want to Google it up, that's the name. Right? This is used by an enterprise. It's known as bare metal, because you don't need an operating system to install this. It can just run on the metal, and then you can run hundreds, if not thousands, of virtual machines of VMs on top of ESXi. Then you connect it to it using what we normally call a VDI, virtual desktop infrastructure, right? So it's pretty good, fantastic, purpose-built, learn and efficient, requires a special purpose remote management tools. Absolutely. Once you have this set up, you will need what we normally call a thin clients. Thin clients to just be able to remote in and access the VM, right?
I hate thin clients.
Oh, you do, huh?
I use them every day and I hate them.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
Anyways.
What you don't like about them? Because they slow. They don't have.
They're slow. They're slow as probably because all the security that we have on them. But I'm telling you, it's every morning I log in and it's probably 7 minutes of boot up to get through the VDI, and it's. Anyways, sorry. It's
No, I hear you. There was a guy who asked me this one time that he had a school and then he wanted to configure a bunch of computers, and then he didn't want to buy computers that can process the operating system. So he just want to buy like a bigger server, do VMware in there, and then just have a bunch of little thin clients and talk to. I'm like, why are you trying to be cheap, right? We end up not setting up the whole thing, but it was a nightmare.
Because we have like big, regular, towers that are in every other cubicle, and those guys that get those desks, they just come in and it's just, instant. And I'm sitting here, watching the paint dry, waiting for my thin client to go up. Anyways.
Yeah.
Please,
yeah.
It's
all right. Then we have type 2 hypervisors. All right. Type 2 hypervisors are like VirtualBox. If you've heard about VirtualBox, this is a type 2. It's added to an operating system, right? This guy right here that you're looking at. It's added on my Windows right now. It's running on top of my Windows. VirtualBox is the hypervisor. That's the name of it. And this one is used for training purposes for the most part. So a type 2 hypervisor, type of 2 virtualization is used for things like training purposes. You want to be able to simulate a program, want to see how things are running, you will use this one as well. Just want to build like a home lab, you will use this as well. Okay. And by the way, I highly recommend running like set up like a home lab. Highly recommend you do that. I even have some like YouTube videos that that helps with that as well. Let me see. Yeah, there we go. This one.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything.
Right. What is that one thing I need to do? So is somebody trying to sell you something? So this is a pretty decent lab. It doesn't have to be for security. You can use it for pretty much anything. And it's similar to what I have. Let me pull this up. And maybe after class or before the class is over, play around with it. I highly recommend that you set up like a home lab. In the lab, what I did, I just pull up like Kali and then pull up a Metasploitable, like a vulnerable machine. So you'll be able to test it, to scan it with Nmap. You know, this is vulnerable. You have a bunch of ports that are open. So pretty good for practicing your hands-on as well. Right. And this video is about 10 minutes. It's not really long, and it helps you set that kind of stuff up. If you want to take that to the next level, you want to just dive in and add Nmap to it. I have another video, this right here. Talk about Nmap, Zenmap, all that stuff. And this will be pretty good, especially if you go to job interviews. They're going to ask you, hey, how's your home lab? And then you can just walk them through the home lab that you have. All right, let's keep going. And then they said, you know what? Okay, virtualization is great, but the issue with the virtualization is slow. So guess what they try to do? They brought up this whole idea of a container and containerization. They try to virtualize applications now, right? It's not enough to just virtualize an operating system. Now they try to virtualize an applications. And the reason really it's because speed, really. Speed. They want these applications to load up very, very quickly. And then when you containerize an application, it does load up really, really quickly. So some companies that really come to mind when we're talking about containerization, including things like Docker. You guys have heard about Docker? So all you do, you install a Docker engine, and then you are able to run pretty much any application that's supported on your operating system. So essentially streams the application from the server to the client. The client receives display GUI, and then the data stays on the server. There's Docker, there's Kubernetes. You guys have heard about Kubernetes?
I have heard that.
Yeah. Kubernetes, it's another one. It's just a way of virtualizing an application. The reason why they do that, it's because of speed. You don't need to virtualize an entire operating system. You just virtualize an application, and then you're done.
No OS, right? That's why it's so fast. There's no OS.
No OS. Nope.
Right.
No operating system. And I think I have an image here that I can show you instead of going over there. Yeah, here. So this is with the container, and this is with the virtual machine. You can see with the virtual machine, you need a guest operating system. That also need to load up before you get to the application. With this, you just need the engine, even the binary. The binary and the library, it's all based on the underlying operating system. Right? So basically, in seconds, literally in seconds, you will spin up an application. We'll go to Docker here and try to sign in quickly here. Let's say that you want to spin up like a web server. Right? Let's just say you want to spin up like Apache. Come right here, just search for Apache. You grab the Apache. It's also known as HTTPD. All you gotta do, you literally grab this code right here, Docker pull HTTPD. If I had Docker, let me see if I have Docker here. I think I do. If you have Docker installed, all you gotta do, you copy that, you go into the Docker, you put it in there, current version. Okay, well, never mind. You put it in there, you hit a run, and then in second, you have a web server up and running. You don't need to install all the other stuff. It's just up and running in no time. Pretty good, especially when things are running into the cloud where you need to scale up and scale down as well. All right, containerization. Container includes all necessary components and dependencies. Absolutely. They're similar to virtual machine because they are virtualized, but they're very, very lightweight. All right, they share the operating system's kernel. That's why I said if you're going to be running, if the engine, I'll just put it that way, if the engine it's installed on Windows, all the application installed must also be supporting Windows kernel. Like the binary, the libraries also must be Windows. So you can't just run a Linux tool, native tool, on top of a Docker that's installed on top of Windows. It doesn't work like that. So it has to be like on a Linux operating system. Okay. Very easy to deploy, very, very straightforward. What about the cloud? So when it comes to cloud, there's a few things you need to understand. The cloud, we have a public cloud. The public cloud model, it's when you're sharing hardware resources with other customers that belong to the cloud provider. I think that really makes sense. This is the cheapest because you're sharing hardware resources. With the private cloud, that's when you go to them, you're like, hey, I don't want to share the hardware resources with anybody else. Right? Give me the server. It belongs to me. Just assign the server to me. That's a private cloud. Microsoft, actually, Walmart, the company Walmart did that to Microsoft. Right? They went to Microsoft and said, hey, give us a private cloud. We don't want to go to AWS, Amazon Web Services, because there are competition. Yeah. So Microsoft has some private cloud, assign that just to Walmart as well. There's also a community cloud. It's not here, but there's a community cloud. That's where two companies that share the same vision, for example, wants to use some cloud resources. So it could be nonprofit companies or a church, for example, Church A and Church B. They want to get together to develop like a church program. They go into the cloud to get some cloud resources. A hybrid is a combination of the two or more. So when you go in, you say, let me use some private, let me use some public. Okay, that's the deployment model. So if you're going into the cloud asking or trying to deploy stuff, that's what they're going to ask us. Hey, what are you looking for? Are you trying to share the resources with some of our other customers? Or do you need something that's dedicated just to you? Or do you need a combination of both? Now, whenever you go into the cloud, there's this thing known as a shared responsibility. Right? Shared responsibility, because the cloud is a third party. Right? It's a third party you're bringing on. So you have to manage them as a part of your vendor management from a security perspective. Remember, if they get attacked, you get attacked. And there's some companies that really have these false ideas of, oh, once I migrate into the cloud, I'm done. Now all the responsibilities are, onto the cloud provider. And what I usually say to companies like that is, look, if you get attacked, it's not their name in the news, it's your name. Imagine what that does to your reputation as a company, to your brand as a company. So yes, we can go into the cloud. Yes, we will share responsibility with the cloud. But remember, if we get attacked, it's our name in the news and not their names. So each model that we pick have its advantages and disadvantages. The biggest one, it will be sharing of resources, and the other one will be more expensive because you're not sharing resources with anybody else. And then you have these called service models. Service models. The first one is on-prem. On-premises, it's when you manage everything yourself as a company. Basically, you have your own data center and then you manage it. All of it by yourself. The second one is infrastructure as a service. Infrastructure as a service, it's where you go to them, you said, hey, look, you take care of the infrastructure, meaning the networking, the physical hardware, the servers. Right? You take care of the infrastructure. I will take care of everything else. I'll take care of the platform. I'll take care of the software. You take care of the infrastructure. Platform as a service is when we go to them, we're like, okay, look, not only are you going to be taking care of the infrastructure, but please also take care of the platform that the infrastructure runs on top of. The platform that runs on top of that infrastructure. So for example, we want you to take care of Windows licenses, take care of Linux, right? Take care databases, all the platform that's needed, you take care of it. That's a platform as a service. We will still need to take care of the software, but they're going to take care of the infrastructure and the platform. Last one is another one is the software as a service. Software as a service is when we don't have to do anything other than using the software. This is the Microsoft 365, the Office 365, the Google Gmail. All right, that's where the vendor, the cloud provider takes care of everything. They take care of the software. They take care of the platform the software runs on top of. They also take care of the infrastructure that runs everything. Software as a service. We go to them, we're like, hey, we're going to pay you $6 per month. Give us the email software, we're done. We don't care who's programming the tool. We don't care what platform the tool runs on top of, and we absolutely don't care about the infrastructure. So you handle it, Mr. Google, Mr. Microsoft, you handle it, just give us the tool. That's why we have the Outlook, the things that's on demand, right? Just pay them a little money and we use them. Then your question might be, okay, what if you need anything extra? What if you needed some other stuff? Well, that's where the anything as a service comes in. Right, anything as a service is when you go there, you say, hey, Mr. Cloud, I want you to monitor my environment as a service. Well, that's going to be part of the anything as a service. Hey, Mr. Cloud, I need to do some backup as a service. Well, that's going to be part of the anything as a service. Few years ago, literally a few years ago, we used to have more than these three. I remember when I was teaching the 501 and the 401 of Security Plus, and we had things like database as a service, right? Monitoring as a service, and all kinds of stuff as a service. I'm like, will these ever stop? So, but now what they did, they said, you know what? We have these three, and anything else that doesn't fall between these three goes into the anything as a service. You need to security as a service? Well, anything as a service. All right. Sincerely, is everything okay? You dropped for a second.
I got kicked off for some reason, but I'm back on. It just refreshed my page, and I guess I got kicked off.
All right. All right, I'm glad you're here. And then over the years, they've been pushing these things known as a serverless. A serverless. Now, what is a serverless? Does that mean we don't have any servers? And that's just not true, right? Serverless computing, it's the idea of not making the developer configure servers. Basically, the servers are the responsibilities of the cloud computing organization, right? Not the developer who are developing the tools. So dynamically allocate resources to execute individual pieces of code. It's known as a function. And the beauty of this so-called serverless is that the developer does not have to manage the servers. The cloud provider does. That's why this is so-called serverless. Maybe they're going to change that word. It really doesn't mean we're not using servers, right? It simply means people who are managing the servers are not the people that are developing the tool, the code. And this is becoming handy, or it's becoming very popular because of DevOps. Right? DevOps are the people who deal with the development as well as operations. Dev and operations. We even have DevSecOps now. DevSecOps. Right? Somebody who understands the coding, who understands security. They also understand the day-to-day stuff, the operations. So these people are really good. They do a lot of automation because they know how to program. So they're going to be automating a lot of things for us. Let's say we want to update or upgrade 10,000 machine. Well, these people are going to write a script that can push the update to 10,000 machine. We won't be able to do one by one. So that's what they deal with. So serverless, we're going in. The cloud is managing the infrastructure that is required to run the application, and without really having the developer themselves to know how to do that, right? Removes the need for the server operating system, absolutely. Supports DevOps environments, exactly. And it's very flexible, it's very scalable, it's speedy. The company that made this very famous was Netflix. Netflix became the early customer of AWS, Amazon Web Services, one of the cloud provider. And in 2010, at some point in 2010, 60% of all the traffic in the US was all Netflix traffic at nighttime, when people are off from work. This is when they were going in and doing the streaming. And everybody wanted to stream. Like nobody wanted to buy DVDs anymore. So they had issues scaling up. And then they start pushing this serverless, where resources can dynamically be shut down. Application can dynamically be shut down, spinning up and all kinds of stuff based on the code, based on the DevOps, the scripts that they developed. In other words, the provider takes care of all the heavy lifting, and all they had to do was run the application. All right, few other things. And then when we're going in and talking about network architecture, there's this idea of SDN. SDN is the software-defined networking. Right? Software-defined networking. Software-defined networking is the idea of using software to be able to configure a network. Cisco, the company Cisco, made this very popular, which makes sense because they basically own the internet when it comes to networking. Right? Every router, every switch, it's like a Cisco switch. So what happened with SDN, they abstract the physical network devices like routers and switches, and then they use software. They use software to be able to configure these routers, to be able to configure these switches. What they have what they normally call a control plane. Control plane is going to make all the decisions. This is where they're going to go ahead and just program whatever they want this thing to do. Okay. And then the beauty of SDN is that it doesn't even really matter what kind of a physical device you are running. You could be running like a Cisco router. You could be running like a Juniper switch. It does not matter because the configurations are done by software. All right. They have this control plane, which is like a brain, like the brain of SDN, where all the instructions and everything gets added there. Right. And then it's going to go ahead and just automatically, push in the configuration of the network as soon as they push the button, maybe. Right? But so SDN is like the next generation, the next way of designing networks. And the idea is they don't want to be tied to a physical device anymore. They're going in, they're using code to be able to configure these networking devices. And the other idea is a bunch of these devices now, they're not just physical, but they're also virtual. Now they have virtual routers and virtual switches. So they can spin all of them up very quickly. The other point, and this is the last point, SDN, because they're going in and they're using code, you're really minimizing the issues of humans, or the error humans will make when they're configuring this hardware or these routers and switches. I remember at some point I had my CCNA from Cisco. I don't know if you've heard about that certification. CCNA, one of pretty good certification when it comes to networking. And one of the things that I remember when I was doing my undergrad and we were doing this, it was configuring a router, going into the router console and typing CompTIA and going in and typing the commands one by one by one. We were making a lot of mistakes. So what they said, you know what? Let's automate this process. And that's what SDN is all about. Automating the configuration of networking. Pretty good for the cloud, by the way. Pretty good for the cloud. And then over the years, people have been working from different locations. Right? People are not really into offices anymore. They don't work from one location. So some people are working from airport, from coffee shops. So there's this idea of deperimeterization, if I can read. And the idea here is the shift away from inside and outside. And the model that came to fix this is known as zero trust, something that we're going to talk about in a minute here. Zero trust. And the idea here is that, okay, people are working from a different location. And we have been thinking over the years, we have been thinking that, well, everybody's inside. We have a firewall here that's protecting us from the outside evil people, right? People from the internet. So the firewall is doing all the security, and that's good. But what happens when the people are working from home? You don't have that firewall to protect them. Then what? So that's really what the idea of deperimeterization is really all about. People are working from anywhere, remote work. And the trend is we have things like cloud, remote work, mobile, BYOD, bring your own devices, right? Stuff like that. Outsourcing and contracting, people using multiple companies for different things. People connecting to free Wi-Fi, open wireless, coffee shops, Starbucks, Wi-Fi. And all these are different locations. All these are different locations. People are not sitting in one location so where you can, protect them. And that really led into the revolution of rethinking how they design networks. And the idea is, okay, well, not only they're coming to work from anywhere, but the enemy is not only outside. The enemy could also be inside with those insider threats. And the other was, what happens when the enemy from the outside gets in? Well, they get trusted. That's what computers do. Once you break in, once you authenticate as Nick, well, I trust you, you're Nick. You told me you are who you say you are. I've asked you who you are. You did all that good stuff, so I trust you. But it should not be like that. And that's where zero trust comes in. So let's talk about zero trust for a second. So zero trust is the idea of trust no one and always verify. It's the idea behind zero trust. A year ago, I went to a conference. I live in Atlanta. I went to a conference in Atlanta, and for 8 hours, everybody was talking about zero trust. And everybody was talking about how their product is a zero trust product. And there was one company particularly, Checkpoint, the firewall vendor. I've known Checkpoint for years, since I got it in IT. And now one of their guys was over there telling us how their product, their firewalls are zero trust firewalls now. And I started thinking, I'm like, okay, is zero trust a tool? Is zero trust a product? Zero trust is not a product, it's not a tool, is a philosophy. Right? It's a model that we can use to protect our environment. And what is it? Well, there's a guy, his name is Bill Cheswick. Back in the 90s, when they had what was the name? There's this warming that broke out in the 90s. I forgot the name of it. But what this guy had done, literally kept the company safe, AT&T. He was working for AT&T Bell Lab. These are the same people who gave us Linux and Unix, by the way. So pretty good folks there. So he had a paper that says the design of a secure internet gateway. And his theory was that we had a firewall, right? And the firewall is going to protect us from all those evil people outside of the network. So there was a lot of a dependent on the perimeter defenses like firewalls and stuff. But the question was, what happens once the bad guy gets inside of the network? Well, once inside the network, users and system have broad access. Basically, they're basically trusted. In the 90s, he even said, I like what we did, but I think we would like the internal machines be protected, even if an invader breaks into the gateway machine, becomes root, meaning becomes the administrator, and then it creates and runs the kernel, meaning runs the heart of the operating system. So basically, all he was saying was that the system to be protected, he would like to, now, once the bad guys gets in, the system to still be protected, even if they have the admin access and all that stuff. He was basically talking about zero trust, right? Zero trust. So what zero trust did said, okay, even if you're inside of the environment, you won't be trusted by default. Even if you've authenticated, they ask you who you are, you say my name is this, they will still not just give you access to everything just so because you've authenticated. So this guy, his name is John. I like him. I'm connected to him on LinkedIn and always like what he's saying. He was working for Forrester Research back in 2010 and going to 2011-ish. And then he'd been really promoting zero trust. He had been getting the credit as the grandfather of zero trust. And one of the things that he said that really stuck with me was that trust is a vulnerability into computer systems. In other words, guys, once you sign in, once you're authenticated, you're trusted. If you are the administrator, you are the administrator. But zero trust challenged that. Right? He says, okay, even if you've authenticated, let's keep verifying you. Let's see if you're authenticating from the right machine, the right IP address, the right MAC address, the right Wi-Fi, using the right hardware. If any of these things looks different, well, we're gonna, do some kind of a micro-segmentation automatically. Even if the way you behave is different, right? The way you behave is different. Zero trust will, kind of protect you from that as well. Imagine if somebody steals your account and they sign in as you, and now they're behaving different, like they're accessing things that you normally will not access. Zero trust will still question that. All right, a few more things. Zero trust model. It's a paradigm shift in cybersecurity strategies, emphasizing that trust should never be implicit and always be verified. I think I've bit that drum up really, really well. Zero trust treats all the traffic with suspicious, right? And we're going in, we're continuously verifying things. We're asking hardware, we're asking users, hey, are you who you say you are? Zero trust, it's not a tool, it's not a product, it's not a software, it is a philosophy of trust nothing, always verify. Giving users and computers the only permission they need, and that's it. Keep authenticating them. Do some micro-segmentation, depends on how people are authenticating. And always, again, back to the access control, and then assume a breach mentality. In other words, assume the network is hostile. Right? The network is under attack. Right? So trust no one, always verify. Right? So zero trust is about reducing the risk, continuously adapting to new threats, and ensuring security is not just about keeping threats out, but also about managing them once they are inside of the environment. I think it's really self-explanatory. So what comes with the zero trust? What are the components of zero trust? Well, zero trust goes in and look at the network and endpoint. We're looking at the traffic that's coming from everywhere. And then we're going in and we're looking at things like identity and access management, something I'll come back to it. This is the always authenticating people, right? We limit access to certain things and the like. There's also policy-based enforcement. They're going in there, keep reinforcing policies. Hey, where are you authenticating from? What location, what device, what MAC address, you name it. It's really, really heavily used in the cloud, again, because people are authenticating from different locations, right? You will get visibility into the network because keep watching everything that's taking place in the network. There's the micro-segmentation, right? Remember, segmentation is one of the best security you can do. Right? If one person get attacked, you're still okay. With the zero trust is, if you did not authenticate it the right way, well, we're gonna limit, certain things to your account until you authenticate the right way. Pretty good for protecting data, as well as detecting things and preventing things from happening. Google was the first one to do this without knowing. So in 2009, right, coming up in 2009, the Chinese attacker, the APT from China, carried out what they normally call Operation Aurora. And they were attacking multiple high-profile companies like Google, Adobe, Juniper, you name it. And Google, after literally this attack, Operation Aurora, Google sat down and said, what can we do to make sure this doesn't not happen again? And they came up with what they normally call the Beyond Corp. Beyond Corp was their response to this Operation Aurora that took place. And what they did when they sit down and rethink their security, they said, okay, let's remove trust from the network, meaning no matter where people are joining from, we're not going to trust them. Let's securely identify the device, let's securely identify the user, and let's implement inventory-based access control, only giving access based on what we have on our environment, on the inventory. And they were doing also context-aware authentication or context-aware access, where they ask you a bunch of things. Where you're joining from, what IP address, what Wi-Fi did you use, like a bunch of a context before giving you access. They also thought, you know what, we should do end-to-end encryption. They did this without really, before Zero Trust was Zero Trust. Right? Zero Trust was literally born out of a Forrester in 2010. And Google was doing this, really after the 2009 incident that took place to them. This is one of the example of Operation Aurora. Of implementing Zero Trust. They still not done. With the Zero Trust, you can never done. It's an ongoing effort. And for you in the government, you're like, this might sound cool. What does this have to do with the government? Well, Biden also recognized security, right? And a few things he have done, right? So the federal has implemented a few things. First example, there's an executive order that he put in place in 2021, where he went in and said, okay, well, we need to improve the security of agencies. Right? Yeah. You guys have any experiences with this? Did you had to read over this, or did the department start implementing Zero Trust after these executive orders and stuff? No. What about this federal Zero Trust strategy? Because they literally give them until March of 2022 to have a plan and not really have this thing.
Oh yeah, we're all the way across the board. We're good.
Okay. All right. Well, for a government going in and telling them, hey, we need you to have a plan by within a few months, that was a lot. And telling them, hey, you got to at least implement multi-factor authentication.
They did do that.
They did do that.
I'd say they did do that.
Okay. All right. Well, there are a couple guidance, couple readings. If you want to follow up, there's this link here. I'm gonna click on it so I can give you the link. Bunch needs to do have these are both still drafts. They're not complete. They're all still drafts that you can start looking at, because you are not gonna get away with the zero trust. Zero trust is here to stay. So I would say this is one of those things you have to learn, familiarize yourself with it, because every company is implementing this. It's just like AI. In cybersecurity, we're all about zero trust. Right? Trust no one and always verify. So if we were to come here, take a look at the executive orders from the White House, take a look at the NIST publication right here on zero trust, and enjoy. Let me drop that here as well. So I doubt this exam will ask a bunch of things about zero trust, the 003, the newer CySA Plus, but they might ask you, okay, what zero trust is all about. They're not gonna go as deep as what we just did. Any questions for me? Let's take your first break. Once you come back, we will finalize it. The rest is really straightforward. Take our first break. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes, and then we'll finish this.
Sure, thanks.
All right. Keep going. So topic 3B, exploring identity and access management. We're going to talk about this, like this right here. Straightforward stuff. If you've studied for Security Plus, you understand this, and I won't spend too much time on it. This is the authentication mechanism, right? The way people authenticate on these computers, these devices these days. You can authenticate based on something you know. Tell me, guys, what is this? What is authenticating based on something you know?
Like a pen.
And?
Or would it be even just like a face authentication nowadays? Or even sending it to email?
That would be something you are with the face.
Okay.
With the face will be something you are.
Okay.
So something you know will be a PIN. It's a knowledge. It's something that you get from your brain. So a PIN, a password, a username, anything that you can think of, right? It's a knowledge base. And then something you have. Something you have is something you have out of hand. It could be a credit card, it could be a Visa card, your driver's license. If somebody's trying to ask you who you are and they ask you, hey, show me some ID, that's something you are. I mean, something you have at hand. For the DoD, you guys probably use the RSA, the key fobs, right? No. Secure ID. You don't use those?
No, we actually have three different ones. We have our CAT card, which is by a pen, and then I have, like my CYSA or my admin token, and I have an RSA. I have to use all three of those.
Wow. Every time you try to authenticate or just once? Like one.
It depends on where I'm going. So, but yeah, when I go into like doing like root, like pseudo type stuff, I have to authenticate all 3 times.
Gotcha. Right. So this is a way people authenticate. So something you are is sincerely why you said the facial recognition, the fingerprint, the hand scan. It's all biometric. We call this biometric authentication. Someone you are, something you are. Now, each one of these are great. And the biometric is the strongest because it's the bio you. If you're authenticating via your fingerprint, either I cut off your finger and take that with me, or somehow I kidnap you and use your finger. So this is the most strongest method of authentication. Now, All of these are great, but they're not as strong if you use them by themselves. Example, if you just use something you have, what happens if you lose that card? Well, anybody can pick it up and swipe, and then they're in. So what we usually do, we use multiple of them. So we use this as a part of the MFA. MFA is multi-factor authentication, or 2FA. Two-factor authentication. And this is the idea of going in and using something you know and something you have to authenticate. We're using both of them to authenticate. Right, why would you do that? Well, it's going to improve the identity assurance. Oh, sorry about that. All right, it's going to go ahead and improve your identity, because we're going in and we're asking who you are, you're providing that, and we're asking, hey, prove it by swiping this, or prove it by, with your fingerprint. It's going to increase difficulty in abusing the credentials. Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. This is what we were talking about. MFA, multi-factor authentication. We're going in and we're authenticating based on what we have and what we know. Let me ask you this, because CompTIA usually like to ask these questions. They might go in and ask you this. A user is trying to authenticate to a bank website. They're trying to authenticate to Wells Fargo, for example. And then the website, first, it asks them for the username. They provide the username. The website asks for the password. You provide the password. It asks you for the PIN. You provide the PIN. The website also asks you for the security challenge question. So, like, what's your favorite color? You provide that. Is this considered multi-factor authentication?
I would say no, only because it's something you know.
Bingo. Bingo. And that's it. So for something to be classified as a multi-factor authentication, it has to come from two different categories.
Mm-hmm.
You know something you have. Then you have these two-step verification. This is where they send you like a text message or something that you have to approve on your phone. And then you have these push to passwordless authentication. There's a lot of product that are pushing this. It's a bunch of a password manager that now support this whole idea of a passwordless authentication, where they're authenticating without even using passwords, which is pretty good, because a password is the weakest form of authentication. When you use passwords, that's the weakest form of authentication, especially if that password is not strong enough. If you didn't use special character, number, letters, and make your password like 15 character long, that's very weak. We have tools like Hashcat that can crack that password, like a 7-8 character password, in minutes. It can crack that thing in no time. Single sign-on. This is where you sign in once, you have access to many. You sign in once, you have access to many. Google does this. You sign into your Gmail, you get access to YouTube, Google Doc, Google Slides, and all the other tools that they have. Single sign-on.
I have a question when it comes to these things. Is there a policy stating that within any organization this is either highly recommended or this is like required?
Yeah, definitely. It just
because, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And just because, and I understand I'm like the newbie in my work environment, but I've noticed like, people I'm taking over for, they want to cross lines and say, oh yeah, let's just do this. Oh, there's a token for it. But they want to combine, they don't want to use their token anymore. So they create their password and bypass a specific, like they don't want to use their token. So they bypass it. They just create a password. And I kind of, I want it to start being more you know, where they can, you know, definitely see it as this is a critical thing. Like, where can I look at a reference where I can say, hey, this is why it matters. This is why we need it. This is what's going to help us to ensure we're not abusing. And, I've seen like the past month, someone switching from doing a two-factor authentication to they're doing one now. They're just doing a password. And then now the second person is what they're doing is they're looking at somebody else's like a temporary password, and they're supposed to sign for it, and now they're saying, oh, I'll just do it for you. They're signing in for your temp. They're trying to ensure it because they don't think you're knowledgeable enough. And I want to see that where there's in a hard writing, and it's mandatory, because people are going to be looking at me like, oh, I've been here for 3 years, or I've been here for 6 years. You don't know anything. It's like, no, I want to give you the rule, the policy, because we have to practice it. Complacency is what's going to jeopardize us in the long run.
Exactly. So you guys do have policies, right? Things in writing.
Yes, but it's hard to, like, 2 months ago, I tried to reference one of our incident procedures, and it didn't take me having to say, hey, we don't have it here in person and we don't have it online. How can we access that?
Okay.
And I understand where we're coming from, but we're working with the government, and we should be able to provide the best services. And it's tiresome when they've been working there, they're veterans in the environment, and I'm here like, oh, I'm the new person, and like I'm trying to help, but you guys are, it's intimidating, I guess. And that's where I want to see where it's actually like it needs to be implemented.
Yeah. That's one of the beautiful thing of bringing in the outsider, right? Somebody new who haven't gotten comfortable with the way we do things, because they can challenge the status quo. I want to tell you this because this is what we did. We were trying to roll out the BYOD, bring your own devices. We had people pushing back and like, hey, whoa, hold on a minute. Does that mean the company is going to start paying for my phone bill? So they had all these things that they were pushing on us. And the only thing that saved us was the policy. Because we were literally going in and like, hey, don't put that on me. That's what the policy says. Now, if you want to continue working here, let's do what the policy says, right? Or take that up with your manager. So I would say the first thing that would need to be done, definitely make sure those policies, you are aware of them and you know where they're located. And Nick is right here, giving us all kinds of icons right now and all kinds of cartoons. So the policies. And the second is, you mentioned something about someone authenticating using single factor. That sounds like the technical controls might need to be checked. Remember last time when we talked about those 3 different categories, like technical control, administrative control with the piece of papers, and then the operational controls. Managers have to enforce that. If you don't enforce it, see, administrative controls are useless unless you enforce them. Just a piece of paper that says you should authenticate using 2FA, well, you got to enforce that either through technical or through day-to-day, but somehow you have to enforce it. Otherwise, like you said, you become, complacency and people start to not, following it. So that will be my take on it. I started with the policy and then go from there as well. All right, let's keep going. Authentication mechanisms. We have things like privileged access management, PAM, right? Privileged access management. Store login credentials for privileged account in a secure repository. I can't tell you how important this is, because whenever hackers get into your environment, they want to escalate their privileges. remember, they cannot hack what they don't have access to themselves. They want to become root. They want to become administrator. So every time you have the accounts that says admin or root in Linux, first of all, make sure that account has 2FA turned on, like MFA turned on. Like every administrator account should authenticate using 2FA, period, right? Like if you don't have a policy there has to be a policy that says that. Second, the password must be really, really strong. Very, very strong. 15 character or more. And number 3 is if they don't need to use that account, we'll stay back a little bit. They should have 2 accounts. One for the day-to-day stuff, right? And another one anytime they're trying to make changes to the system, right, for administrative stuff.
So would that be, so the root would be more of administrative?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that, and I thought it was like, because it was a team making changes, I had an idea, but you kind of give me that insight, like, oh, they're using something because it's administrative. They're using that account because it's administrative to the network, the system.
Correct. Yep. All right, so secure these privileged accounts. A few more things. Understanding federated trust methods. Federation or federated is when like 2 different enterprises, 2 different organizations are using the same way to authenticate. Access to one account via credentials from account. In another word, imagine Google and Microsoft sharing the same authentication mechanism. So imagine they have like a centralized way of authenticating where once you authenticate here, you have access to Google, you also have access to Microsoft. That's really what federated means. Right? It's kind of like single sign-on, but not really. Right? Because this is between the 2 different organizations. And companies been doing this quite a lot. So one way that they did was through OpenID. Right? OpenID is part of the OAuth. If you've heard about OAuth framework, the OAuth framework, which is heavily pushed by Google. And if you ever visited a website, and then that says sign in with Google or sign in with Facebook and sign in with Apple these days, that's OpenID Connect. Right? That's OpenID Connect. So when you click on the icon that says sign in with Google, OAuth kicks in because OpenID takes care of the authentication. OAuth takes care of the verification, the authorization, I should say. So OpenID Connect takes care of the authentication, where you click in, you put in your credentials. My username is this, my password is this, right? Then OAuth is gonna go in and do the authorization. Okay, so sincerely, you've authenticated. Does that mean you have access to everything? No. You only access, you're only authorized to access this and this and this. So they work at the same time. So they're pretty good. They're used to access third-party websites. So you've seen a bunch of sites that says sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook. That's all OpenID with the help from OAuth, specifically OAuth version 2. Right, OAuth 2. All right. Then you have SAML. SAML, Security Assertion Markup Language. It's another way of doing a single sign-on. Right, single sign-on, but for back-end application.
Yeah, we use those a lot. SAML.
You do? Okay.
Yeah, we use those a lot for like authenticating through like different backend imagery stuff. We've got these big long SAMLs that we verify, that we store in our databases essentially.
Okay. So Nick, that means like you authenticate into one system, and then you click on one of these other applications you need to access, and then it takes you to that application, and you don't have to authenticate again, right? You automatically get access.
Right. Yeah.
That's SAML. That's SAML. It's a single sign-on. So you might see questions on that exam that try to sort of like challenge this, where they said, well, which one it's not going to ask you for password once you try to authenticate again? SAML will not ask for the password again, right? It doesn't. With OpenID and OAuth, they will ask you password. Right. All right, transitive trust is the idea of if A trusts B, B trusts C, then A should trust C. Right? It's like if I trust you, you trust him, now I trust him. Basically, which is one of the weaknesses of computers, by the way, right? That trust. That's the issue that zero trust is coming to fix, this transitive trust. Any questions here? We're good? Okay, fantastic. And here's another one that's going to be on that exam. And this is a CASB. CASB is a cloud access security broker. See, a bunch of companies migrated into the cloud without really thinking about the security. And these cloud providers, they also didn't have security in place. Guess what? There has been a bunch of companies, we call those CASB, that have been acting as a third party. And their job is to provide security when you are using the cloud. Right? When you're using the cloud. For example, let's say you have a SaaS application that you're running into the cloud, and you want to be able to, have some security. Well, you can deploy CASB where the user, your user, will have to go through the CASB, and the CASB will allow you to access that SaaS application. So if there's some kind of security that needs to be done, you can do it, because the CASB is acting as a proxy. It's between your user and the application, the cloud application that you should be accessing. Right. So CASB will help you with things like single sign-on, where imagine you are accessing application from Microsoft to Google. Like a bunch of companies will use application from different cloud providers. CASB is the way to go. This is the thing that's going to provide security for you. It's going to provide visibility because everything is going through them. You can capture those logs. It can add some security to it. It has these. It can enforce things like access control, limit who has access to what. It can allow you to. It can give you things like single sign-on. You name it, right? It can scan for malware. Right? It can look up for non-compliant devices based on your policies, can monitor, can audit things from here, prevent access to unauthorized cloud services, you name it, all of it can be done here. This is one of the best ways to secure things that are in the cloud. And if we're using multiple clouds, for example, Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, CASB will provide the security for all these clouds as well. So you will see this on that exam. Any questions about CASB?
No.
Fantastic. I feel like I'm saying things that you guys already know, so I probably need to move fast. Last section, maintaining operational visibility. Then you have your DLP. DLP will also be on that exam. DLP is data loss prevention. Data loss prevention. It's a technology that's going to prevent you from losing data. Really, in one word, right? Prevent you from losing data. It can do a lot of stuff. But some of the things you can set up like a policy server where you have all your policy there that tells, hey, nobody should copy things and nobody should be able to email themselves the social security numbers, right? Policies. And then you have agents into these endpoints, these devices, right? Computers, laptops, you're going to install some agents in them. You might also have agents on the network that keep watching everything that's taking place on the network. So what are some of the things that can be done with the DLP? Well, you can block the USBs, those external medias, the USB port on machine, they can be blocked by the DLP. Remember, DLP prevents data exfiltration. It prevents the bad guy from exfiltrating the data, from stealing data from your environment. It also prevents employees from emailing themselves like confidential documents, right? You guys have heard about Edward Snowden, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So one thing I did notice in the exam, at least, when they did talk about DLP, it was mainly about exfiltrating. So you see like unauthorized like exfiltrating of data.
Mhm.
They're talking about DLP. At least from what I've seen. The 2 tests I've taken. Yeah.
Okay. So DLP was over there. Good.
Oh yeah. It's all over the exam. Yeah.
Gotcha. Then please do make sure you understand, because I can talk about this all day. We used to use our Trenton Health team. I set it up. We were using it, but we were using it to prevent people from emailing themselves PHI data, right? Patients' data. Because these nurses, they will email patients' data and then forget to encrypt the data. So we had to use DLP to remind them. As soon as it sees is a patient's data, it's a medical data, it will just bring up a little message that says, hey, we noticed this is a patient data. Why is not encrypted? Do you want to encrypt it before you move forward? And then they hit yes. Then.
Yeah, we have that too. If there's like, if you're trying to send an email out and we haven't set the classification, it will like be like, hey, you got to do this. So, yep.
That's the DLP. Right? It's really preventing us from losing data. And what Snowden did with the NSA, he walked in with the USB in his pocket, he copied things into the USB, then he walked out. That could not have happened if DLP was in place. But again, Snowden and all of us in cyber, we have too much power to understand that. So he could have turned off the DLP, then copy stuff, right? Anyway, so DLP, you're going in, they're blocking you from stealing data, blocking you from printing, from Remote Desktop Protocol, RDP. Remote Desktop Protocol is port 3389. It's a way of remoting into Windows computers. So if somebody can remote in, you got a big problems. Copying things into the clipboard, like copying and pasting things, data classification blocking, stopping copying and pasting things, stopping people from emailing themselves PII and PHI, you name it. This is going to be on that exam. So it's going to stop. It can even stop metadata. Right? I don't know. You guys took Security Plus. So you understand the idea of steganography, right?
Vaguely.
Okay, so steganography is when someone hides things into an image. So they can take an image and add the social security numbers into that image, like hide confidential information into the image, then email the image to themselves. DLP can help with that. It can look at the metadata and then look at the image and like, why this image is bigger than regular images? Well, you might have some things inside. It can alert us. It can stop it. It can do all kinds of stuff. Right? DLP will be on that exam. Then what kind of data are we talking about? Well, PII. PII is anything that identifies you. Usernames, emails, address, you name it. PII, personally identifiable information. PHI, it's your health information. This is the doctor's office data. I got diabetes. Well, that's health. You should not be emailing them, yourself, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of laws. For example, with the PHI is HIPAA. With the PII, there's a lot. We're talking about GDPR, with privacy, GDPR for Europe. There's another law in California, AC something. All that need to be protected. Personally identifiable financial information, right? Finance, people about their savings accounts, their bank statements, their retirement, all that need to be protected. Card holder, this is where PCI DSS comes in. Fantastic career, by the way, where you go in and you assess industry and you ask them, hey, are you accepting credit card? Yeah, we are. Okay, well, how are you protecting the credit card information? Right? PCI DSS. That's the regulation they have to comply with. And then intellectual property, right? Everybody knows what that is. Then you have your PKI. PKI is the public key infrastructure. This is a way of keeping things a secret. I am loving this version 3 of the exam, because literally they didn't went back and start talking about what is cryptography, what is symmetrical encryption, asymmetrical encryption, right? Because that's really not that important when it comes to this exam, but also when it comes to your work as an analyst. But PKI, public key infrastructure, is how we're keeping things secure online. When you go to Amazon.com, and then in the browser, you see HTTPS in the browser. Well, what does that mean? When you can go there, pay for a product, how is that your credit card does not get stolen once you put that credit card information into Amazon.com? Well, that's PKI, public key infrastructure. Public key infrastructure uses what we normally call a certificates to be able to secure either websites, or it could be a software, it could be really anything. But for the case of the web, it will be a website. HTTP is not secure. For us to be able to secure HTTP, we have to use SSL and its big brother TLS. Right, TLS. They're transport layer security. Transport layer security. Transport layer security is better than SSL. It's better than SSL, but they're both secure. It's just this one is better. Administrators cannot monitor encrypted traffic.
Right. But TLS is on the exam too. Just it's in the PBQs. I had it twice now. And I just want for her when she's gonna take it. It asks like how are you gonna harden it, and you have to do compliance. And some of them are still running like 1 and 1.1, which now is 1.2. So you have to say that this is out of compliance, and then go into the net. How do you harden it? Well, you take off one, only use 1.2. Just FYI. So that is on the exam for sure.
Gotcha. Well, then maybe I can elaborate a little bit more on this. Look, there's a bunch of a protocol that they're not secure. And then TLS and SSL, they're both used to secure a bunch of these other unsecure protocols. All right. And then, Nick mentioned 1.2, but in 2018, they released 1.3. And 1.3 introduced, I'm talking about TLS now, transport layer security. 1.3 introduced what they normally call a DOH. DOH is the DNS over HTTPS. Right? DNS over HTTPS. And what this did, it literally went in and started and saying, hey, we're going in and we're encrypting everything. We're saying that, hey, if a website doesn't support HTTPS, well, we're not going to be able to run it. Firefox, the browser Firefox, Mozilla Firefox, implemented this. Now, any website that doesn't support HTTPS, it's not going to be running. All right, why is this important? Why does this matter? Well, remember what I said the other time. Too much security is not security. If you're going in and encrypting everything, it's okay, but we need to be able to inspect either encrypted traffic or be able to decrypt the traffic somehow so we can be able to see what's inside. Right? Because if we just allow everything to go in, for example, if we just allow HTTPS traffic, what happens if they're stealing things from us and they're using HTTPS? We won't be able to detect them either. So we want to somehow, we might want to use some kind of a proxy to be able to decrypt the traffic, be able to see what's inside before allowing the traffic to go outside the environment. Okay. All right, we need to ensure that employees comply with acceptable use policies and visibility to restrict content access or shared upload and restricted data. Well, Google found an issue with this one, and I guess we're done. Google found an issue with SSL in 2014. It's called the Heartbleed, if I can spell it.
Is that why they start, like, when you go to pay for things now, is you used to see SSL connection, right? Like on the website, and now I'm seeing like a bunch of like TLS at the bottom. So I was like, okay, well, looks like they finally changed that, because I remember SSL had some type of problem with it.
This was that problem.
Oh, well, perfect.
Yeah, when it happened in 2014, we all thought the internet was going to be broken. Everybody thought the internet was going to be broken because we use SSL to secure everything else. So Google found this into the OpenSSL, which is the tool that they use when they're creating SSL or HTTPS, or when they're generating the public and private key pair. I can go on and on about that if you guys want to, but it's not that important. And then in 2014, they found these issues, which they call, there's a CVE for it, there's a vulnerability for it. And they said, oh, holy crap, we're dead, right? But then they fix it, right? They fix it. And instead of keep focusing on SSL, they basically try to keep promoting TLS. So to your answer, Nick, TLS is more secure than SSL. Yes. Because one of the things that the attackers can do, they can perform what we normally call a SSL strike, which is basically means downgrading your security. So you're connected via TLS, they can downgrade your security to try to take advantage of these vulnerabilities, such as this one, which is vulnerability of SSL. So in that exam, if they ask you, oh, which one is better? TLS all day long. TLS is better. If they ask you which one that have issues, which one that may have vulnerabilities here and there, SSL, secure socket layer.
Because I think there was a question on there that had, because I want to say that TLS 1, I think used SHA-1. Is it used, or there's a picture and shows SHA-1 on there, and it says what's wrong with this, and like it's not using TLS 1.2. That was a question on the exam, and it had a picture of that TLS 1 on there. So that's why I was mentioning that, because that was in one of the multiple choice questions.
Yeah. Well, the latest version of TLS is version 1.3.
Okay.
There's no issue with this one. It came out 4 years ago. It's still amazing. 1.2 is also good. There's no issue with 1.2. Right? It's still amazing. But again, if they're talking about, hey, running 1.1, or we're trying to upgrade this to anything else, keep an eye on these two. All right, let me finalize this. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Explain logging concepts. Well, look, you are going to be the analyst, which means you're going to live and breathe logs. Okay. That's going to be your word. You have to do some log collection. Right? You got to be able to collect logs and then aggregate those logs. So once you have those logs, you have to store them somewhere, ideally in some kind of a centralized location. That centralized location will have to be a SIEM, CIEM. Right? Yes, people will say, oh, okay, well, maybe you can set up like a syslog server, and then be collecting everything and just dump them into a syslog. Yeah, you can. But again, it's not as powerful as a SIEM. A SIEM is going to allow us not only to correlate the logs, meaning all the logs from all the devices, we will be able to kind of be able to tell, okay, this SIEM event might have happened from this other device at this time. SIEM will allow us to create dashboards. Okay, dashboards, make them colorful and everything in between. But if you're going to be grabbing logs, grab logs from authentication servers. That's very important. These are very important logs. People are usually authenticating, hackers are authenticating. We need to know who's authenticating. Application logs, web server logs, database logs, I'll say email logs, and then also DNS logs. Right. These are all important logs to keep an eye on. Okay. Email because of phishing. Remember, 84% of all the attacks starts with phishing. All right, logging levels. Logging levels, you have debug, used for debugging purposes, just different labels in Microsoft environment. You have info, this is just for information. If it's labeled as info, it's used just for information purposes. Warning, used to indicate a potential problem. Right? Then you have error, used to indicate a serious problem. Then you have critical, definitely a critical problem. Again, Microsoft have what they normally call the sys internals, like system internal, which comes with sysmon. And that's what we use. It does still follow this. It does still give you an idea. Okay, this is a debug error. This is like, so this is this kind of log. But sysmon logs are a lot easier to read compared to regular Windows logs. And then when it comes to syslog for Linux, syslog, by the way, it's a system that it came out back in the 70s. Syslog. Syslog came out in the 70s. It's been around forever. Some people call this a protocol. Some people call this a server. It really depends on how you set it up, syslog. Syslog is great. Every Linux and the Unix product supports syslog. Every single one of them. From firewalls, routers, and switches, and computers, they all support syslog. I'm talking about Linux machines. Now, syslog uses these 8 logging levels. 1, it's emergency. Got to pay attention to it right now. It says 0. 0, it's emergency. 1 is alert. 2 is critical. 3 is just an error. 4 is warning. 5 is a notice. 6 is information. And 7 is debug. The only thing that I'll tell you about syslog is this. Just grab the log, put them into a SIEM. Because if you're just trying to analyze these logs by looking at the logs themselves from the system that's giving you these logs, you will quit the job. Syslog is horrible. Right? The reason is because sometime when it's logging, it's going to start with a year, then a month, then a day, and then it give you the message, and then on and on and on and on. The IP address, the source IP, the destination IP. And then some other log might say, oh, this is a month, then a year, then a day, And another like I said, a day, a year, a month, it's confusing. But the beauty of paying for a CIEM, for a SIEM, it's for the SIEM to do the correlation, to do the aggregation correlation. But I will also be talking about a SIEM in more depth. We have a section on the SIEM. We're going to dig a little bit deeper. Any questions for me there?
Nope.
Let me check understanding, and then I'll give you another break, and then I come back and finish one more chapter. The next chapter will be very quickly. Question number 1.
An organization needs to limit its exposure to accidental disclosure when an employee sends emails that contain personal information to recipients outside the company. Which of the following technical controls would best accomplish this goal?
A.
I agree.
It is. Good job. See, guys will pay attention. Next.
A security analyst needs to recommend a solution that will allow users at a company to access cloud-based SaaS services, but also prevent them from uploading and exploring data. Which of the following solutions should the security analyst recommend?
That would be A.
A again.
I agree.
And the A it is. Good. Guys are pretty good. Next.
An analyst receives an alert regarding an application spawning a suspicious command shell process. Upon further investigation, the analyst observes the following registry change occurring immediately after the suspicious event. Which of the following was the suspicious event able to accomplish? I want to say C.
See.
I would say B.
B. All right. Got C and B.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is A. This is A, impaired defenses. Impaired defenses meaning you're downgrading your defenses. So when you look at the logs here, what they're trying to do here.
So they're trying to get access to the shared group. Oh, shell process, command shell.
Oh, I see what they did. Now that I'm reading the actual logs. I see the H key local machine, and then the parameters firewall policy right there. And so the data entry 0 right there, that he took it from 1 to 0, which took down the defense of the firewall.
That's it.
I didn't read the whole thing. Yep.
I see. Yeah, so impaired defenses, that's when you're downgrading your security. So this is not making security better, it's making it worse.
Yeah.
When you're going in, you're changing firewalls from, hey, firewalls, I don't want you to be active anymore. You're making the security worse. And that's what they did.
Can I ask you a question, though? Because there is one that looks similar to this that's established persistence. Is that where they go, where the log reads like ETC? Blah, 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 or what's that?
You say etc into the etc folder. Is it like a Windows or Linux log?
I want to say it's Windows. It's a Windows law because it's got an H key. Gosh, I can't remember it. It doesn't matter. We'll go on.
All right. Well, if you find it, please take a screenshot and send that over. I will.
So that's kind of tricky because isn't that something that would be in the file access controls? Like if you had access to editing or enabling an access Active Directory, would that not be something that can be done within the access controls?
Well, with file access control, this is like the feature of NTFS, the NTFS of Windows, where you can basically do ACL, access control list, through what they normally call through what they call ACA. Literally, Microsoft is very weird. What they call ACA. What this really is, sincerely, is you have a file. You are giving access to that file. So you right click on it, you go to the property of the file, then you identify the person you want to access the file.
Yes. So that's what I was saying. Is that not something within the access controls? Because it's kind of confusing when it comes to that.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't do that through the registry.
Okay. Okay then. Maybe it was probably the registry that really just threw me off. So I'll note that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next.
An information security analyst discovered a virtual machine was compromised by an attacker. Which of the following should be the first steps to confirm and respond to the incident?
Choose two.
Put down the virtual machine B.
Ooh, you're gonna be extreme. Just shut it down.
I think the first one I would do would be A, pause the machine.
Okay.
And then the second thing that I would do, say discovery was compromised. D, remove the NIC from the virtual machine.
Okay. Sincerely, will be your second option.
My second, I want to say A.
Another one is A. Okay. Well, I mean, these are like the same. Just one, you're pausing it. Another one, you're just shutting it down.
Yes. So if it's not B, it's A. Oh, or yeah. So then I'll reverse it. A and then B.
A and then B. Okay. All right. Let's see. Boom. Okay. Both of you got A right. And when you look at the question, they just discovered the VM server was compromised by the attacker. And so sometimes shutting things down, sometimes this is the response, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is that the first thing you want to do?
I only say that because I did have to deal with something on a classified level today.
Mm-hmm.
And the first guidance I was given was shut it down. Take the internet cord, take the power plug off now.
Wow. So what happens to the evidence that's in the RAM? Because when you shut it down, everything that's in the RAM is
I
gone.
don't get it.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to shut.
I should probably start. This is why I like learning things, because now it helps me. The fresher I obtain these things, it's easier for me to go ahead next day, implement it, and say, hey, this is why we shouldn't do this. And then it sticks with me when they say, no, this is our procedures, because you're right. The evidence does get destroyed.
So why wouldn't it be the NIC, the next step?
Right, good. So remove the NIC from the virtual machine. See, when you're removing the NIC from the virtual machine, you're basically just disconnecting this thing to talk to your, we call this a host machine, your actual computer, your physical machine. Well, I think the next step after pausing the VM will probably be to review the hypervisor, the tool that this VM is running on top of.
But I mean, like, okay, maybe because like you're finding out that it's it's compromised, right? So you want to stop them from being able to do anything else.
But it could also be a false compromise.
That's why I had chosen it, because like you want to stop them. Because like if you go to the logs, isn't that like how? Wouldn't that be in my mind? This is just the way I was thinking about it. Review host, in my mind, reviewing the log would be like going back and looking at how they got a hold of it.
How they compromise the VM in the first place?
Yes, like you're like almost like reconstruction. Like you're like, okay, I've got it like almost like air gapped in a sense, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking, is that's why I said Nick.
Yeah, so I mean, imagine this right here. This is VirtualBox.
Okay.
Imagine one of these machines gets compromised.
Right.
And then I figure out, I just notice, hey, this thing is compromised. Well, I'm not going to shut it down. That's what Cecilia said. I will pause it. So if this was running, let me actually, oh no, let me run this one. If it was running, I will pause it. There's a way of pausing this. And now after this have been paused, you're now going to go here and go to preferences. Not there. Go to settings, go to the network, and then remove the network card, the NIC. That's what you just said here. Just going to remove the network card so you won't be able to communicate with anybody else. That means you're jumping into the fix.
Wouldn't that just also be removing whatever actions that they're doing after you remove it?
So I mean, removing the NIC card is it could be like a viable option. Yeah, it's just like how you will shut down things. But
yeah,
here's the thing: if a VM machine is compromised, that does not mean your physical machine is compromised.
Right.
For something to be able to compromise the physical machine, it will have to go to the hypervisor first. So the VirtualBox.
I get it.
Viable option will be pause the machine, review if anything escape. Have you heard about VM escape?
Yes, yep.
Review if anything have escaped from the virtual machine itself to the hypervisor to the physical machine to the host computer.
I get it. Okay. I'm with you now. Now I know why that's the answer. Okay.
Good. And Sarah, are you with me still?
Yes, I'm still with you. It makes a lot more sense, and I wish I would have done things completely different today. If I knew that the things I was learning today, it would have helped, because eventually it was actually just, false data that we were getting. It wasn't a real positive.
Gotcha. All right, next question.
A company's legal and accounting teams has decided it would be more cost effective to offload the risk of data storage to a third party. The IT management team has decided to implement a cloud model, and as asset security team, I can't read recommendations. Which of the following will allow the data to keep on the third party network? I'm going to go with option B.
Okay. They're offloading a risk of data storage to a third party.
So I thought I wrote down an acronym.
Which one?
And for some reason I can't remember from the top of my head, even though I remembered it like 5 minutes ago.
That's the software as a service.
I'm just saying with Kaz. I'm sorry.
That's the cloud access security broker.
Okay, never mind.
This is a functional as a service. It's weird.
Can I forfeit this question because I need to write down all the acronyms and make sure I write out the names fully?
Sure.
Just remember that VDI is what basically we like. If you have a thin client at work,
What was that?
you use a thin client at work.
No.
Okay. When you do, it'll say VDI when you're logging into it, right? So that's just virtual desktop, right?
Okay.
So probably not that for sure.
And then, so before we release the answer, can I understand why you wouldn't think C and D?
Sure. So C, reason why it's not C, it's because first of all, C, it's the cloud access security broker, right? This is the company. It could be a company or could be a service. It could be a cloud-based or it could not be a cloud-based. But that's that third-party company that give us additional security as we're accessing application in the cloud. As we're accessing those applications that are hosted in the cloud, the CASB is the company that's between, is the proxy company that we go through them and they make the request on our behalf.
Okay, yeah, I thought I wrote that down. It's funny.
Can do a bunch of security at the CASB too.
Okay, never mind. I did write it down. I just wrote out the full name and then in little notes put CAD.
Okay.
Just remember this is how I've remembered the CAS for the exam. Is just remember if they're talking about security from you and implementing to them, that's CASP, right? They're gonna talk about this is asking offload risk and what type of platform. So that's why yes, right.
Okay then. Yeah, because I wrote it down. I think I didn't put too much intel on it. I remembered what I could from it, but it definitely not being able to review the notes and just going head on to all these questions is flabbergasting me.
Gotcha.
It's kind of like why the government went to AWS, right?
Yeah.
Because they're trying to figure out a way to
on that contract.
Yeah. They're just kind of figure out a way all of our storage is getting, so how are we going to shift that? So they used SaaS, right?
Yeah. So SaaS, right? Definitely the answer. Why is this? Like Nick said, we're trying to offload the risk to the third party, in this case, the cloud provider. So accounting teams have decided to be more cost effective, right? With this, we're not developing the tool. We're not maintaining the tool. We're not running the infrastructure this tool runs on. We're not running the platform. So basically we pay them, then we use the tool. Right.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. And the security is really, really shared between the cloud provider and the company. And the most of the security when it comes to SaaS, it's handed to the cloud provider because they.
Yeah, because I think you did mention something about that being it's some companies will hand that off to a third party because of the insurance.
That's it.
And completely blanked off on that. I should have looked at it and remembered what you had said about a lot of companies will try to do that because if it does end up being on the third party, the insurance is there.
Right. This is that shared responsibilities. Next question.
Which of the following organizational initiatives would be most impacted by data sovereignty issues. We did this one already.
What was the answer?
It's A.
Moving to the cloud. Good job. Next.
A company stores all of its data in the cloud. A company-owned laptops are currently unmanaged. All the users have administrative rights. The security team is having difficulty identifying a way to secure the environment. Which of the following would be the best method to protect the company's data?
I want to say B, implement DLP.
Let's see. Company owned and managed, have administrative rights, identifying. Well, it's not D. It's not A. Cast. Wouldn't be that. It'd be DLP. B. C.
C. I was thinking that. Kind of hope Nick would have got it. At least like to know one of us got it right.
Secure. Oh yeah, you're right. Because it says a way to secure the environment, and
And
that's
he was just telling us about the third.
That-
Yeah.
You know, I went.
Like, I hope if it's me, if it's wrong, if I'm wrong, I hope Nick gets it right. So at least I know. As soon as he gets the answer, I know he's right.
No, you want to know why it's not that? It's because I know this. You know,
In the cloud. And it was a third party.
and also in CompTIA when it has DOP, if it doesn't say unauthorized exfiltration of data, it's not going to be it's DOP. If it says the exfiltration of data, it's DOP. I'm dummy and I should know better than that. So
You're fine, Nick.
you know, I should have known that. I know what I'm thinking. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, here, look at it this way, right? If they are storing things into multiple clouds, right? CASB is the way to secure things that are being in multiple clouds, or if you're using multiple SaaS application in the cloud, which a bunch of companies are doing that now. And they said again, look, these best and these most, they're gonna, get you. And they said that the best, you got to pay double attention to the question.
Gotcha. Okay.
Next question.
When security analyst discovers the accounting department is hosting an accounts receivable on a public document service, anyone with the link can access it. Which of the following threat applies to the situation? A.
Agree?
I agree with them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. At the Trenton Health team, we used to have a little tag to every document we share, and a little even into the email we send if they're like secure. That way, after 2 weeks, the email will expire and get deleted from the inbox. So it was kind of fun. But we did all that through the DLP, the data loss prevention system. Next.
A company frequently experiences issues with credential stuffing attacks. Which of the following is the best control to help prevent these attacks from being successful?
It's C.
Yeah, it's C. MFA.
Multi-factor all day long. Good job. Next question.
Can you read that because mine's cut
A
off?
security analyst is attempting to resolve an incident in which highly confidential company pricing information was sent to clients. It appears this information was unintentionally sent by an employee who attached it to public marketing material. Which of the following configuration changes would work best to limit the risk of this incident being repeated?
That's not D. It's not A. Sometimes a marketing material. I would probably have to say if it's
I
data,
want to say it's either A or B, though.
probably B. Sanitize and marking, say the appearance information.
Because they can update the rules.
DOP. It's B.
Pearson. Yeah.
Definitely B. We did this with the Trenton Health team again. And we had a lot of false positive with this, because we started detecting the 9-digit. We thought those were like social security numbers. They say, hey, if you see 9-digit, don't let it go, or we got into the rules, and then the system start catching every phone number as the 9-digit to the security, and we had a lot of issues with it. But sincerely, please go ahead.
Because at client, so if it's like, I want to say if it's like within the company, there should, I mean, yes, there's always going to be rules. There's always going to be any policy metadata, whatever you want to ensure, to try to ensure, but you can't always enforce it. You see what I'm saying? So if there's a separation in between the clients and the internal party, then there could be a stop to it where you're actually executing and enforcing that, because you're separating the two. So I was having trouble with A because I'm like, realistically, you don't want to be sending public stuff, like, you don't want to be exploiting that to clients. So you would have a list, a block list, when you are sending a mass email out.
Yeah.
How I've been working these out in my head, because I've been going over these relentlessly. This is just me. Is when I read the company pricing was sent to clients, you don't want to block them, right? Because they're your client, right? You don't want to block them.
Yeah.
So that's why I wouldn't do that. All it's saying is highly confidential information, right? So you're trying to not lose your data. So that's why DLP and sanitize it. We haven't even been talking about that. Why would you sanitize? You wouldn't do that. It's not.
And they're not insider threats, they're external, so it wouldn't be D anyways. It just, I just wouldn't make sense of it. Like, there should be a separate email, something that you can communicate with the organization versus now you're speaking to, the client, the person who should know what you tell them, and you're monitoring that. It just threw me off a little bit. So
I see. Yeah, and again, they said the best. If you do A, it doesn't mean it's not gonna work. It will work, but again, is that the best? Don't think so. And you want to be able to make sure that doesn't happen again in the future. It's like, okay, we're okay, it didn't happen, but let's make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. So if you just blocked out one client, what happened to the other client?
Yeah, because it has an S on the end.
Right. If you put in the DLP rules in place, it's gonna be able to catch every client.
CompTIA is that's the thing that I hate about CompTIA. It's not that I don't know the information. It's when I take the exams, that type of stuff that you were mentioning sincerely is what throws me off all the time. I hate CompTIA for that. They're
very general. It's not specific. It's very general, and you're like, but if I was in this shoes, or I'm in the position I'm in now, it's hard to really kind of be general when you can't really, because you work in a closed environment.
Yeah, that's why I said everything that you think you know it's your job. You have for this exam, you've got to throw it out. It's got to go bye-bye, or you're not going to pass. I promise. I'm
slowly doing it. Slowly, it's happening. Changes don't happen overnight.
I've got this exam. I'll send to you, and then you can kind of go through it and take a look at that.
Well, I did mention in the beginning that if you're the expert into any one of these domains, you're gonna have a tough time because you're gonna keep questioning, like, okay, that's not not how I would do this. But again, this is not the real world. This is the CompTIA world.
I know, and growing up, I had a tough time second guessing myself all the time, and then when I think I know my environment, something just goes, hey, no, you really don't know this world though.
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's take another break. 10 minutes. See you guys in 10.
Sweet. See you. I'm fine. I'm just gonna take a good minute really quick.
Okay. All right, but let's keep going. We have lesson 4. And feel free to be on the video. We have lesson 4, understanding process of improvement and security operation. Process improvement, meaning we're going in and we're saying things like, hey, how can we make this better? Right? Oh, we don't have enough SOC people. We don't have enough employees responding to incidents. What can we do? This, Nick, is where we're going to talk about the SOAR, SOAR, the CIEM. SOAR is actually a capability of a SIEM, SOAR, right? The security orchestration and automation and response. That's what that stands for. This is the lesson where we will talk about all that and more. Pop quiz before we dive in.
An organization wants to consolidate a number of security technologies throughout the organization and standardize a workflow for identifying security issues, prioritizing the severity, and automating a response. Which of the following would best meet the organization's needs?
That would be C.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. Can I forfeit this one? I am so sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. All right. So definitely C. Good job, Nick. You got an explanation for me?
Yeah, when you're wanting to consolidate a number of like different like orchestration or workflows or things like that, SOAR automates that into the SIEM. So that's why I picked that, was because it said automating in the workflow.
Exactly. Automating a response. Right. So, for example, the workflow could be, what if we're under attack with a ransom? Well, SOAR is going to go ahead and say, okay, step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. Right. Good job. Let's talk about this, that, and more. So here's the objective. We will explore security operation automation concepts. One of the biggest issues we have in security is that security people don't know how to program. So we don't know programming. We can barely script. We can barely do scripting. So what they said, you know what if we can come up with a way of automating things? And that was the birth of SOAR. Something we're going to talk about in more depth. But this chapter is going to be all about automation, understanding the automation technology, and then go ahead and talk about the relationship between a SIEM and the SOAR product. Just remember, SOAR, for the most part, is a feature of a SIEM. It's like you can't have one or the other. Yes, you can have a SOAR standalone. For example, there's this product known as Rednode from IBM. We are implementing this right now because I'm creating like a SOAR lab in our environment. And then we're using a Rednode for the automation part. It's a standalone. But this Node-RED is also talking to ELK, Elasticsearch. ELK, Elastic, and Kibana this is the SIEM, right? Elastic is the SIEM, right? And learn about the importance of processes and consistency in security operations. You got to establish process to make it better. So let's dive right in. Maximizing security operation through automation, right? Automation streamlines the operations. And here's the reason. Well, imagine if you don't have enough employee, which is where the questions are going to come from. You don't have enough employees, you don't have enough analysts to do the investigation or response. You have to automate things. Second, what if people are making mistakes? You have to automate things. Right? Automation is great, but we also don't want to over-automate stuff. Right? We want to allow humans to do what humans do. Right? Humans to be able to do the critical thinking, the analysis, right? The analytical type of stuff. But again, still be able to automate things. So whenever we go ahead and automate things, we're making things more efficient, consistent, reliable, and obviously a little bit cheap. Probably a lot cheap. This exam might ask you, okay, well, look, you are a company that is trying not to hire a bunch of SOC analysts. What can you do? Do some automation. Right? Or you don't have a budget to do ABC. What can you do? Get some automation going. Okay. All right, two popular tools for this include SIEM as well as SOAR. SIEM, you already know what this is. This is the Security Information and Event Management. Is the centralized location where all of our logs are collected and they get sent over there. SIEMs are really good for things like collecting the data, analyzing the data, and then aggregate the data, normalize the data, right? And then SIEMs are really important because they can reach out to incident responder. They can reach out to incident. They can reach out to the web to see if they have seen that incident before, or if somebody else have reported that incident before, and then bring that intelligence back.
I do have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you work with SIEMs a lot?
In the SOC?
Or I don't know that I don't work for a SOC or I don't work with a SIEM, so I think what I'm kind of getting at is sometimes on some of these questions I get a little clouded on kind of which one that they're kind of pointing at.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I'm saying this is because a SIEM does have some automation through like data enrichment, right? That comes from the SOAR.
Yeah.
Am I saying that right?
Data enrichment through the SOAR, you said?
Right. Yeah.
Well, data enrichment, it doesn't have to come to the SOAR. Data enrichment is like one of the features of a SIEM. A really good SIEM is supposed to be able to do all that. Supposed to collect the data, aggregate it, enrich it, normalize it, allow you to make dashboards out of it, all that good stuff.
That's what I was getting at. Okay, got it. Okay, now that's where I was having problems because I've never worked with it. So trying to visualize. So it's like an overall like monitor, like you can look at monitors and look at. Okay, yeah. I'm following you now. And then stores are just basically like the scripting to bring all those into the database to the SIEM.
That's it.
Got it. Okay.
That's it.
On the same page.
Yep. And let me show you a few dashboards here so you can kind of have an idea. I've worked with both of these. The one that I've worked with the most is ELK, Elastic. ELK is free, it's open source. And you probably have the budget for it. But if the agency doesn't have the budget, you can use something like called Security Onion. And if you've heard about Security Onion, Security Onion comes with a bunch of the things that we are talking about in this class. And one of it is Suricata is an IDS, intrusion detection system. I will be talking about that. But one of it, it's a SIEM, it's the CIEM. And the Kibana, it comes with Kibana. Check it out. I'll put the link in the chat. But here is a quickly glance of this thing. Well, you have a place to search stuff. So basically, every device on your environment is logging what they see here. They're sending copies of what they see here into this guy. This guy becomes the Google for your company. So everything that's taking place is being reported here. You, for example, with the Kibana, with Elastic, has this KQL, which is like a query language that you will use. Basically, you said, hey, search for IP address, and then it will search that for you. All the SIEMs will have this feature right here. Well, you have to tell the SIEM how far you want to go with your search. Do you want to search the things that happened last month, last year, 2 years ago? You have to specify that right here. Then when you search it on the left-hand side, it's going to have some like categories. Then right here, it will have a bunch of data of like who's communicating with who, what IP addresses, like all the logs are going to be here, but not just regular logs. They're going to be logs that have been normalized, logs that have been correlated, logs that looks a little bit beautiful if you ask me. Right. Nick, you seem like to have a question. Before I go on to Splunk, do you have a question?
A little bit. You said Kibana. So I have actually used Kibana when we were setting up something, and it was brand new, and I was just leaving to go to this job I have now.
Yeah.
So we were actually writing the code that went inside that Kibana. Now is that what I was doing, was that a SOAR going into the SIEM?
No, it's more like a query.
Like a plugin type thing, kind of ish.
Not really like a private. See, what happens with the SIEM though? You have to be able you have to know how to query. That's the word I'm looking for. Query the information that you need. That's
okay.
That's where all the technical, all the hard use cases of a SIEM, it comes from there. Being to know how to recall the information.
So the SIEM's just querying. Let's just say you have 9 different. It's querying all those 9 databases at one time and bringing it into one place where you can see it all at one time, and it's saying, "Hey, right?" And is that accurate?
That's definitely accurate. The only part will be, it's not asking all these devices every time you search. No, all these devices are reporting what they see to a SIEM. So the SIEM have a database where,
according to the parameters that you set up within. Okay, I got it. Well, I'm on the same page now. Okay.
Right. So what happened? Let me finish this up before I forget. Then certainly I'm coming to you. You're gonna have agents. So all the computers in your environment will have agents that keep reporting to this guy.
Okay.
That's or on your network, you will have what we normally call a tap. On your network, you will have like a listener. So if you just don't want to collect things just from the computers themselves, you can set up where there's a tap, like there's a listener that's grabbing logs from the network and send it here.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. I'm following you now. Got it.
Good. Sincerely, please go ahead before I forget.
So when you say query, is that the same thing as, or as relevant as narrowing down the search? So you're narrowing down the search to find exactly what you're looking for. And I'm sorry to even bring up that question, because when I understand when they say, oh, narrowing, but they throw in query like it's a different task or a different way of searching. But at the same time, is it just as similar to it?
Yeah, it's similar to it. It's similar to it. That's where the experience actually comes in. You being able to query stuff and be able to find exactly what you're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with the Kibana, it's a feature of Elastic. It allows you to create dashboards, which is what you're looking at here.
Yeah. I've never used anything else but Splunk.
Okay.
So I saw you had set up a Splunk Phantom.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of what we use. And so it's very, they have 10 dashboards for us, and they set it up for us on a different company side. But when they tell us, hey, go do this, do a query, I'm just like, well, why can't we just look at one of these dashboards that they created for us, because we put in the requests from them to do for us.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Splunk, just like Elastic, a lot of us love Elastic because, again, it's free. There is like a free component of it. You can use it as open source. If you want them to host it for you in the cloud, then you're gonna pay them, obviously, but it's free for the community. But Splunk is the granddaddy of CIEM. They revolutionized the industry. Every time you think about SIEM, you start thinking about Splunk. That's how popular they are. But it works the same way. Whoever that designed the SIEMs, it's the same design. You have the search, you have where you pick things from, and then you can create dashboards. Same features. It just, when you're querying stuff, they use different languages, if you will. Like Splunk have their own way of you querying things. Right? But again, Elastic also have their own way. So here's where SOAR comes in. So SOAR is a feature of a SIEM. For example, Splunk bought a company, a while back. The company was named Phantom. That was the name of the company. This company was doing SOAR technology type of stuff. They bought them, they integrated that technology into them, and Phantom became their SOAR. And this is the Phantom here, Nick. So what happened, this is the SOAR that we're talking about, SOAR. What happened is, with the SOAR, you create a playbook, like an orchestration, like you mentioned earlier, where you said, okay, look, if this happened, here's what I want you to do. First, send me an email. Let me know that this did happen. Second, extract all the indicator of compromise. Now I'm following what they have here. Yours would definitely look different. All right. 3, I want you to decode all the URL. 4, go into who is, or check the URL reputation, and then on and on and on. Basically, you are automatically responding to an incident. That's where the automation comes in. The orchestration is you dragging these here, because we don't know how to program. So basically, we just drag stuff here and then connect them, and like, hey, so you see this? This is what you need to do. Quarantine that computer, shut it down, stuff like that.
And see, and that's probably what's the confusing part, because during my internship, they didn't really break this down as much as you're breaking it down, in a sense of like, I asked them the other day what SOC tier we are, and they said we aren't even a SOC to begin with. Ooh. We're just here. So I was just like, that doesn't really help me be better at my job. It actually makes it more confusing, because now, what do you want me to do at that point?
Right.
Because you discussed the 3 tiers of the SOC.
Right.
And I'm just like, I'm here just, doing what I'm supposed to do. But then you're telling me that we don't really do anything. to the point where it should be escalated, or it should just stay there and we just notify someone. So that's where it was confusing, because they said that the SOC begins at a different department.
I mean, you guys could be, because a SOC could be a department, right? You guys could be doing a completely different thing, but in the SOC. So, or the SOC could be like your job title, right? And your SOC might have what they normally call a tierless SOC, where they don't have any tiers. Like there's no way, you cannot escalate the issue to anybody else, right? The issue happened, you figure it out, you investigate it maybe. Right?
Yeah.
Good stuff. You guys are enjoying your jobs. I can feel it, which is a good thing. All right. So we were talking about SIEM, CIEM. You're familiar with those. We mentioned a little bit of a SOAR. Remember, this is the orchestration and the automation and response. A lot of what SOAR does is responding to incident, is instant response. And because it's a part of a SIEM is going to reach out on the internet, find out if this thing have happened before, right? So kind of a related to that, bring in some feed, some intelligence in, and then help the SOAR make the decision. And what is making even this way better is AI and ML. Because now these things are like humans now. They can think, right? There's a bunch of data where it knows how things are supposed to be behaving. It knows how things are supposed to be behaving, and if it sees anything that looks different, because of all is integrated, it can be able to respond quickly, faster, even if you are sleeping at 2 a.m. in the morning. Fantastic. Let's keep going. And then there's a company known as Palo Alto Networks, which was known for firewalls for a long time. They were known for firewalls. They're still known for firewalls, by the way. Very, very good firewalls they have. And they bought a company known as Demisto. This is not going to be on that exam. And now they coined this term known as XSOAR, like extended SOAR, right? Extended SOAR. And what extended SOAR does, it's basically adding additional features into the SOAR capabilities. So they're going in, they're having the SOAR do things like incident management. They're going in, they're bringing in intelligence from the web, right? Allowing to maybe automatically create playbooks, depends on how smart this thing is. It also included these chat ops where it allow different people that are investigating to collaborate as they investigate, which is pretty good. There's also some marketplace where you can integrate this XSOAR with a bunch of other tools, as well as API for custom integration. Pretty good. So this is the extended, this is the next generation. Palo Alto is known as the company that basically coined this term, if you will. And they're leading right now. That's why we have them here. They're leading right now, and their product looks like this. XSOAR looks like this. And eventually some other company will always follow their lead and integrate a bunch of stuff. Right? XSOAR. Identifying tasks suitable for automation. So what can you automate? Because eventually you can't automate critical thinking. Yeah, you can't automate analysis. Although I question that now that we have artificial intelligence. If you play around with ChatGPT and all these other AI, you start thinking, what can I do this thing cannot do? Yes, people are still saying, oh, critical thinking, all that stuff, oh, creative. This thing can really create something out of nothing. Right? So I'm like, okay, how creative do you want this thing to be? Anyway, what can we automate from security? Well, workflows, definitely workflow. Anything that's time consuming, we can automate that. I think that makes sense. Time to detect. We can evaluate time to detect things, and then SOAR. The beauty of a SOAR is because the things are instant. They're instant. There's no delays. It's going to respond right there then, detecting things and respond in real time. can identify high-risk areas, identify areas at the high risk of a cyber attacks, and then automate some things over there. Consider frequency of a task. If something keeps happening over and over again, it makes sense for us to automate it. Evaluate the benefit of automation. Again, over-automating things, it's not good. It's not good at all. You got to make sure you still have that balance, right, between automation and actually, doing the security there. Back here. Streamlining operations. So continuously monitor threat intelligence feeds. Look, Splunk will give you that threat intelligence, right? Splunk will. You may have subscribed to some proprietary intelligence, right? IBM, the company IBM, they have this thing known as, I think it's called IBM Exchange, something like that. Billions of data that you can subscribe to, and you will get all kinds of stuff there. You'll get things like indicator of compromise, right? And the idea of the intelligence, the things like IOCs, because they die quickly. When I say they die quickly, meaning these IP addresses, they get changed fast. It really helps to detect things in real time. Okay. So orchestrating threat intelligence data for threat hunting, it's really important. Again, you want to go in there, hunt for the bad guy. It really helps if the SOAR came back and said, hey, I've seen this IP address before, or the SIEM, I should say, hey, there is a trend here taking place, right? Based on what I've seen online, these bad guys known as this name, APT40, this, it's attacking organization like ours. So pay attention. It really helps. Automation really helps with the streamlining the operations. And the other thing is aggregation of the data. The SIEM is going online, is grabbing all this intelligence. Fantastic. Well, once we have that, it can then go in and tell us, look, based on what I just see online and then what we have in our environment, here is what you need to focus on first. This is the exploit that everybody is exploiting. This is the vulnerability that everybody is exploiting. So you should fix this one first, which is really great because it will help us knowing where to allocate resources. But second, help us fix the problem that we care about the most for our organization. Remember, you're not going to fix all the problems. No. Nobody does that. So we're going to start with our environment, right? Know your hardware, know your software, know how your company make money, then just focus your security on those just few things. Point your SOAR to those things that matter to your organization. And so that the SOAR understand, look, this is important. Every time you see this, you get some intelligence about this, let us know. So sharing threat intelligence data across different teams is important. It's going to improve collaboration, work together more efficiently. This is, if we're going in and responding to incident, we're going to have to share intelligence. Right? Bunch of teams from a SOC. SOC is going to be at the technical side of things. Right, like we're the first line of defense, but you're gonna have people from forensic, incident responder, people from law, people from all these different departments, helping us to respond to the incident. All right, orchestrating threat intelligence data. How would you go orchestrating threat intelligence data? And you're going in, you're dropping things, you're dragging and dropping things. To create this automation, to orchestrate this. Right. So data enrichment, you're combining and analyzing the data from disparate sources. Helps with the greater understanding of the threat landscape. Who is the enemy? Who's after us? Again, if you're combining the data you're getting from your environment with the threat feed you're grabbing from online, it will help you to give you a bigger picture of who is attacking you, what kind of TTPs are they using, what kind of tactics, what kind of tools are they using, what kind of methods are they using, how are they behaving, Based on what other people have seen online, how are these people behaving? For you to have like that kind of a level of intelligence, you need to grab data from everywhere and anything. Remember, if you're going to be responding to anything, you need the data from the network, the computer themselves, obviously the applications, right? But also from things like threat intelligence, things such as, like DNS data, authentication data, all that stuff needs to be grabbed. Right? And then obviously you can't respond to everything. You have to prioritize. You can only prioritize if you understand what's important to your organization. That's why yesterday I was teaching you the SOC charter. We need to make sure our mission is aligned with the business's mission, so we can serve the business the best way we can. And when it comes to this threat intelligence piece that I keep talking about, there's a tool that's known as a MISP. I'll actually share these with you guys. I don't think you will use them since you are in the department, but MISP, it's a free online way of sharing intelligence between everybody around the world. This is different than what we talked about yesterday, the ISAC. Remember when we were talking about the ISAC yesterday? Yeah. With ISAC, you have to subscribe. With ISAC, you have to be in the same industry. This is different. This is everyone around the world. It's open source, it's free. But I should tell you, it's one of the best way to check intelligence and see who else is reporting what. I'll give you a pro tip because I've used this before. Don't be the first one to report anything. I always wait for somebody else to report. I always wait for somebody else to report.
You sound like it's gotten
Sorry, what's that, Nick?
You sound like you've gotten that from experience.
Definitely. Yeah, but it's pretty good. Really straightforward to use. It's free and it works with a bunch of other stuff. So if you're grabbing the intelligence there, then you can use the Hive. The Hive is another free open source for case management. You connect these three together, then you, my friend, are in good company. The Hive, it will be the case management. So this is where you will go in and manage everything as responding to the incident. Right? Technician 1 just did this. They put in the notes over there. So you kind of can keep track of everything in one location. Pretty good. And then MISP will be where you go to get the intelligence from. Okay, what does other people say, online? And then the Cortex will be your SOAR. Cortex will be your SOAR. See, like they have a little brain over there. So Cortex will be your SOAR. It's gonna correlate things from a MISP, from the threat intelligence, from here, and then compare that with what it sees, with what you have fed the tool, and then it can help you make the decisions for you. All right.
I was just thinking, I mean, if I was an attacker, what if you got a hold of this MISP and then just gave out bad intelligence and then your thing is taken from inside of that?
They do.
Okay.
That's why I say you should not be the first one to post. Because if you do, they know you know them, right? You've detected them.
Gotcha. Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
That's why he laughed when he said you know enough. You know a lot.
Yeah.
Because it's happened.
Yeah.
Maybe not directly, but within that feed.
Definitely. Yeah, every time this is free open source, yeah, you don't know who's using that intelligence, right? Or you don't know where the intelligence is coming from. So, all right. Topic B, which is the last topic, and I'll get you guys out of here. Understanding technology for security operations. So let's take a look at this. understanding a single pane of glass. A single pane of glass is when you have it's like a unified and a centralized interface or a dashboard where the user can access, view, manage everything from multiple sources. So you can think of a SIEM, CIEM, as a single pane of glass, because you're collecting everything, and then everything is it's just right there. Okay. It allows teams to centrally monitor and control systems in that single location, from that single location. This is great. It will help us identify stuff quickly, respond to stuff quickly. One of the biggest issues a bunch of SOC used to have is integration of tools. Literally, you have this little tool that does this. There's another tool that does this. There's another tool that does this. But over the years, this industry is maturing. You know, I showed you a few companies that bought other companies for that purpose, and then integrate that technology into their product. So Splunk bought, you know, Phantom, and you know, Palo Alto bought the other company. All of that is to give you that single pane of glass, right, where you can manage everything from a single location. And they've been calling these extended stuff. So for example, we have a product known as EDR, endpoint detection and response. Endpoint detection and response. Its big brother is known as extended EDR, XEDR. Just like how we had that extended SOAR, where everything that deals with automation, it's like in their one bucket. The same thing here. So extended EDR is when we're grabbing things from the SIEM, things from the EDR, things from all these other locations, just drop them right here in a single product. And then we can respond to it from this tool. A company known as CrowdStrike. I showed you that one yesterday. You know, CrowdStrike, the company that came up with the APT, you know, Cozy Bear, Tiger this. They revolutionized this. They basically are known for that. And they're huge. They're a billion-dollar company. All right, let me finalize this. Explore customization features. What if you need additional things? Well, always APIs, right? Application programming interface. This is a way of allowing two or more applications to communicate with each other and to talk to each other. So you want to integrate one application with another API. There's a different types of APIs. You got RESTful API. You got all kinds of other sort of like APIs. You got JSON APIs, all kinds of APIs. When two applications need to talk to each other, you use API. If you want to customize something, you want to customize things. With API, you got to be careful. One, you need to make sure you're using HTTPS, right? HTTPS when you're accessing the API, and not only making sure it's protected if you're given a keys to access the other application. Now I'm talking about cryptographic keys. If you're given those keys, you got to keep them secure. I can't tell you how many companies that got hacked just because their API keys got stolen. Not managing the keys. That's not the issue of a technology. That's the issue of a human, which is, it always goes down to the human being human. Okay. All right, when using API, the types of requests that's available, that's going to be based on the kind of API that you're using. How to make a request, again, based on the API, the format, the conversation to follow, all of it based on the kind of API that we're using. Just know it's a way of two applications talking to each other. For example, imagine you need the intelligence from VirusTotal. Let me actually go to VirusTotal and show it to you because you will need to know this one. Do you guys, any of you use VirusTotal?
What personally?
Work-wise?
I don't think so.
Okay. It's one of those things that if you don't use it, you got to, or start pushing it for the company to start to pay for it. It's really, really good. It's the Google for the bad stuff. Right? It's better than MISP because, again, there's a company behind it. Then you can integrate with them through the API. But again, imagine if you have an IP address or you have a hash, you have a domain name that you want to check to see if that domain name is legit or not. You can just come right here, drop it here, and they'll tell you. For example, let's search for Google.com. VirusTotal goes check hundreds and hundreds of devices and come back and tell us, hey, Google.com is pretty okay. Right? You should trust Google.com. What about this other site known as hackthisSite.org? Aha. By the way, hackthisSite.org is pretty good. You can hack it. It's a free site that's put it online for people to attack. Right? Because remember, if you're going to be attacking things, you can only attack things that you are authorized to attack. And hack this site is authorized for us to attack. Anyway, so you go to VirusTotal, you search for that domain, you search for that hash, you search for anything, and then what comes up, you start doing the little investigation. You can also get to see what the community said. You can start seeing the relationship, right? When it was reported it to VirusTotal, from what IP address, and so on and so forth. The most important things are going to be in the details. The details are going to give you the hash value, the vendors. In this case, they're giving us the DNS records and their IP addresses, which is pretty good. The HTTP certificate there. I'm trying to see if I can find the hash value. Nope, because it's not that bad. But again, this is VirusTotal. You can upload files like viruses, literally, like malware. You can upload it here. If you have a file that's you're suspicious about, you want to check to see it, put it here. All right, API. Integrated scanning and analysis capability directly into the security tool, absolutely, through the API. What about webhooks? Webhooks came out not too long ago. And just like API, just like XML, XML, the extensible markup language that we talked about earlier, webhooks are a method of one system to provide real-time information to another system. Right? Basically, it's just another way of a two application talking to each other. With webhooks, it's real-time, which means it's fast. Right? It's fast. Guess what happened? Because this is like two applications talking to each other, hackers can inject things. They can inject things into the application. They can attack the application. Right? They can also deliver false information through webhook as well. Right? So if you're using webhooks, you got to use what they normally call a SOAP. The SOAP protocol. Literally, it's not SOAP. Right? A way of allowing it, just like HTTPS, it allows you to communicate securely as you're going in and using webhooks to communicate this information in real time. Automated messages sent between applications, absolutely. Contain event information. It's going to have the time it is going to occur, date associated with the event, any other relevant information that we authorized, right? And then it's going to go ahead and trigger that automated action. I send it that email, update that database, you name it. Webhook, way of automatically doing something, providing data, automatically doing a thing. A bunch of applications that we use now allows you to use plugins, right? Because not everybody can program through the API, and not every application is going to solve all of the problems. So plugins are a way of extending your app, your application capabilities or functionality. Give you additional features, right? You can allow you to customize the software, give you additional things that you didn't have before. Right. Match the infrastructure that's being managed. I will be a little careful with the plugins because sometimes they slow things down and sometimes they add additional cost. right? Additional cost to the tool. So be careful there. And that's it. Any questions for me?
A little bit. So the API, where would that come in? Where would that come in as per this lesson to like the SIEM and the SOAR? Where would let me pull my lesson up. Where would you put that? Where would you put that?
Right, right,
Yeah.
right. So with the SOAR and the SIEM, there is really no API because those two tools are integrated like natively.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Okay.
The tools are integrated natively. There's no apps, there's no plugins, there's no APIs. So that's just like a feature within a product.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
Cool.
But when you look at things like Splunk, and sincerely, you mentioned you've used Splunk before, so maybe correct me if I'm wrong. You have plugins, like they have a marketplace where you can kind of download some kind of a plugin that does a specific thing. Now,
I wish I can correct you or say I agree with you, but with the plugins, I think we limit ourselves because we weren't told, hey, you can add this plugin, because it's what they designed is to be tailored to what we do on a day-to-day basis. So what we should already have been tailored to us within the past 30 years.
okay. That actually leads to what I wanted to mention, and that is the people who developed the plugins, they used API. Back to your point, Nick. They used API to have their plugin talk to the SIEM.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So they use this code, this plugin, to be able to communicate with Splunk. They use API.
Gotcha. Okay. Now I understand. All right.
Yeah, you're using the SIEM. You just need to maybe add that to it.
I've never had the opportunity to use a SIEM, so that's kind of why I'm asking a lot of questions about it, because that's not what my job entails. So
it's actually a lot. It's I feel like it's easier to do a job being a cybersecurity analyst. So I think it definitely helps you a lot.
That's the tool. If you're going to be the analyst, you have to familiarize yourself with the SIEM.
gotcha.
Yeah. And Nick, I'll recommend Security Onion. Grab it.
Okay.
Install it. It's a virtual machine, a similar way you will install Kali Linux.
Right. Okay. All
Drop
right.
it on top of a virtual box, and then off you go.
Okay. All right. I'll take a look at that.
Sure. All right. Any other question?
Nope.
Nope.
Let me check your understanding.
What we got here? An organization wants to consolidate a number of security technologies throughout the organization and standardize a workflow for identifying security issues, prioritizing the severity and automating response. Which of the following the best meet the organization's needs? Wow, that would be C.
I could tell from your reading like this. Yeah.
I'm tired too. It's been a long day.
Okay. All right. I'll get you guys out of here. All right. C, definitely C. Next.
Which of the following is an advantage of SOAR over SIEM? I'll let her answer because I know the answer to this one. So
What do you think, sincerely? We are waiting for you. You are on mute.
I'm glad you guys didn't hear my answer because I took it back as soon as I said it.
Okay. Yeah, we
I
didn't
know
hear.
it's not C.
Okay, it's definitely not C.
Oh,
This is what I would pick. I would pick B if that was me.
Okay.
I was gonna say A.
You want to say it's more expensive.
It's less expensive.
Oh, it's less expensive.
Is it? I'm looking at my notes. That's why.
Tell me, is it?
The
It-
theme. So then maybe it is more expensive.
What do we use a SOAR for? Sincerely.
It's a security orchestrated automation and response.
Right.
Kind of like the feature of the SIEM, it's AI and LM.
Correct. Which
So
means-
maybe it is B because it's less human. You don't have to do so much queries. So yes, it's B. I
Yeah.
just don't always want to choose what he wants to choose
Figured it out.
sometimes.
I knew you would work it out.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, I know you've been through the test, but like my mind's shutting down slowly and it's like being stubborn and I just don't want to be open. And it's yeah, you're right. Because it reduces the amount of human interaction.
It's our automation.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I had my notes down and I was like trying to refuse my notes and I was like, no, don't give into it. And then I was like, no, it makes sense.
Fantastic. Next.
Which of the following provides an automated approach to checking the system configuration?
Mm.
I'm gonna say D.
E, scripting. Yeah, I might talk about this one. I remember us talking about this in more depth. Nick, you're taking the exam on Saturday. What do you think?
Checking system configuration.
Mhm.
God, I think I want to say SCAP, but that's I don't know.
Did
Yeah.
we even cover SCAP?
Or scripting. It's one of those two.
Yeah, SCAP.
Yeah, I thought it was SCAP.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
What would SCAP be?
I sort of like listed it yesterday, but we really didn't talk about this today. But SCAP is a way of automatically provide intelligence. Right.
Yeah, we kind of do that a little bit where we're at. Like if we want to get like, well, I'm telling you this because like you're gonna get to that eventually. Like someone gives you something at work or whatnot, you can do a quick SCAP, look at it, and it'll tell you like what operating system they're using and stuff like that. So it'll give you like a quick synopsis of like what's on the environment they're asking you to look at. So just
Yeah, it's a protocol.
yeah.
Remember, a protocol is a language. So way of communicating. Good. Next question.
A security team implemented a SIEM as part of its security monitoring program. There is a requirement to integrate a number of sources into the SIEM to provide the better context relative to the events being processed. Which of the following best describes the result the security team hopes to accomplish by adding these sources? I want to say A, data enrichment.
I concur.
Yep. For better context, you got to enrich the data. Good job. Next.
Which of the following will allow different cloud instances to share various types of data with a minimal amount of complexity? D, API integration.
Okay. Nick, you agree?
Which one? Hold on. Oh wow, different class. I don't think I've had this one before. What's the amount of minimal complexity?
Minimal complexity.
Workflow orchestration. Sounds very good.
Yeah, different cloud instances.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 Cool.
When you want things to talk to each other, you push them through the API.
Gotcha.
The only reason why I agree with API integration is just being in my position, I've seen it happen and I didn't understand it at the time, but then it came out to be the reason why it is. It was an interface.
I see.
Nice. Good.
Yeah. Next.
A company security administrator needs to automate several security processes related to testing for the existence of changes within the environment. Conditionally, other processes will need to be created based on input from prior processes. Which of the following is the best method for accomplishing this task?
That's an existing changes conditionally.
I want to say A, machine learning and process monitoring.
Okay.
Automate it, right?
Mm-hmm. Automate several security processes.
Automate several security processes. I feel like it's either C or D.
COD.
Yeah.
C, D, and A. Interesting. So what does the process of elimination tell you? And please give me the best method.
Created based input. So I see automation, right? And machine learning is more like a I remember reading about this just a little bit ago. It's like algorithm, how do you say that? It's like a
Algorithm?
mathematical way that the machine does things. It's not talking about that here, so I don't think it's that. Continuous automate several security processes.
I will say if I were to pick one of your two choices, I would say D, just because of workflow orchestration and scripting. You can see past history to it and then orchestrate a workflow into it.
Based on input from prior
Processes.
You're getting close, Nick.
Prior. Is that C? Is that C?
API again. We got all four answers.
I was Rob. That's the one I was thinking about the whole
If I
time.
were to pick one of your two choices, I said D. I
Yeah.
said D because I understood it. I just was wanting to go with what I thought was a baseline.
That
Yeah.
was my first. That was my first answer. Was D. That was like. I immediately went
You
to
took
that.
the test. You should be guiding me.
Yeah. 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 No, definitely.
Yeah, but I didn't pass.
Look, I told you if it was one or two,
I
I kind of put it
I
in
should probably
together.
go with my gut from now on because my gut was like immediately. I was thinking scripting because of based on prior input.
Yeah, that's why. That's what I just said. I said I didn't say prior input. I said because of past history. I kind of switched around, and then you orchestrate it within the workflow. How do you get someone? How do you have administrators automate something that can possibly be a threat later on in the future? That's how I seen it, and I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next question.
A vulnerability assessment solution is hosted in the cloud. This solution will be used as an accurate inventory data source for both the configuration management database and the governance, risk, and compliance tool. An analyst has been asked to automate the data acquisition. Which of the following would be the best way to acquire the data?
Yeah, good database.
A CSV export? No. I want to say B.
Not A. I can tell you it's
B.
not A.
B.
Or
SOAR.
So we're changing A to B.
B. B.
API.
that's where I was thinking. That's I didn't answer yet. I was still thinking about it.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Nick.
No, it's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine. I was taking out machine learning. I knew it wasn't that. So
He thought you were sleeping. That's why he answered for you.
no, I was reading it over and over and over again, putting it through. It's API. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, they're going in both configuration management, database, and governance, risk, and compliance tool. Right? This thing is doing a lot. And the analyst has been asked to be able to automate, data acquisition. Well, SOAR. Okay, here's the thing you need to understand. Whenever they're talking about SOAR, they're talking about either CIEM or in the context of a SIEM or a context of a responding to an incident automatically, like creating like a playbook so you can respond to an incident.
Okay.
Whenever they're talking about integrating my bunch of tools trying to talk to each other, it could be for automation purposes. It doesn't matter. If they're talking about integrating a bunch of other tools, it's gonna have to be API.
This
Okay.
is why I hate CompTIA. This is why I hate it because sitting there reading that and I jumped to API and then this stupid automation crap, man. All right, they throw all that in there. All right, I get it now. Okay.
Next question.
An executive assistant wants to onboard a new cloud-based product to help with business analytics and dashboarding. Which of the following would be the best integration option for the service?
D.
Oh, script the connectivity.
What? Hold on.
D.
Yes, and more utilize cloud products API.
Yeah. It's probably script. But
All right, Nick, you
I
got
feel like it's API, it's pulling. No, wait, no.
That's what
Can I not take my D back?
you know what? That's probably script. That's probably scripting. I think it's scripting.
Yeah, I'll agree with you, B, because I had to glance back at my notes and I saw it. I'll agree with you on B.
It is D. Damn it! I quit.
Yeah, it was seriously. Why not? See, this is what I'm telling you. I'm second guessing myself now because I'm trying to forget everything experience wise.
It's always every time I'm like, I know this is D, and then like you say something and I second guess myself.
Yeah, so what
I was trying to forget what I usually do.
Somebody explain to me what is happening in the question. What's taking place?
Because they're creating a dashboard, which is basically a collection of tools and not necessarily SIEMs, but searches at the same time. So it's pulling a lot, and you're using the data that was given within those tools.
Yeah.
And you're basically consolidating them and putting them into one to view on one page. Right. That's how I see it.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And this is like, it was a new product and they're bringing that in for business analytics and dashboarding, yada, 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 yada.
Yeah.
We need some integrations. And then if there's another product down the line, well, ongoing integration will help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Scripting is when you literally going in and try to do some little automation, right? And most of the time you do that. I will be talking about that. We have a lesson that's coming up on scripting. Finally, we're here. And that's it. All right, let's get started with lesson number 5. This one is it's a long one, but it's an interesting one. And hopefully Nick will chime in and share some of his experiences with the vulnerability as scanning and vulnerability assessing and all that good stuff, because this whole lesson, it's all about that. Before we talk about vulnerability scanning, management, and assessing, we will touch up a little bit of GRC, a little bit of compliance, talk about PCI, DSS, NIST, that kind of stuff. All right. Before we dig deeper, I have a pop quiz here for you.
Which of the following is the most dangerous to the client environment during a vulnerability assessment penetration test? C. Oh, wait, no, sorry. B. Sorry, it's B. B.
You're sure? Second guessing yourself.
No, I was gonna agree with C, so I'm still gonna go with C.
Okay. Most dangerous. Right? It's all caps. All right. Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on. Boom. Yep. B it is. So guys, look, when you're going in and doing the vulnerability assessment, where you're assessing the environment for vulnerabilities, for weaknesses, or penetration testing, where not only you're assessing the vulnerability, but you're also going in and taking advantage of the vulnerability, meaning you are going in and attacking those weaknesses. You better be playing within the scope. They said just attack this IP address. You better be just attacking that IP address. If you go outside of that, you can get yourself in trouble, a lot of trouble. I usually tell people, if you're going to be doing the penetration testing, even when you're doing the vulnerability scanning, really, you need to have these people sign you off in writing. I call that get out of jail card, where somebody have put that in writing that NIC is authorized to do the assessment on these amount of computers or these IP addresses, right? This scope. Fantastic. So that's the most dangerous. Absolutely. Okay. So what we're going to, what's the objective? First, understanding the regulations. You can't run away from regulations. In fact, a lot of companies do the security of regulations. It drives me crazy, but they do, where the whole security is all about checking boxes. I don't know if in the government that's how y'all do it, where HIPAA said we should do this, therefore we're doing just the bare minimum. You're gonna do exactly what HIPAA says, and that's it. And that means it was secure, right? Analyst that does that, security professional that does that, I always challenge them. I'm like, come on, let's just not do the bare minimum. Let's do more. Let's secure the company the right way, right? Obviously, making sure we're complying with the regulation, but don't just do what just the bare minimum that the regulation is asking. So we'll come back to that and talk about all kinds of regulations that you need to be aware of. And then we'll dive into the scanning of vulnerabilities, right? We talked about vulnerabilities being a weakness, a flaw in a system, in a software. So we'll talk about all kinds of vulnerabilities, from computer vulnerabilities, hardware vulnerabilities, applications vulnerabilities, you name it. How would you scan them? What kind of tool would you use? Things like Nessus comes in mind. Nmap comes in mind, right? Qualys. Have you guys heard about Qualys? Oh, it's a pretty good one. I will share some of their resources. It's like a competition of Nessus. They're really, really good. All right, all those products comes in mind when it comes to that. Then we'll dive into the baselines. You have to establish a baseline. That's very important. And then, what if you're doing other type of a scanning that's not your regular type of a scan? Right? What if you're scanning for what if you're scanning for vulnerabilities in an IoT system, right? Or if you're scanning for vulnerabilities in operation technology, OT. So we'll talk about those and more. There's a lot to talk about in this chapter, really. Let's get right into it. So topic A, compliance requirement. The first one that you probably are familiar with it already is NIST, right? NIST is not a regulation. It's just a standard. It's a standard. Do you guys follow what's in the NIST? Let me ask you this, because you know more than I know about this.
Kind of.
Okay.
Some of it we do, some of it we don't. A lot of it's locality stuff that we have to go by.
Okay. Okay. So you probably are part of the people who actually come up with the standards, right? Who give them feedback. I'm guessing.
Actually, we do help with that. With a lot of things that we do.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, we are very grateful for NIST. It goes out there, give us some standards, best practices, things that if you do them, you will win. Right? It's not a law. If you don't do it, nobody's knocking on the door. Right? But it's a pretty good place to start. So we have these 800 with the special publications, 800-60, for example, with R1, right? SPR1, special publication 1, something like that. Well, that could be for something. I'm just picking up one, right? But again, these are the standards. Some companies follow this. This is all in the US, right? International companies really don't be using NIST. Again, NIST is tied to the United States. Right? It's funded by the United States. All right. What if the company is an international company? What kind of standards, what kind of framework can they use? Well, this guy, the ISO, it's pronounced as ISO, really. The International Organization for Standardization, right? This is not tied to any government. It's independent. It's been around for a very long time. And it has come up with a bunch standards over the years. One that you need to be aware of is the 27001 and the 27002. Right? The ISO 27001, it's for big picture, right? It gives you an idea of, okay, here is how you should be doing your security, right? That's what the 27001 accomplishes. If you want other company to trust you as an international organization, you can also get the 27001 certification. There's also a certification tied to this. It can become a certified as a company. See how you are trying to become a CySA certified? Same way, right? As a company, you can get the 27001 certification, and that will serve as, that will give the customers and other businesses that you're taking security serious. It will give them that assurance that you're taking security serious. But 27001 is the big picture. It's for management, right? It tells you you should have a firewall. Right? It doesn't give you the steps, the specifics on how to go by configuring the firewall. That's where the ISO 27002 comes in. So 27002 is the techniques. The techniques and the basically sort of like best practices on how to accomplish 27001. So if you want the steps-by-steps, I want to say steps-by-steps instructions on how to go ahead and just apply that firewall, or how would you go in and configure that firewall, then you will use the 27002 for that purpose. Very popular in international side of things. And this is not the only one. These are just the most common and the ones you probably need to know for this exam. They have the 31K, right? 31,000 for risk management. Have a standard for risk management. They have the 27701. This one is for privacy, right? And on and on and on. Like they say here, they have uttered over 126 standards and over 25,000 of those over the years. So again, NIST in the US, ISO international. So if you see a question on that exam that says, oh, this is a US company, keep an eye on the NIST. International company, keep an eye on ISO. All right. Now, explain regulations and standards. Now, using local contracts to require standards compliance. Enforce compliance with external standards. Look, there's all kinds of regulations that, you know, governments and industries, for example, with credit card, they have the PCI DSS, something I'm going to be talking about in a minute here, that they can force you to comply with. And if you don't, there's a consequence, right? So regulations are different than standards, right? Because regulations can be enforced, but standards cannot, right? And the same thing goes for things like benchmarks. Those are CIS, the Center for Internet Security, CIS, the top 18. Top 18 critical controls that we've been talking about. These are just standards. These are just nice to have things that you can do if you want to be secure. And your question might be, okay, whoa, what if I want to secure applications? What can I do? Then you can go with OWASP. Specialize literally in helping developer secure applications. OWASP, Open Web Application Security Project. It's nonprofit. I will get back to it and dig a little bit deeper in this chapter later on. But again, the goal of OWASP is to improve the security of web applications. So they have these top 10s where you can maybe do some kind of a application static testing, for example, where you can test the application that you just developed based on the top 10, right? Basically going in and you're saying, hey, do you have the vulnerability of cross-site scripting? Do you have the vulnerability of a SQL injection? Right? Most common application attacks there is, right? And then you have additional standards, things like CMMI, capability maturity level, or model integration. Well, this one is used for maturity, right? It's a collection of best practices that helps organization improve their process. Again, they're going in, they have different, kind of 5 levels where you're going in, you're trying to mature your maybe cybersecurity program. This is used for organizations. If you want to mature your organization, if you want to mature a program, if you want to mature a product, you can use the CMMI. It was developed by these guys at Carnegie Mellon University. And then they came out, they said, you know what? These are the 5 levels. If you do them, you are in the way of maturing whatever that is, the organization, the program, the project, whatever that is, right? You're trying to improve the process, right? The process of the organization, the process of developing that product. So the first one is initial. This is where the process does not exist. There's nothing. Anybody's doing whatever they want. Second is managed, right? Managed, many work activities are defined via process. This is where you're trying to put like a little wood on fire there. And then 3 is defined. Majority of the work is well defined via process, meaning like we have processes in place that tells us what to do. Then there's this quantitatively managed. All our work is well defined via process. Proactive measures are also in place. And the level we want to get to, and most organizations don't get to this level, is the optimizing, right? The work is well defined via process, and then there's the continuous improvement that's integrated into the whole thing as well, where we're getting feedback, and then we're taking the feedback, we're applying the feedback to that project, to the organization to try to make it better. I doubt if you will see the kind of any questions on that exam about CMMI. But this is the model, right? This is the model that was designed to help organizations mature their projects, their standards, their organization, departments, you name it. At one time, I was very desperate. I'm like, you know what? I want to make more money in cybersecurity. So I did a Google search, and then they said, hey, you should take ITIL certification. And if you guys have heard about ITIL.
Yes.
Yeah. I went on and grabbed the certificate and I studied really hard and I got the certification. The most useless certification I've ever gotten is this one. Got certified, never used it, but I learned so much about how the IT can serve its customer, means the business, and how to keep the process flowing, how to, establish SLAs, those service level agreements, and if something goes down, how fast can we get it done? And it was pretty interesting. So hopefully I will use some of that knowledge in the future. Right. But it's really in the same realm with the CMMI. And the company I work for, ISACA, we also have our own. It's called CMMC, I believe, that we use. So we also have COBIT. COBIT is the other one organization can use to mature themselves, if you will, or assess themselves. All right, so what are the requirements if companies are going into the cloud? First of all, there's this Cloud Security Alliance, CSA. Cloud Security Alliance, it's a nonprofit organization that was put together by a bunch of cloud computing companies. Amazon, Azure, Google Cloud, these are the big 3. They got together and they said, you know what, we should figure out a way of helping companies migrate into the cloud. So they put together CSA. CSA and ISACA, we have a certification that we've developed together. That's, cloud-based certification, which, yeah, it sounds like I'm promoting something, but it's a pretty good certification. Anyway, so one of the things that they did is this thing known as a STAR, Security Trust and Assurance Registry. This is designed to be publicly accessible registry where these cloud service provider can publish their best practices and capabilities. The beauty of a STAR is available to the public. And any company that's trying to go into the cloud, that's trying to migrate into the cloud, they can go into the libraries and then be able to kind of grab some stuff over there, some assessments, some best practices, and what they need to do as they're going into the cloud. That's the whole mission of Cloud Security Alliance. It's literally helping companies transition into the cloud, right? And not be vulnerable in the process. Okay. So it measures the security privacy controls for the cloud service provider against the CSA cloud security metrics. Yeah, this is one of the things that they developed here, this metrics, CMMI. When you go to their website, you can see and maybe be able to read a little bit on it, but it's not that important for the sake of this exam. It's just that if the company is migrating into the cloud and they don't know where to begin, CSA, the Cloud Security Alliance, is the best place to begin. They have a bunch of resources as a part of this STAR program, right? This is STAR program. All right, what about regulations? All right, now these are laws. All right, these are laws. If you don't do stuff, you can get yourself in trouble as a company. The first one is COPPA. All right, everybody knows this one, Children Online Privacy Protection Act. Right, it's a U.S. regulation, came around, I believe, like in 19 something, like late 1990s. And it basically says that children under age 13, if you're going to allow them to access your website, you need to have consent from their parents. Their parents have to sign off. I guess that's why TikTok allows kids 13-year-old and older to be on their platform. Because once they're 13, this regulation doesn't really force TikTok to ask the parents for permission, basically. Okay, so it really doesn't matter. It does apply in the US and outside of the US. As long as you're collecting information on kids, you got to have a permission from their parents, and that's what this really does. The one that I want you to pay attention to, might not be on that exam, is GDPR. Yeah. GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, is the European Union law on privacy. This thing, it came out in 2018. I remember when it came out, it was huge, it was big. And one of the reasons why this was huge is because it applies to all the countries within the European Union. And it says, if you are a company, they don't care where you are, if you're a company that do business with EU citizens, right, EU citizens, you have to protect the EU citizens' data. Okay? And if you do not, if you get compromised, GDPR is coming for you. And guess what? They are going to give you a huge fine if they find out that, you know, you lost the data, the EU citizens' data, and it was your fault. They're gonna give you like a big fine. Right? This is the world's toughest privacy law. And I cannot think of any company that have become a victim of GDPR. Majority of the US companies are a victim of GDPR. Right? Majority of them, they're a victim of GDPR. So if I go here and then say GDPR, let's start with Facebook. And this just recently happened. When it was happening, I was like, oh my God, when will company ever learn? This just recently happened. Facebook have been fined for 1.2, not Uber, Facebook. 1.3 billion for Facebook. There we go. Look at this. Some ridiculous money. And they're required to pay that. And this is just recently happened in 2023. Well, you might say, okay, what about Amazon. Amazon become a victim? Absolutely. 800 million that they had to pay. What about Google? Google actually have become a victim a couple of times. 57 million that they had to pay. What does the law say? The GDPR says that, hey, if they found out it was your fault when the data you got breached or anything like that, they're taking 20 million or 4%, up to 4% of your global sale. Your global sale, they're taking up to 4%. So usually they say that whichever that's bigger. Whichever that's bigger. So as Google, you're making $100 billion a year, and that's just on sales. Right? That's the profit. And they're coming for that 4% of the $100 billion. So people are scared of GDPR. Scared of GDPR. Company had to withdraw. They had to stop collecting EU citizens. But I think I like GDPR, to be honest. Because look, we live in information age. These companies like Google and Facebook, they're billion-dollar company because of your data, because of my data. Right? What kind of product does Facebook have? Your data, right? Collect all the data, sell the data to the advertiser. Anyway, so GDPR goes in and fine them if it's their fault. So remember this one for this exam. Right. Let's shift again a little bit and talk about OWASP. Let's get back to the OWASP for a second. OWASP, like I mentioned, it's the web application specifically focuses on the web, Open Web Application Security Project. Their mission is to try to raise awareness on how to build secure software. And the reason is because a lot of these companies that are building software, security is an afterthought. That's how things been. You cannot go tell a startup company that's just coming up with some kind of a software, hey, make sure you're including security. They don't care about security. They just want to get to the market as fast as they can, grab as many as market share as they can, and on and on and on. So OWASP had a meta mission for like 20 plus years. Every 4 or so years, they do the assessment of a bunch of companies. And they come back and they said, we did the assessment and it looks like these are the top 10 web vulnerabilities that every company needs to fix. And the one that we have right now is a 2021 version, and from 2017. Go to OWASP 2021 there. There we go. This is what I am talking about here. The top 10. Let me go to resource and drop that there. There we go. All right. The top 10. So they went over there. They came back and gave us this top 10. And they said that, hey, if you are developing a web application, these are some of the things you need to make sure your web application is not vulnerable on. Right? These right here, the 2021 version. And guess what they came out with? A few things. They said, oh, broken access control. Yeah, human issues, human errors still the big thing here. Right? Cryptography failure. See, the thing about cryptography, it works. But if you implement it the wrong way, yeah, you're going to expose a lot of data because that's what provides security. Injection, cross-site scripting, SQL injections, you name it, that kind of stuff. Insecure web design, people not configuring things right, vulnerable outdated components, right? Not keeping things up to date. Authentication failures, people are not going in and using multi-factor authentication. Integrity failures, they're not checking for integrity. They're not going in and looking at the logs. And obviously request forgery, the cross-site request forgery. In this case, the server-side request forgery. These are the top 10. As a developer, once you've developed the application, you can run your application. It's called static code analysis, right? Static code analysis, you're going in, you're grabbing your code, you're testing the code manually against these standards, such as the OWASP top 10. Right? There are tools that they use for this kind of stuff. It's not like you're manually going in and like checking a code line by line, right? No, you're using a software to do that. But basically, as you're developing your software from the beginning, you're going in with the static code analysis, you're checking to see if your code is vulnerable to these top 10. Okay? And then be fixing them as you develop the application. So every developer should know these at least, right? They should know this, and they'll be fixing these as they develop those applications. Sorry, what was that?
I have a question.
Sure.
It's a two-part question, actually. So you have static code. That's the review of the raw code itself. As like you're developing this application. So
yeah, so go ahead.
Where does the input validation come in at that they're always talking about? So like input validation, and then you've got on the server side, you're talking about outsource code or something like that on the server side to stop XSS from happening. So like where do those fall into, like, let's just say the cycle of getting one of these things out?
Yeah. Well, so when they're developing these tools, right, when they're coding the program, it goes into different stages. So this static code analysis, it includes the manual stuff you were mentioning, where they're going in, they're reviewing the code line by line. Right? But for the most part, they're using another tool to test the code. Right? They're just testing the code as they're developing the code. The code doesn't have to be functional for them to, test it. Now, for testing for things like input, they do what they normally call a fuzzing.
Okay, at the fuzzing part. Okay.
Yeah, fuzzing. Fuzzing, that's when once the code is already finished, they go ahead and start abusing the code. They give all kind of a combination, trying to see if it's gonna give up. I will be talking about this, by the way.
Okay, then forget it. We'll when we get to it, I'll ask more.
Fantastic. All right, let's keep going then. Again, the idea here with the OWASP is to identify, right? It helps organizations identify and fix application security vulnerabilities. That's the whole mission of OWASP. Here are some of the common web application vulnerabilities that you should be, aware of. This is a part of that top 10, by the way, the ones I just finished showing you. Cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting is when the attack, basically cross-site, right? It's using JavaScript. Right? It's using JavaScript to kind of take over the trust you have established, maybe with another different site, right? That's really what cross-site scripting it's all about. What happens is you have authenticated here, for example, on the website A, right? And then somehow you go to another page, for example, but that page have some kind of a JavaScript, some scripts. Maybe it's invisible, you don't see it. Maybe it's one of the advertisements that's on the other site that you're on. So once you click on that thing, whatever that is from the other site, if it goes in, runs JavaScript, if it goes in and executes the JavaScript, it could potentially, and this is a bigger potential, it could potentially compromise the other site that you have authenticated with, right? The other sites that you have established trust with. Now, here is the reason why this basically never happened. First of all, your browsers are smart, because once you load up an entire web page, that means everything from HTML, CSS, JavaScript, all of that have been loaded already. If 5 minutes later, another script comes up and be like, hey, you should run me as well, your browser does not allow that to happen. It stops that right there. Then like, whoa. Nope, not happening. So that's JavaScript. There's another one known as request forgery or cross-site request forgery. And that one, it's just like this one. Just like this one with a little slightly different. With cross-site request forgery, CSRF, or XSRF, as some people will call it, is that this one, it's more looking at taking over the session that you have established. All right, taking over the session that you have established. It's not running a JavaScript. There's no script that's being executed in the browser. With the CSRF, cross-site request forgery, same concept apply. Maybe you visit another site, yada, 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 yada. But once you click on the link, whatever malicious link that's over there, it's going to the browser trying to take over the session you have established. I trust to your cookies. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Your authenticated cookies. All right. This almost always never works. Why? One, browsers are smart. Second, you're always using HTTPS. So there's the cryptography, and this really doesn't work. Okay. And so can you share an example of cross-site scripting? Yeah, absolutely. So let's go here. Go to images. This will do. Let me see if this is a good one. Yeah, but
Yeah, that one. Because
yeah. I like this one. You like it too, huh?
yes, yep.
A little bit clean. Go ahead,
Just
Nick.
FYI, this is what they're gonna ask what this looks like. And so I want to make sure I know what I'm looking at it like when I see it.
Yeah. So cross-site scripting, it's literally in the name, cross-site scripting, is when, for example, I visit a website, right? I visit a bank website. And I signed in. Let's say I go to Bank of America. And then I signed in. I have a session established already. I'm doing my online banking here. And then somehow, I go to another site. And let's say that I go to Reddit. You guys have heard about Reddit, correct? Yeah. I go to Reddit. Ooh, it's always inappropriate stuff here. I go to Reddit and I go to sport. Yeah, a little bit. Maybe gonna see regular stuff here. I go to Reddit for some reason while my banking, online banking, is still taking place, right? Maybe I just go here just to check something right quickly. Then imagine if one of the attacker put something in the comment, put a script in the comment. It got to be a script. If it's not a script, then it will be cross-site request forgery. Right? For cross-site scripting, it has to be a script, specifically JavaScript. Right? And then I go here. The script doesn't have to be naked in your eyes. It could be like some kind of an image. You click on it, and that image loads up the script in the background. Right? So I go here, I click on one of these, and then you see how like it took me to this page. And then instead of doing this, it runs the script in the browser. Right? The browser runs that script. And then if that script is designed to maybe steal cookies, if it's designed to take over the session of Bank of America, it would then go ahead and take the session of Bank of America over. Right? Then depends on what that script is designed to do. It might, you know, in the case of Bank of America, might send themselves some money, all that stuff. So if I go back to my image here, this is me here. This is me accessing a site without any problem. Right? Then the attacker clicks on the script. The script gets sent to me, to my browser. Right? My browser supposed to not execute that script. Supposed to not. But if my browser is that vulnerable and it allows this to happen, then the script will run. And if it does run, it could take over the session. It could do whatever they designed that thing to accomplish. Could be steal secrets and then send that back to the attacker. It could steal cookies or session IDs and send that to the attacker. Nick, does that help?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, then you have your SQL injection. All right, SQL injection. This is where you inject things into the program. All right. Majority of applications online, they have database. That database might be MySQL database, Oracle databases, Google's databases. So the idea with the database is that database have tables. And with those tables, they store a bunch of stuff like usernames, passwords, you name it, all that kind of stuff. And database also have statements. For example, SQL have statements like select from table 1, right? Select from table where, you know, password. So these are the statements. Whenever you go in and then authenticate it to a web page, if that web page has to go back and communicate with something like a MySQL database, this is what is taking place behind the scene. So here's where the injection comes in. This is when the attacker goes in and says, hey, select into the environment where, and then they're going to start playing around with those syntax, and where 1 equals 1. Right? I'm just giving like a very high level example here. Where 1 equals 1, they might put like a little, you know, star, right? And put like few other kind of a statements, really. I'll have to see the example, but this is a very classic example, very common example. Even if we will go to the OWASP top 10 right now, you'll be able to see it. But it's a very common example where they going in there telling the database, hey, give me everything. 1 equals 1 means, hey, just show me everything that's in the database. Maybe they're selecting that from emails. You know what? Let me go to the OWASP. And let's click on the injection here. And let's look at the example of injection here. All right, here. This is not the best one. But here, string query select, and then they said that the star means everything from accounts where, you know, cost ID equals, there we go. Then they start playing around with the little syntax of SQL. And they say plus request, whatever parameter that is. And then they play around with the little, you know, with the syntax again. And then there we go. That's it right there. You know, that right there it's like the 1 equals 1. It's an equivalent to that. And all they're doing here, they're going in, they're telling this database, hey, just give me everything from this customer ID. Give me everything from there. So Nick, here's where input validation comes in, and where input validation is the champ. Is that if this database is designed the right way, it's not going to allow stuff like this to take place. It's going to go in and start, hold on, do some input validation, right? Yeah, no, that's not allowed. Sorry, go ahead.
Question. So is input validation more, so static code, from what I'm gathering from doing all this, static code is to look at the security when you're developing software, right? And then input validation is more of a security on a program that already exists.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. When you're developing the application, you will, part of that static code is to check to see if the application is gonna do input validation. It's gonna validate input. So static code analysis, it starts from the beginning, like early on. As soon as you start writing code, you got to keep that in mind. You got to test it and see how it's functioning, all that stuff. Some of it you do it manually. Some of it you use the tools to do it, to check it and see, hey, is it validating input? Is it doing this? Is it, going in and not doing the top 10, the OWASP top 10?
The input validation just checks to make sure that the two things that it's asking are supposed to communicate with each other and nothing else. In a nutshell, maybe?
On the right track. Well, input validation is more just checking to see if the input you're providing is allowed, is what's supposed to be expected. For example, we have one attack that's known as buffer overflow. Have you heard about buffer overflow attacks?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Buffer overflow is when you give the application more than can handle, like way too much. And there's also its little brother known as integer overflow, which is based on numbers. Right, so imagine if an application is supposed to be handling 10. And then you go on, you give that application 20. Well, if that application is doing input validation, it's going to be able to start yelling at you and telling you, hey, look, I can only handle 10, not 20. That's the kind of a validation we're talking about.
Got it. Okay. I've been struggling with those two things.
Yeah.
Because they ask it a lot. Static and input validation. So, okay. Thank you for breaking that down.
Right. There's actually one more. It's known as dynamic code analysis. But again, we're going to talk about that towards the end. It looks like you really, really want to know that stuff. So I'll take my time once we get there. Fantastic. Sincerely, are you still with me? Fantastic. All right. Next, path traversal. This is what we normally call, the traversal attack. All right. This attack would have worked 20 years ago. If a developer is developing an application that allows this to happen, that developer needs to be fired. And the reason is because with the traversal attack, what the attacker are doing, they're skipping directories. It's like directory skipping, where they're saying, hey, /skip. So imagine they want to get into the password directory, password file, for example, where they can skip the other previous directory and jump into the password. The question is, if you didn't have access here, why would you have access here? All right. And again, now they just don't use dot to skip through the directory. They can also use the percentages, right, where it says like 20 percentages, stuff like that. It could be percentage and then a dot. So every time you see something like that, it could be in the log. They're going to try to trick you and be like, hey, the analyst is doing this, and then they just saw this in the log. What did took place? It was a directory traversal. We usually call this directory traversal. And they were skipping through the directories.
That is 100% fact, because the question that I had on the test was it had the percentage and then the 20 and then the percentage, and then it went across like the entire thing, and at the end it had like a password. So
look at that.
I'm asking a lot of questions for her too, because every single part of this is on the test.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. All right. The other one is broken authentication and authorization. This really does what it sounds like. Broken authentication. If they're not going in and configuring the SAML the right way, we talk about SAML. This is a single sign-on application for backend applications. And then we talked about SSO. We talked about OpenID, right? Where they said, hey, sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, with OAuth. And all these things have to be configured, and they have to be configured the right way. They're not, things will be broken. Insecure Direct Objective Reference, IDOR. Again, whenever you were going in and dealing with things like API or authentication or directing things, we have to use HTTPS. All right, you can't be exchanging things and then be using HTTP, be using unsecure way of doing that. We're going to set up SML, OpenID has to be through HTTPS, which means cryptography have to be involved. All right, I'm going to keep going. So here's the top 10. We were just breaking down some of these. Here's the top 10 from OWASP. And again, the first one is the broken access, cryptography, injection, design, misconfiguration, outdate, and then authentication, and then, integrity, monitoring, and then request forgery, right? Cross-site request forgery. I'm not sure how deep the exam is going to go through these, but again, it does not hurt. It does not hurt to go to that OWASP website and then take a look at each one of these, because I can talk about this all day long. Unless you are going to be a programmer, this stuff really, we never, ever deal with this. Unless you do penetration testing for applications, then you get back to this kind of things. Right? The rest of us, yeah, we leave that to the developer and the people who are doing the penetration testing for applications. But every time you click on one of these, for example, the broken access control, it's going to give you the overview, right? It's going to tell you what this is all about, to give you a little overview of how they did the analysis, the little description of what's taking place. For example, access control enforces policies such as users cannot act outside of their intended permission. I think that makes sense, right? Giving users and applications just the permission they need to do their job and nothing less, nothing more, right? And the broken access, by the way, it's more like a human mistake, really. And then they're going to go ahead and talk about a bunch of other code-related things like post and put, things that are part of the HTTP family. JSON, part of that JavaScript. How would you prevent it? It goes in, talk about how you're going to prevent it, and then give you some examples, right? And I don't think they tell you how you should detect it. But again, developer worry about this kind of stuff, not you and me. All right, I'm going to keep going. What about CIS? We talked about CIS. I did share CIS with you. These are the benchmarks. You can sign in, literally, they have more than just the top 18. When you go to the Center for Internet Security website, they have a bunch of benchmarks that you can take advantage of. Let's say that you want to secure AWS, Amazon Web Services. Well, they have a benchmark for that. Can you go ahead and just grab that and use that as your best practice, as a starting point. And so there's a bunch of secure configuration for IT systems, secure configuration for applications. You want to know how to secure Windows, grab the benchmark from CIS. Pretty good for reducing vulnerabilities, increasing security, and improve your security or your system performance. Well, a bunch of them. I even see benchmarks on Alibaba. Can you imagine? Yeah, I was very surprised. Like, you guys are on top of things.
Yeah.
Guess they try to be fair. And that shift the conversation from OWASP to PCI. We're still talking about standards, guys. Standard and compliance. PCI, right? PCI DSS is the organization that was tasked to basically regulate, for lack of a better word, to regulate the payment industry. See, when the internet became really huge, I'm talking about late 90s, back in 1999, Visa came up with their own version. They said, okay, people are accepting credit card. Well, if you're a company that's allowing, that's accepting credit card, here is what you should follow. Here is the how you should keep those information protected. So Visa was the very first one to come up with one, right? And then MasterCard follow, and then Amex, and then JCB and Disco. They all have their own versions. And then they said, you know what? We are stupid. Why can't we work together, right? Basically, when these merchants, these targets in these stores, they all accept the same cards. Why can't we work together? So then they form this body here known as a Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS. And then they said, okay, in 2004, they joined forces and created PCI SCC. The SSC is the one that oversees the standard, the PCI DSS. And in 2006, I think that's when they released the very first version. But anyway, what happened was every company that needs to accept a credit card has to obey the rules that are set up by PCI DSS, right, in PCI DSS. And this standard is not enforced by government. No, it's enforced by these payment brands. If you don't secure credit cards, they can take away the ability for a business to accept credit cards. There's no company that can survive without accepting credit cards, right? So pretty good. Is global. They don't care where the company is located. You have to follow what PCI says. So let's dig a little bit deeper into this, right? So PCI went in and said, you know what? There are 12 requirements that you need to follow. 12 requirements. And if you do these, we are in good hands, right? Every company, they don't care if you're in an e-commerce business, or if you're like a mom and pop store, if you accept a debit or credit card, you have to follow these. By the way, between me and you, if you can specialize in a PCI and become what they normally call a QSA, right? QSA,
Quality what?
Quality security assessor, I believe. I think we have it in the upcoming chapter sections here. But if you become a QSA, there's a lot of money. At some point, I wanted to specialize in this myself, but I would tell you all the requirements if you just want to kind of keep an eye on that. But here's the 12 requirements. First of all, they said you should install and maintain firewalls, meaning provide security. Do not use vendor supplied defaults, meaning change the defaults of every product. Routers, servers, change the defaults. Protect all systems against malicious code. This is basically doing the security the right way. Use and regulate update antivirus programs. Develop and maintain a secure web application and data transmission. Protect all systems against loss and unauthorized access. Memorizing these really doesn't help, right? But if you're going in and to become a PCI QSA, for example, you will have to make sure the company is doing all of these 12 requirements. You will assess them on these 12. You want to see if they're regularly monitoring their environment, if they're hiring penetration testers to test them, if they have a SIEM in place, to understand what's going on in their environment. If they have like password vaults, right? There's password manager. If they're using 2FA, right? If they regularly review and assess PCI DSS compliance status. But by the way, companies are required to do the assessment every year. Every year. Which is why this is very in demand, very in demand. They're not just training people, developing policies that the organization will have to follow. Memorizing this is not important. Just need to remember that PCI DSS is used to keep the credit cards secure. If a company accepts credit cards, have to obey PCI DSS. Okay. Organization must be audited regularly, like once a year, like I mentioned. Once a year, you have to be audited. But if you are like a high-risk organization, they might do that once per quarter. Right? And high risk is a company that have been hacked before. For example, the Target, when Target got breached, yeah, it was tough for them. It was tough for them. So once you're doing the requirement, there's this thing known as PCI attestation of compliance. This is what's given to the organization to show that they've complied with the PCI. Okay, this AOC should only be completed by the QSA that I was talking about, the qualified security assessor. There you go. That's the word you were looking for, Nick. Right. The beauty of a PCI, guys, is this. Banks have to obey PCI. Merchants, all the companies, all the banks, all the financial regulations companies, if they touch credit cards, they have to be PCI compliant.
So how does Square do it then? You know those little squares? That's interesting. I wonder how they do that, because you get people that own like these little places that go out on the street and sell things. You do the square.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'll actually give you a pretty good idea of what took place. So the PCI is done by Square. The mom and pop who's out there, like the barbershop who's just swiping after a haircut, they don't touch the credit cards numbers. All that is transferring to PCI, Square systems. So Square every year have to be audited.
Okay, I understand.
And the QSA, it's an external company. This is an external company. Somebody that's outside of the organization will have to do the audit. All right. Now, can you really become a QSA in 90 days? That's one of those questions that a lot of people have asked me over the years. And the answer is maybe, maybe not. If you've been in IT for quite some time, yeah, you can. But if you haven't been in IT for quite some time, definitely not. And here is why. You must be working full-time for a QSA company. So there's a QSA, the person, there's the QSA company. QSA company is a company that is authorized to hire QSA people. You must have a bunch of security certification, specifically 2 of them, maybe the CISSP and the CySA. Basically, you must have a security cert and an auditing cert. These are certifications themselves that are really hard to get, but also they require years of experience, specifically 5 years of experience before you're given that, work experience before you can be given that cert. Once you have all of this, you have a company that hires you that's authorized to do this. You have the certification. Then you have to take the QSA training, 7-hour training. And then you also have to take another one, which is instructor-led training. Then there's some kind of exam at the end. You got to pass the exam. And only then, you can perform what they normally call a report on compliance, meaning assessing companies if they're complying with PCI. But these people, they're making 150 just to start. This is a K a year. So they're making a pretty good money. Most important skills to keep in mind if you just want to become a PCI QSA, it's people skills. Yeah, you got to know how to talk to people because you're going to be flying and meeting with CEOs and meeting with these people that want their company to comply with PCI. Obviously, writing skills. As you've seen in those 12 requirements, you're going to go ahead and assess the organization, and then you will take notes and then say, okay, the company is complying with, they have a firewall installed, right? Then you're going to have to justify that, right? Justify that and put that in writing and take a screenshot so you can, they will take a screenshot and send it out to you for proof. And here is the biggest secret of PCI. That is segmentation. And I think I did say segmentation 3 times. You have to let the organizations know if the systems are not supposed to be touching the credit cards, then let's segment them. Let's segment the register so it doesn't talk to anybody else, right? So that only the register is the one that's going to be in the scope of PCI. Because if the register is talking to another device or another or part of the network, that part of that network will have to be in the scope. And that means it will also have to be within those 12 requirements, right? Within those requirements. Again, most of the time, you're just going in, you're assessing the organization, they're sending you screenshots. You don't have to be crazy technical, but you got to understand, be able to translate the technical stuff into the language that executives can understand. So if they send you like a firewall rule, you got to know how to read it. If they send you a vulnerability scan, you got to know how to read it. Okay. Any questions? All right, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Let's take a break. All right, let's take a break. See you guys in 10, and we'll finish up this. All right, let's keep going with the topic B. Understanding vulnerability scanning methods. This is going to be our vulnerability scanning. It's going to be fun, but we'll talk about more than just scanning for vulnerabilities. We're talking about all sort of scans when it comes to vulnerabilities. First one is the scope, right? When it comes to scanning for vulnerabilities, the organization will have to give you a scope. Basically, this is part of the rules of engagement. You have to play within the rules of engagement because there are different ways of scanning, and sometimes you can bring down the systems by scanning them. Imagine if this is a hospital and you're scanning the old systems. Sometimes you can crush them by way of just scanning them. And you have to be given a scope. And once they give you a scope, you have to play within the scope. All right, external scans. External scans is where you're going in and you're scanning for external devices or a view of devices and services from the outside. Sometimes this is known as an authenticated scan, where you're going in and you're scanning things from the outside, which is okay. I don't recommend it, right? I really don't recommend it where you're doing an unauthenticated scan. There is some benefit into doing an unauthenticated scan because the attacker might also start by not having any credentials, right? Authenticating without any usernames or passwords, which is okay. But if you need to get the results, if you need to get scan results that really matters, I would say you will need to do an authenticated scan. And I'll be coming back to that in a minute. Okay, so once we've scanned external scans, once we have scanned the environment, maybe from the outside, note how vulnerable we are, then we will prioritize our patching. Go ahead and be like, okay, well, let's start with this and then patch the other thing after that. Internal scan. Internal scans, it's inside, or what they normally call it, authenticated access level. This is where you're going in, you're doing the scan, like to go internally, but really, you've authenticated. You've authenticated, you have usernames and passwords. This is what I recommend, doing an authenticated scan. And the reason is because they're going to give you additional stuff. Additional stuff. You'll be able to see not just high level things, but because you've used credentials, hopefully you've used some kind of administrative credential of some sort. They're going in there, digging a little bit deeper. It's digging a little bit deeper. It's asking all these systems, hey, show me how vulnerable you are. Give me everything that's vulnerable about you. All right, internal remediation, you're going in because you've authenticated. You're going in and you are patching things, but the things that you're patching actually, I want to say, matters, right? They're close line. See, all vulnerability scans I've done, they all have been authenticated. I guess I'm very biased that way. But let me ask you, Nick, since this is your world, do you guys usually do unauthenticated scan or authenticated scans?
Authenticated.
Authenticated, okay. Yeah, I've heard some organization complain and be like, hey, look, let's start with unauthenticated because the attacker might not have credentials. And I always said, if I'm working for you, let's save both of our time and let me just do an authenticated scan. We can also schedule these scans, right? Going in and we're carefully testing and evaluating all the patches and the workarounds, depending on what we're getting from the scans. And we can schedule these to run every once a month, a week, a year, really depends. But again, when it comes to scanning for vulnerabilities, yes, we want to know how vulnerable we are. But when it comes to fixing them, we have to prioritize. We have to start with a high, with the things that has high likelihood of getting attacked. And then we will get that based on the knowledge we know about our environment, but also based on the intelligence from the outside. If the attacker is actively attacking that particular thing, then we will need to fix that first. All right, vulnerability scanning devices. We have networking host. Right, networking host, including things like client and servers. Right, we can scan clients, we can scan servers on the network. But we can also scan things like routers and switches, access points for Wi-Fi, firewalls. Again, the list goes on and on and on and on. When we're talking about scanning, we're scanning anything that is attached to our network, any device. IoT devices, we will scan them. Right? When it comes to devices, we're scanning anything. Some of these devices might require tools, specialized tools, right? Because if you're going to be scanning, let's say, a car, like a self-driving car, for example, just out of the blue, I don't know why I have a car. Let's say you're scanning a thermostat, right? Thermostat, which is, some of these are smart nowadays. Well, that might require additional tools than your regular Nessus or Qualys. All right, what are some of the attributes when you're going in and doing this scan? Well, the patch level. Look, when you're scanning, you are given a scoring system. It's known as a CVSS. CVSS was developed by NIST, so you probably know about this one. And every vulnerability will be assigned a CVE. The CVE is the common vulnerability exposure. Right? It's some kind of a random number with a year behind it. And that year is when the vulnerability was discovered. That's a CVE. It's very unique to every vulnerability, to every weakness. CVSS, this is the scoring system. It's the common vulnerability scoring system. And it goes from 0 all the way to basically 10. Right? You know, some people say 0 to 9, but it's just assume 0 to 10. And then it tells you things like low, high, actually medium, and high, and critical. Right? And every vulnerability, every weakness will have a CVSS score assigned to it. When you're scanning in Nessus, that it's literally right there, like on the left-hand side. It's on the right-hand side at the bottom. Right? Right there, telling you, hey, you should focus on this vulnerability. And I really like Nessus because they have developed their own kind of a scoring system. You familiar with that one, Nick, since that's what you use?
Yeah, yes, yep. Yeah, they give us, when we're done, they give us like a, you know, like a graph, a bar at the end. It'll put the scoring system. Of course, it gives the, you know, whichever ones are highest first, and then goes down the list. Yep, exactly like that. Yep.
Just like this, okay. Nessus is like the easiest tool ever.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's like Tenable, you know.
Right.
Tenable puts his stuff out, and you know how it works.
Yeah, definitely. This is the CVSS that we're talking about, the scoring system. And this is the critical, high, low, medium, regular information. It tells you how many computers you've scanned, the kind of weaknesses, the vulnerabilities. And the beauty of these, once you click on each one of them, it's going to describe what it is and then tell you how you should fix it, like in the vulnerability itself, which is part of that remediation. And here is the scoring system that I love of Nessus, the VPR. You guys use VPR, Nick, or you guys use the scoring engine from NIST?
No, we use the VPR.
Okay.
So it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it's great. It's very respected in the industry. Let me put this in the chat just in case you want to read up on it. Very respected. It's one of the, what it does, it's not just randomly adding like numbers telling you, hey, this is the scoring system for this thing. No, what VPR does, which is really, really interesting, it goes in and look at your environment, then look at what's out there, compare and contrast, and then give you the scoring that way. Basically, it's like it's customized for you and your industry, which is pretty good, pretty good. So check it out. All right, back to this. So what are the attributes of scanning? Well, you can patch level, configuration and policies, network shares, unused accounts, weak passwords, rogue devices, antivirus, and many other. Look, all these vulnerability scanner, they have templates. Tenable have templates. You can scan for compliance purposes. You can scan for WannaCry. You can scan for PCI DSS, the thing we were talking about a minute ago. You can scan for pretty much anything as well. All right, all vulnerability scanner can collect information from devices with or without credentials, right? You can do authenticated scan and an unauthenticated scan, like I mentioned earlier. Both of these have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, non-credential scan is simple, right, to implement. It has low impact because it's not digging deeper into the device itself. And it provides like high-level information regarding the vulnerability, right? Sometimes non-credential scan are not going to cause any problem. It's like a banner grabbing. You're just looking at the high-level stuff, right? And then you have your credential scans. Credential scanning, it's the most effective. So I said I highly recommend this one. You have the access, you're going in, you're scanning after you have authenticating. I've done a lot of these over the years. It's comprehensive. It's going to go in and tell you all there is to know about that particular device. The software that's installed, the file system, configuration accounts, you name it. On that exam, if they ask you which one is more preferable, definitely go with the credentialed scan. Credential scan can be abused or potentially exposed or stolen. Yeah, you will have to be a little careful because, again, you're going in and scanning with the credential. Attackers will love to get their hands on that credential. The other thing is it can overwhelming the amount of data in initial phase of vulnerability scanning. See, the thing about vulnerability scanning is supposed not to take a system down. It's supposed not to shut down systems or take too much resources on the system. But again, if you're doing a credential scan, really depends on how fast that scan is doing the whole scanning. You should have a different credential, like a different username that you only use for scanning purposes. Don't use things like root or administrator for scanning. Right? Use a purpose-specific account with the right access to it. Other ways of doing this, including agentless. Agentless, it's where basically we're collecting it. We don't have anything installed into these devices, right, for them to be able to report to us. Basically, it's like we have like a Nessus server, for example, or a Tenable server, and then we're pulling the information, right? We're pulling the information. It's called agentless because we're not installing anything into the devices themselves. Simple. We can collect information from using things like SSH. SSH is port 22. We can scan things. I mean, we can grab information using Windows Management Instrumentation, or WMI, if we have a bunch of Windows devices. Or, and this is the very common way, we can use SNMP. This is the Simple Network Management Protocol. Specifically, we want to use version 3 of this. And with this guy, we have encryption just like SSH. It's very secure. And we can scan switches, we can scan routers, like a bunch of the hardware that's connected to our environment. We can be getting what we normally call the SNMP traps. Right, traps, which is our really just information that's being sent from these devices that have SNMP enabled, right? And we can set up like an SNMP server, since this is like an agentless. We can set up a SNMP server where we're pulling the information from these routers and switches and a bunch of other hardware. Some organization, it does not allow things like WMIC or WMI and SNMP to work. And the reason is because they have too much power. And SNMP itself, if you're not using version 3, the other two versions, version 1 and 2, are vulnerable. You're getting all these scan information without any cryptography, without any security. What about agent-based? This is where we're going in and we're installing the agent into these devices, into these endpoint, these computers, right? Again, it takes time and effort to be able to install those agents into all these computers. And then that becomes the attack vector. Remember, if that agent gets compromised, the attacker will have the root, like they will have as like the same level access. And the other issue is with the agent. At the company I used to work for, we had one agent installed, and then we were doing some things that require another agent to be installed. And I remember the guy who was in charge of security telling us, it's not happening. We can't have a bunch of agents in a single machine. He prohibited us from doing that. And the reason is because these agents have root access, functioning as administrator. They get compromised, we get compromised. They became a new attack vector, an entry point. The attacker can get to us through them. Okay. But the agents will be able to collect information and then pass those information to the scanner, in this case, Nessus. It's going to improve vulnerability in a host configuration because they're reporting back to us every time. We don't have to pull anything. They're sending things to us. It requires less processing overhead because, again, the agent is not really a big program. It's a very lightweight. And then we basically streamlined a few things with the agents. You may ask me, which one do I prefer? I really have no answer between the agent-based and agentless. I think it really depends on what the company decides to do. All right. You can do two types of a scanning. You can do active scan and a passive scan. So active scan, it's when you're directly involved with the target that you're scanning. Right? It's like you have an IP address and you are scanning that IP address. Now you're directly involved with the target. And some of the tools, some of the software that you can use, including Nessus, which is very easy to use. Nessus also, Nessus has a community edition. The community edition only allows you to scan 16 IP addresses. But you can get the Pro or just go with the Tenable one. Just like it's a Tenable one, which is going to give you all kinds of other tools that integrate with each other, including Nessus. OpenVAS, it's a free community version of Nessus. It was developed based on Nessus. I just don't like the interface of OpenVAS. But everything else is cool. It works. I just hate the interface. Qualys is the other vendor. And Qualys is amazing. It has a bunch of training for free, which are pretty good to get some free training, some CU, continuing education. So Qualys, if you go to their training page here, you can take a bunch of training, including on PCI DSS, patch management using their thing, compliance, PCI, there we go. Right, where you get to learn about PCI, the scope, and how you can use their system, their Qualys system, to be able to scan for companies and see if they're complying with PCI. I've taken some of their training myself. It's really dry, but I mean, if you use their product, yeah, then it makes sense. Right? If you don't use their product, then maybe PCI stuff. Other than that, everything else is really related to them. But you will still get continuing education. You'll still get CUs. All right. Actively scanning. You're actively scanning, you're involved with the target. It doesn't matter what tool you're using. It's just you are actively scanning. This is a little bit dangerous because it's active. Right? It's a little bit dangerous because you're involved with the target. You can cause things like IDS and IPS to detect you, depends on how the scan is going. Right? You can enumerate, services. You can grab the banners. Right? You can enumerate content. You can use things like Burp Suite. This is one of the best tool when it comes to scanning for applications. You can also use OWASP ZAP. OWASP did develop ZAP. ZAP is free. Burp Suite do have a free community edition, but the paid version is way, way better. Right? The free version tends to have a lot of limits. But both of these can be used to scan for things like web applications. But again, you're still involved with the target, right? You're still involved with the target. That's the thing about active scan. You're actively involved with the target. What about a passive scan? Or with the passive scan, you're not really actively engaged with the target, identifying vulnerabilities without direct interaction, right? You're more just grabbing things, like capturing things. You guys have heard about Wireshark, right? Yeah, Wireshark, yeah. Whenever you're capturing things using Wireshark, well, that's more of like a passive scan. You're just grabbing a copy of the conversation, and then you're looking into those unsecure protocols. Once you've grabbed them, the clear text credentials that you might find in these unsecure or insecure protocols, if you will, and on and on and on and on. Right? This is a passive scan. You're not directly engaged with the target. You're more just grabbing the high-level stuff so that you don't get detected. Your IDS, intrusion detection system, have no idea that you are making a copy of every packet that's taking place. A passive scan. All right, criticality. It's important for you to be able to prioritize the vulnerabilities. This is very important. And this is what I've been saying for the past few days, that you have to understand your business. Because as you're going in and scanning and finding these vulnerabilities, you need to know which vulnerabilities you should fix first. Right? Not all vulnerabilities are created equal. And yes, the scoring system will help, because that's what we tended to just do. Be like, hey, CVSS said this is a 9. It means it's critical. Let's fix that one first. But the question is this critical to your organization? That's the question you should be asking. It could have 9, but it's not really critical to your organization. If you remember, what I mentioned the other day was that risk equals threat times vulnerability, right? Which basically means the vulnerability could be 9, but if the threat is not there to take advantage of that vulnerability, then you should not worry about this vulnerability, although it says 9. You should worry about the other one that says 7, but there's a threat who's actively exploiting that vulnerability. And that's how you want to look at it. And that takes time. You know, it's easy say than done. That takes time when it comes to ranking these and fixing them based on how critical they are. Okay. All right, ranking and prioritization warrants careful analysis. Absolutely. This is where the human will come in. That's why I believe vulnerability scanning and assessment, it's really not going anywhere. I mean, some of the stuff will get automated here and there, but they still need a human to be able to prioritize things that matter to the organization. Get the intelligence from online, compare that with your understanding of the organization, and then start fixing the vulnerability that matter to the company. Understanding vulnerability scanning methods. Well, how can you do this? Again, you have to play within the scope, right? Mapping, enumeration, and scope. If you're going to be scanning, really, not really more of a scanning, more of a, if you're going to be doing the penetration testing, which if you're going to be pen testing, you have to do vuln scan so you can understand what's at stake, like what's vulnerable. You need to have the get out of jail card, right? A written permission from management before you can perform the scan, unless they've already authorized you to do that. And the reason is because if anything goes wrong, they're going to blame on you, and you need to protect yourself. You need to know who to blame. Like, hey, he authorized this. Like, that guy's an idiot, right? He should not have authorized you to do this. Actually, that have happened to one of my friends before. He went in, he did the pen testing, and he broke some systems. Systems went down. He's like, okay, well, who broke that system? This guy did. He was the one that was testing. And they're like, hey, who authorized you to scan the systems? This guy did. And then they were like, hey, that guy's an idiot. He should not have authorized you to scan the system. So when he was telling us that, I thought it was funny. But you can see if you don't have a written permission, and you're not playing within the scope they've given you, you will get yourself in trouble. You will get yourself in trouble big time. And in the US specifically, other countries are really flexible, but in the US, they have laws on top of laws. You guys know better, since you basically create some of those laws. All right, range of host, the subnet, that's all part of the scope. Are you going in and scanning just a one computer, an IP address? Are you scanning a domain name? Are you scanning all the software, or just targeting some kind of a software package, some service? Get the scope, and stay within the scope. Benefits and things you should consider. Right. Reduce the performance impact. Easier to analyze the results. Right. Used to identify specific issues and meet specific compliance goal. Basically, what this means is if you're playing within the scope, you're going and you're scanning things they authorize you to scan, it's going to be a win-win for everybody. And this is not just when you're doing vulnerability scanning. The same thing applies when you're doing threat hunting, but as well as when you're going in and doing things like penetration testing. But even if you're doing things like bug bounty, who's here have heard about bug bounty? Yeah. There's a company known as a HackerOne. Let me sign in. Hey, this kid that made me jealous. He became a millionaire by doing bug bounties. And he was 17. I'm like, oh my God. You've been hacking since you were 10 years old. All right. Let me bring one of the crypto company. Say Coinbase. There we go. So I brought you here just to show you the scope, to show you that no matter what you do, vulnerability scanning, threat hunting, bug bounties, penetration testing, you have to play within the scope. So bug bounty, it's when you find issues and then they pay you some money. So if I go to the scope here, for example, this is what Coinbase did, the crypto company. They went in and they said, hey, look, you can, this is in the scope. You can hack anything that's on pro.coinbase.com. Anything, that's what that says. Anything on coinbase.com, it's in the scope. Then you scroll down and start seeing things that's out of scope. For example, support, you should not hack that. Developer, you should not even think about hacking that. Right? And on and on and on and on. Right? Again, when you're doing the vulnerability scan, keep that in mind. All right. Compliance scans and regulatory requirements. You might do these right here. And let me bring up Nessus so you can start seeing Nessus with compliance. Nessus compliance scan. Go to image here quickly. This is a pretty good one. There we go. There we go. So you get to start scanning for things like policy. Right? Scan to see if you are abiding by the company's policy, for example, or PCI QS, the PCI for credit cards. And SCAP, if you have some kind of a baseline that we want to follow, a credential patch audit. Right? And these are just few. Nessus have thousands of templates. You can add additional to this. All right. So compliance scans identify a security framework or a checklist of the controls and configuration settings and follow that, basically. Right? Follow that. And the company will create these for you. Or some other team will tell you, hey, we want to see if we are complying with this law, run the scan and find out these, these things. Every vulnerability scanner product that I've used, they have templates that you can take advantage of. And even if they don't have templates, they have plugins that you can bring in. All right, understanding vulnerability analysis. So map discovery scan, identify devices connected to the network. You can use things like Nmap for this. This is really not that big of a deal. Nmap, or its little brother ZenMap. You guys have heard about ZenMap? Oh, it's a GUI version of Nmap, a graphical user interface version of Nmap. Bring it up. This guy right here. It's really straightforward. You put in the target IP address. You pick the profile if you want to do a UDP scan, a ping scan, a regular TCP scan. You hit scan. And the beauty of this guy is going to give you like a little map of how things are talking to each other. It's going to kind of show you some lines of how things are communicating and who's talking to who, all that good stuff. That's ZenMap. And you could also do things like fingerprinting. Fingerprinting is when you're going in, you're asking details about the operating system of the device. Right? You're grabbing the banners, right? Fingerprinting. And here's the things that Nick was talking about. Okay. So let's spend a little bit of time on this. So vulnerability analysis methods, we're still talking about that. So as you're going in and scanning, you could also be testing the softwares, right? Testing the software. There are multiple ways of testing the software. And one is known as a static analysis. Static analysis. Static analysis is also known as a SAST, or static application security testing. You might see that on that exam. When I say SAST, they're talking about the same thing. They're talking about static analysis. This is where you, the human, manually, you're going in, you are inspecting the code. You're inspecting the binary, you're inspecting the application code without executing the code. In other words, as you're developing, as you are writing the code, you are testing it. Now, when they say manually, it doesn't mean you're going in and viewing a line by a line of code. That's not what that means. You could be doing some of that. What that means, you are using some kind of a tool and you're testing for weaknesses as you're developing the code. The beauty of a static analysis, you're able to detect issues in the code from early on. You're not waiting until you're about to gain, to push that into a stage environment before you find the issues. You're testing as you go. Okay. There are some special applications that will help you do the analysis, right? Be able to analyze the code. And you can not only analyzing the code, but using, kind of a manual way of doing that, but you can also be comparing with some well-known best practices. We talked about one of these, the OWASP top 10. It's literally part of that. You're going in, you're saying, hey, check to see if we are complying with OWASP top 10. Can you find any cross-site scripting? Can you find any SQL injection? And that's static code analysis. And then you have a dynamic code analysis. All right, dynamic code analysis, also known as a DAST, or dynamic application security testing. This is where we are still testing the code, but in this case, the application is running.
That's the difference. Okay.
Ah, Nick, you're getting the difference now, huh?
I got the difference. I didn't know what the difference was, but now I do.
Fantastic. So they're not starting from the beginning. With the dynamic, it's not from the beginning. This is where the code is probably getting, coming to an end. And now they're doing like additional testing. Ideally, you want to do both of them. Right, that's what you want to do. You want to do static as well as dynamic as you're developing the code. So it requires a running version of the application for this to work. So the testing typically occurs later in a development lifecycle. I think that makes sense. All right, that makes sense. You are going to get a few false positive because, again, the application is running. It's a functional application. One thing you could do as a part of the dynamic application testing is what they call a regression testing. Regression testing, and this will be on that exam, is when you are testing the changes that you've made to the application. If you update the code, you have to test it again to see if that update didn't break anything. If you improve the code, you'll have to test it again. All right. See, sometime when you update something, you introduce more bugs, introduce more issues. Regression testing goes in and says, okay, let's test the changes. Let's test any issues that might have been introduced by the code change, the update, or the improvement that they made to the code. Any issues that are found because of these changes must be remediated prior to moving to the next step. And this is very important for you to understand for the sake of that exam. See, with regression testing, they're going in. They're saying, hey, look, we just did the update. Let's test it. If we find any issue, we're going to pause everything, fix it first before we go to the next page. Go ahead, Nick.
All right. This is what I'm interested because, okay, I was having trouble deciphering which one they were asking about. So now I know, okay, because it's definitely on there. It says like a developer made some changes to and got rid of a vulnerability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what should the analyst do next? And let's say they ran it, and then a month later they found out the vulnerability was still there.
Mm.
And they say, what should be done next? And then it's regression, obviously, because it's still there. So they missed that part of it.
So regression was part of the answer?
Regression, security regression testing was the answer.
Gotcha. Yep, definitely.
It's definitely there. Sure.
Nice.
So it goes static, dynamic, and then any steps in between those two, you're fixing something, that's always regression.
Right.
Okay.
Even if the tool is in production, right? See, like for example, like a regular update, it will have to be tested again.
That's right, because when a patch updates something, yep.
Right.
And you have to go back and test and make sure that patch works, and that's regression.
Right. That patch works, or that patch did introduce some other issues, you know.
Gotcha.
Fantastic. What about fuzzing? I think you were asking about this a minute ago.
Yes.
So, fuzzing, software testing technique that aim to discover vulnerabilities and bugs by providing unexpected random. And basically what this means, when you're fuzzing a software, you are abusing, that's what I like to call it, you are abusing that software. You are bombarding the software with all kinds of information, input. Try to see if the tool will give up. Right? The goal here is to try to crash the tool to see if there's some kind of a memory leak, right? Unexpected behavior from the tool. Right? The reason why they do fuzzing, it's because that's what the user are gonna do. The user are not just gonna follow the rules. They're gonna kind of find a way around it, do all kinds of other crazy stuff with the thing. So fuzzing testing is when we're using an application, a tool, that's going to automatically generate all kinds of random strings and random data, inject that into the tool, and see if the tool will crash. See if the tool will give up. It's known as fuzzing. This will be on that exam. And we can do fuzzing on the format, the character type, the text value, binary values, sequence values, you name it. All we're doing, we're coming up, automatically generating bunch of data, bunch of random stuff, feeding those random stuff into the application to see if the application will give up. And we'll shut it down. And then you have a reverse engineer. There's one thing that I shared with you, a movie actually, that's known as a Stuxnet. Of what happened in 2020. What's wrong with me? 2010, right? And Stuxnet was the virus. The movie name is 0 Days. If you haven't watched it, please do watch it. It's a documentary. It's fantastic. Why did I bring this up? I bring this up because it took engineer. We're talking about the smartest of the smartest people. 3 years to reverse engineer Stuxnet. It was that complex. These were engineers at the Kaspersky. Kaspersky is one of the respected cybersecurity companies. So it took them 3 years to reverse engineer this malware. So reverse engineer is when we are deconstructing the software for the purpose of trying to see how the software behaves, or what is the software designed to do. Let me just put it that way, right? What is it designed to do? What does this code is designed to accomplish? So we can extract the code, obviously, and identify the methods, the language used, the developer comments, variable names and types of system and web calls, and many, many, many other things. The reason why they called that virus Stuxnet, it was because it was within the code. When they were analyzing it, they see these STUX and the net, and they name it the whole thing Stuxnet when they were doing reverse engineering. If you like, you know what, I enjoy reverse engineering, I want to find out what these viruses are designed to do, well, then you will probably enjoy this. Enjoy malware analysis Linux. It's called REMNUX. This is a distribution of Linux, just like Kali Linux, that is specifically designed for malware analysis, for you to reverse engineer malware. Okay, pretty good career, pays well. You have to be a developer though. You have to know how to read code. Something that you can definitely specialize in. All right, let me finalize this. Explain devices hardening options. We talked about hardening. Again, you're putting an operating system application into a secure configuration. Hardening means you're shutting things down. You're reducing the attack surface. Right? Things that you're not using, you're shutting them down. The best way to do that is by using things like CIS or sticks. We talked about this yesterday. Okay. Understanding configuration baseline. You should always have a baseline as a company. You should know what's normal to you. What is normal to you? Companies are now using what they normally called UEBA. I don't think this is going to be on that exam. UEBA. Right. User and
It is on the exam. UEBA is.
Interesting.
I got to answer the question.
Glad I brought it up then.
Yes.
User entity and behavior analytics. Right? User entity and behavior analytics. And this is the idea of learning how people behave when they're using these tools, right? Understanding like the baseline, what time do they sign in, what time they sign out, how do they normally behave? All right. It uses AI and machine learning. Use AI and machine learning. In other words, it's going to learn on the fly. Based on what it's learning, it's going to improve over time, hence giving us the baseline, giving us what's normal. giving us what's normal. UEBA and EDR, they are used into, they're both products that I'm sure I'll probably come back to it. If it's in that exam, we're probably going to talk about it in the later chapters, because I haven't talked about EDR yet. I haven't even talked about XEDR. Right, which you have to know these. But these are the endpoint detection and response tools that you install in the endpoint to detect stuff and then respond to it. Okay. And then last but not least, exploring special considerations of vulnerability scanning. Let's see the kind of special vulnerability scanning can be done. So special consideration for scanning. Performance. You got to think about that, right? If you're scanning a very old system, you might want to think twice. You might break things as you're scanning, right? Identify the kind of operating system that's running, how old that operating system is, scanning interval, how regular can you scan, once a week, twice a week, right? And then you might want to automate some of these scans. Nessus make all this stuff a breeze, a lot easier to do. Scan once a month, once a week, the kind of speed. For example, not TCP dump, in Nmap, that's what I was looking for. In Nmap, if you're using Nmap for scanning for vulnerabilities, which you can, it's not known for that, but that's one other thing you can do with it. You can use an option known as a T1 all the way to T5. These are the speed. So you can say, hey, Nmap, I want you to scan it for vulnerabilities, but I want you to be fast. All right? Don't be quiet. Be fast. Or you can be stealth and be slow. Hey, Nmap, I want you to scan, but please be slow so that you won't get detected by the intrusion detection systems. Okay. Finalize this. Vulnerability database. Again, things to consider. The vulnerability database, obviously, you can compare and contrast. Scanning types, authentication, false positive and false negatives. This is important for the sake of that exam. Remember, when you're scanning, you will get some false positive and false negatives. False positive means it's just making noise. It's telling you, hey, I just found this vulnerability, but it's false. It gives you alert that the vulnerability is there, but it's not true. It's false. And false negative is when the vulnerability is there, but it doesn't tell you about it. Let me ask you this. Which one do you think is the worst?
The one that doesn't tell you about.
False negative.
Exactly, the negative ones. Good job. Explain different types of industrial control systems. ICS. ICS is the system that is used in things like water plants, power plants. And this is the system that they use to control we usually call those static environments that doesn't change. Once they put them in place, they stay there for a very, very long time. Now, these are very critical to us as humans, obviously. You cannot scan these using traditional scanning methods. You have to use like special tools to be able to scan these. This is what I usually tell students, is that if you work in an environment where there's an ICS in it, like a power company, ask these people not to connect that thing to the internet. There's no reason, because we've been having power before the internet was invented, right? So don't connect this critical infrastructure to the internet, right? But again, nobody listens. But these things comes with their own vulnerabilities as well, right? And then when you're scanning them, because they use their own protocols, they don't use the regular stuff that computers use. They have their own like special protocols that they use. So software we use are not designed to be able to detect that kind of stuff. It contains exploitable vulnerabilities. So yes, a bunch of them do require special care and things to consider. Again, just segment that thing, isolate that thing, don't connect it to any corporate network where it can be reached at. Okay? Physical security control is very important. Again, when whatever management you're doing, if it's accessing it, making change, it has to be secure as well. The only thing to take away here is that if you're dealing with the ICS, do not connect it to the internet. Isolate it. Here is different types of industrial computer systems. One, operation technology, OT. Everybody knows what this is. This is the hardware or the software technology that manage physical devices. You're like, what does that actually means? That means is if we have like a car manufacturing company, all those robots that are making the car, they're using OT technology, right? They're getting like the network that they're using to communicate with each other. It's known as OT technology, operational tech. It's something that you can specialize in if you like that kind of stuff. Then you have ICS, like I said, control that is used to control things like power plants, water plants, you name it. SCADA, something that might pop up on that exam, it stands for supervisory control and data acquisition, right? If we are managing a water plant and a power plant, that's huge, we will need a way of seeing what's taking place in there. I will need a way of managing it. Well, ICS is that environment, but how do we see the things that's within the ICS? Well, we will use a SCADA. Right? SCADA is the tool, is the software that you will install in computers, basically. And this SCADA will allow you to be able to control and be able to see what is taking place within the CIS, within the ICS, excuse me. Within the ICS. The SCADA is that software that allows you to monitor what is happening within the power plant, within the water plant, right? The manufacturing facility, whatever. Remember, ICS is the environment that doesn't change. Right? It stays there for a long time.
On the exam.
What's on the exam, Nick?
It's so it asked me if you're a supervisor and you're trying to secure the ICS, like how do you control it and it can't connect to the internet? And then basically the answer is you have to segment it out and then put SCADA or whatever behind like a firewall. But the thing is segmentation, what you were talking about earlier. ICS, segmentation, SCADA.
And then SCADA.
Just remember that. And that fleet of vehicles canvas, that's been on both tests too. Just remember fleet vehicles canvas, you'll get it right.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're about to talk about that. Fantastic. Yeah, SCADA, definitely managing ICS, SCADA is the tool. All right, and then you have these PLCs. There's also FPGA. Don't think it's going to be on that exam, but I'm going to bring them up since we're talking about this. This is a field programmable gate array. It's field programmable because it's programmed by the customer. It's programmed by the people, you. So hackers can also program these. All right. Then you have these PLCs. These PLCs are programmable logic controllers. These are used within ICS. Right? These are used within ICS to control the settings, to allow automation to take place. For example, in the OT technology, they have a bunch of a PLC telling these robots what to do. Right? Same thing in this ICS. They're telling the power plant the water should be this high. It should not go over this. It should like all kinds of stuff. PLC does this. PLC are programmed by the company that create them. Whoever that create them do the programming. FPGA, on the other hand, they're programmed by the customer. So you write your own tool over there. Nick, go ahead.
I think I remember something about this. Like, if it gets compromised, isn't it you can't reverse it? Is that right? And you have to basically alt delete the entire system and redo it all. Does that sound right?
With the PLC?
No, with the FPGA.
Oh, with FPGA. Yeah, you have to, because FPGAs run a firmware. Like, you are programming these, but they don't have an operating system. Right? Some of them have what we call IOCs, like system on the chip. Okay, all right. System on the chip, SOC. There we go. SOC. God, it's getting late. Yeah, it is getting late. So some of them have a SOC, system on the chip, which is a way of you programming this, or like a little operating system that tells this what to do. They give this thing instructions. To answer your question, Nick, yes. Because you can program them, attackers can also reprogram these. And if they do, you will start from this, from scratch.
I think I remember a question. That's the only reason why I'm saying it. Is there's like a FPGA, and I think I remember the answer was, if they get a hold of this, you have to reset everything, or you have to, like, why are these bad? Is why it asks. It asks why FPGA is bad, and the answer is you have to reset. You can't, or like reverse it. That's what it was. You can't reverse that. The answer was.
Okay. Well, the idea is the attacker not to get hold of FPGA in the first place. Right. And if the question is asking why there are bad over PLCs, well, the answer is because attackers can program them.
Right. Yeah.
PLC, you cannot, program. These are locked, right? They're programmed by the manufacturer, and that's it.
Gotcha.
FPGA, they can be reprogrammed. All right, last CAN bus, and this is going to be on that exam. Controller area network, CAN then bus, allows devices within a vehicle. Now, when I say devices within a vehicle, we're talking about the airbag, like all the vehicle system, basically, to communicate with each other without the computer. Every modern computing system do have a CAN bus. So in that exam, if you see anything that's related, if they're talking about vehicle, what kind of protocol should they use, it will have to be CAN bus. Right? If a vulnerability is discovered in a fleet of vehicles, it's most likely related to CAN bus. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right? Used in vehicles to allow those things within the vehicles to talk to each other. And that's it. This was a long one. Any questions for me?
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah.
No, I got what I needed out of that. That's a very, very, very important lesson.
Okay. All right, let me check your understanding, then I'll let you go.
Sweet. What do we got here? Let me put my glasses on here.
An application must pass a vulnerability assessment to move to the next gate. Consequently, any security issues that are found must be remediated prior to the next gate. Which of the following best describes the method for end-to-end vulnerability assessment?
Next gate. Next gate. So it's not dynamic. Stress test.
Security regression testing, A.
Got A, regression.
Yeah, I think.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Good job.
I had to read it a couple times. Yeah.
Good job. Yeah, definitely. This is it, right? Before we move to the next stage, the next stage, we update, we add anything, we have to test the tool, the software again.
Gotcha.
Next question.
A security analyst is reviewing the following log entries to identify anomalous activity. Which of the following attack types is occurring?
This is A.
Directory traversal?
Yep.
I want to say it's like cross-site scripting,
Cross-site?
but give. No, never mind. It's directory traversal. A.
Directory traversal. Okay. Good job. You take some pretty good notes sincerely.
Yeah.
You flip through, you're like, no, that's not it.
Yeah, I just because I put keywords next to each one. And I mean, I know that I put for that one, I put more 1 = 1 stigments. No, that was for SQL injection.
Right.
I put skipping for traversal. Skipping.
Yeah.
The biggest way to tell, and this is how I know this question, is right in between the scripts. You've got ... and then
Yeah.
you've got the percentage 5C ... and then you know right there that that's directory traversal as soon as you see that.
Good job. Okay, chew, Nick. All right, give me that cert on Saturday.
I'm trying.
Right.
The chief information officer, CIO of a large healthcare institution is concerned about all machines having direct access to sensitive patient information. Which of the following should be the security analysts implement to best mitigate the risk of sensitive data exposure?
I'm gonna go with D on this one.
Segmenting.
Yes.
I want to say A.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go with A.
A cloud access security broker. Okay, CASB system. Final answers?
For me, it's pretty final, I
I'm gonna
guess.
say A. I probably think it is D because it says all machines having direct access to sensitive patient information. It does make sense for there to be a segmentation between on the network, basically the network and the machines.
Good explanation. Yeah. And just for the purpose of this, just understand every CASB, it's only used when we have the cloud involved. For accessing the cloud, then you bring in the CASB.
That was my first pick, and only because the insurance of it.
What I took away, this is just when I read it, was all machines having direct access to patient information. You don't want to do that. You want to I'm gonna break that out.
Right. This was that target we've been talking about. All HVAC had access to the registrar. Right. It's called a flat network. Network without any segmentation. We don't want that. Next question. Choose two on this one.
Which of the following weaknesses associated with common SCADA systems are most critical for organizations to address architecturally within their networks? Choose two. Following weakness associated. And this is SCADA, so that means ICS. Necessary. So I want to go one of them B, legacy and unpatchable system software. That's what you put in this stuff. I want to say that would be a weakness.
Yeah, this is a good one.
I want to say F for insecure file system permissions.
Okay.
And E, unauthenticated commands.
I think that's my second one too, is E also.
Unauthenticated commands. Most critical. All right, let's see what the answers are.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, I should have kind of spent a little bit more time when I was talking about SCADA and then kind of make sure you understand this. But remember, SCADA is that system that we're using to be able to access the ICS, to be able to manage it, to be able to see it. Well, yeah. If there is any old stuff, unpatched stuff, it's always a weakness. Anything that's unpatched is always the most critical issue that we need to take care of. Remember, 90% of all the issues can just go away if we keep things patched. And that should always be the first answer. Second, you open things that should not be open, not good. Especially on a SCADA environment that's controlling your water plant.
Gotcha.
Next question.
An organization is adopting IoT devices at an increasing rate will need to account for firmware updates in its vulnerability management programs. Despite the number of devices being deployed, the organization has only focused on software patches so far, leaving hardware-related weaknesses open to compromise. Which of the following best practices will help the organization to track and deploy trusted firmware updates as part of its vulnerability management program? Best practices.
So it's not C. I know that. The best part to help avoid track.
So they've been patching the software, but not patching the hardware.
Apply all firmware updates as soon as they are released to mitigate the risk of compromise. B.
B.
I don't think it's A. Implement anonymously.
Wait, actually, here, wait.
I think it's D.
Yeah, because implement an automation system.
That's what it is. Apply firmware updates.
I'll stick with B, but I might be wrong. It might be D.
D. Want to push those updates into production without testing them?
No.
Don't think so. Good
No,
idea.
no, you're right. No, I was thinking about it. Give me a sec. I was thinking.
Sorry, I'm rushing you guys.
Oh,
It's B. I think it's B.
wait, you don't.
It's,
I would say A. Can I take things back and say A?
You sure can.
yeah. Now that I'm reading it again, I'm glad that you said that. It is A.
Because he
It is
kind
A.
of gave out the key point. He's like, you're gonna go ahead and apply these updates without testing them, and I was like, wait, you're right. Why would you do that?
I don't know why I said it wasn't. I said whatever.
Yeah. Well, this is a long one, right? But when it comes to updates, guys, that's a very critical thing to keep in mind. Every time you apply updates, if you don't test them first, they're going to introduce more issues than they fix.
Yeah.
Always evaluate them.
Mhm.
Next.
Do I need to read this one? Analyst has received an email alert regarding vulnerability within a new fleet of vehicles. A company recently purchased which of the following attack vectors is the vulnerability most likely targeting? It is Canvas. That is B.
Yeah.
Why is B?
Okay.
You look like you're so sure.
I know this question very well.
Okay. And B it is. B it is. Next question.
Let's see. After detecting a malicious external scan and an internal vulnerability scan was performed, a critical server was found with an outdated version of JBoss. A legacy application that is running depends on that version of JBoss. Which of the following actions should be taken first to prevent server compromise and business disruption at the same time?
I'll highlight first for you, so you don't. It's in all caps.
C.
Create a DMZ. That's where
I'm
you
gonna go with A.
make backups.
Wait, but I don't agree with the second part. I'm gonna stick with A. I don't agree with the second part. Nick might be right with segregating it, but you would want to make sure you don't destroy the evidence. So I'll go. Okay, yeah.
What did you mean about destroying the evidence? And make sure I understand what you were thinking.
Because I misunderstood the question. I thought there was a threat that was like a possible threat that was detected.
Okay.
So I misread.
Yeah, talking about a legacy plot application running that depend on the very old version of JBoss. What did you do? Put that in a DMZ. What is a DMZ?
I don't have that in my notes.
Demilitarized zone.
Demilitarized zone. Good job. We didn't talk about that, but that's something you should know from Security Plus. Next question.
A security analyst is reviewing WAF alerts and sees the following requests. Which of the following best describes this attack? Let me read this.
A.
There's the 1 = 1.
So it's A.
A. It's
Both agree.
Yeah.
Sincerely, why A?
One for one. I had that in my notes, and I remember the traversary is skipping.
As soon as you see 1 = 1, you're like, yeah, that's A. Next question.
Company experienced a security compromise due to the inappropriate disposal. Sorry, let's cover it. Disposal of one of its hardware appliances. Sensitive information stored on the hardware appliance was not removed prior to disposal. Which of the following is the best manner in which to dispose of the hardware appliance?
It's B.
B. I agree with him.
Follow the policy. Yep, based on the company policy. At THT, my manager used to grab a hammer and just destroy the laptop, like physically.
The laptop, they wouldn't just take the hardware out, like the hard drive.
She was, hammering the whole thing. And when we got hired, we started talking about it. We're like, you know what? We can donate this laptop to somebody else. And it was like, oh, no. We have patient's data. We can get rid of the data. Yeah. And that's it.
Yeah, reading those questions, I feel prepared. I feel ready to go.
I like it. That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
I feel like this was a more interesting lesson, just because a lot of it made sense.
Oh, it does make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's because I work with like the engineers, and they're always running scans and doing a lot of things that revolve around what the lesson was about. So it was like, oh, now I know, I kind of understand what they're doing now on a day-to-day basis. So
Love it. Oh, look at that. I like that.
Okay.
All right, that's all I have for you today, really. If you don't have any questions, I'll let you guys go, and I'll see you tomorrow.